Welcome back. Sorry for the technical issues. We're hopeful that we've got things a better handle, and we're going to jump straight into our match. All right, and here we are. We've got our technical issues sorted out for the moment, and we're rejoining the first round match between Eric9099 and Bruised by God. Eric9099 on spell crag control versus Bruised by God. Eric is up a game in this best of 3, and we've got a Lunar Magus rocking and rolling, bringing the night.
Yeah, so we're joining the game here in action. Eric's up a game. Bruised by God actually getting off to a really good start here. Early threat, being able to use Vara's Choice here, eliminate this Genev Merchant from hand. Eric9099, however, on the other side, looks to be in pretty good shape. I mean, they've got a Garden of Omens set up. They're going to have this Honor of Claws here for this turn, try to find their 5th power drop, and right on cue, Age is going to be enabled, set up with a Royal Decree. I love Eric9099's spot here.
Yeah, fantastic. They've withstood the early pressure. You know, they're only getting attacked down to 18 with this Lunar Magus. And now Bruised by God is really hoping that they've got an exciting card to pull out of their market with this Krendan Merchant, because Banish and Emblem of Gerdov are something, but not a ton in this matchup.
It's going to be tough to get over the finish line with just the resource that Bruised by God has at the time.
So the Shadow Merchant comes down and digging through the market, I would guess just putting back a power. And the options here are one of 2 sites, either Zenan Temple, Dizo's Office, Sabotage, or Dark Return. Goes for the Zenan Temple. You have to be a little concerned if you're Bruised by God. You saw that Jotun Hurler animation last turn, and you probably know there's a snowball coming.
Right. It's likely a snowball coming, and it's actually the disaster scenario here. So the Garden of Omens comes down, we get the Ice Bolt and the Lunar Magus. The snowball is now going to finish off the Krendan Merchant. And additionally, Bruised by God thankfully saved 1 resource here, didn't actually put the Earth Elemental out, would have lost that additionally to a Torch.
All right, so Sandstorm Titans, that's a big unit. That's a 5/6. How's that one stacking up?
I mean, and with the Ice Bolt gone off of the site, it looks like, you know, that's got to be Bruised by God's best setup here. However, as we were talking about, Eric9099 just really set up here, really flush hand of answers, double Torch, an Ice Bolt, a Static Bolt. Heck, Eric even picked up Wisdom Elders last turn.
Yeah, and I love the combo of when you have Garden of Omens plus some sort of card draw spell in your hand. It allows you to go resurface plus the card draw spell like Wisdom of Elders and have immediate access to the card that you want from the resurface.
Yeah, so here we're going to see that resurface. What do you think Eric's going to pick up?
Ooh, a lot of exciting options. I could immediately just imagine just going for more card draw. You've got all of the threats removed on the board. You know, Seek Power or something not totally ridiculous, because right now Eric909 is just missing a power drop, and yeah, Wisdom of Elders just flips over 2 more spells.
Right, Honor of Claws here, second Static Bolt. I mean, Eric is set up just marvelously here. They basically can answer any threat Bruised by God plays with just a great sense of certainty. I mean, unfortunately for Bruised by God, this is a rough matchup. I mean, if you do not get in with a Teacher of Humility early, you can't stick these large individual threats, it is hard to come back from the actual card draw and powerful removal that the Sky Crag control deck actually offers.
So we see our first Exalted unit of the day die with nowhere to place its ultimate legacy weapon.
Nobody remember the cause. And we see
yeah,
Prodigious Sorcerer here picked up by Eric9099. That's a sort of contentious topic among the Spellcrag players, whether or not that should be in your market, whether or not that should be a one-of in your starting deck to go get with a resurface of the Garden of Omens. And some players are even opting to play 3 and 4 copies of that to try to combo off with their Static Bolts.
Yeah, I'm excited. So the combo with Static Bolt is that Static Bolt's got every time you draw a Static Bolt, all of the other Static Bolts do 1 more damage when played. So if you draw them a second time from your Void with Prodigious Sorcery and you Decimate, you're both powering up all of your Static Bolts and giving them double damage. We could just see Bruised by Eric9099 win out of nowhere. Look, we're going face.
Yeah, Eric's already just launching these upstairs. We're seeing Bruised by God fall from 30, now down to 18. The Prodigious Sorcery in hand. Look at this. Not even worried about the Sandstorm Titan preventing this Tamaris from coming out. Bruised by God's got to be worried.
Yeah, this is... And with Tamaris, the Geomancer, coming down next turn, the ultimate unit that comes off of the Garden of Omens, that reduces the cost of spells for Eric9099. Another one the static bolts are just going to be free.
The static bolts will be free, and by my count, they'll both end up doing 6 damage with double damage, and we have Bruised by God only at 18. I mean,
And even if that wasn't enough, Eric can just reread a static bolt again. We're just seeing a full-on burn combo come together right before our eyes.
this is a great setup by Eric 9099.
So there's Tamaris the Geomancer, 4/4 flying overwhelm. Your spells cost 1 less. She has flying. Sandstorm Sight says no, but it is not going to matter because there's not going to need to be a single attack made by Eric to win this game. The burn combo has been assembled.
So tick this one up to 5, the first one up to 6, the reread in hand, have double damage, knock knock, and I mean,
Wow.
I love watching these two players play. They play very quickly, they play very well. Unfortunately for Bruised by God, I mean, they've just been on an absolute tear. First in back-to-back ECQ of the asynchronous portions, the 28 rounds. They were first coming out of both. They did win our previous ECQ.
Yeah.
They ran into arguably one of the best players in the game, if not the best player in the game right now, in Eric 9099. And this is a rough matchup. This is one where you really want to be presenting Aegis units. You want to be presenting difficult to interact with threats, maybe some with endurance to get around the permafrost, some getting out of the range of the torch early on. Maybe you have some 3/4s, maybe some 2/4s. All of the removal just lines up so well from the Sky Crag side for the Zenan threats. And we really just saw, you know, Eric's deck just run on all cylinders, hit the power drops straight into the Garment of Omens, answer all of the threats on curve. I mean, what did we see? One attack get made by Bruised by God that actually got through to hitting Eric?
Yeah, it didn't look like the draws come together. Charge and ambush, something that Bruised by God has some amount of access to, is particularly potent because you really want to get that Garden of Omens off the board. That one cost reduction that it does to all of the spells is just so meaningful because it just makes it so easy to chain card draw after card draw while you're simultaneously still answering threats from the other side.
Right, it's something like the combre side where they end up playing Cicalis as one of their 4-drops rather than the Zenan side where right now where their 4-drop of choice tends to be Vara. It's just a world of difference in this matchup.
So unfortunately, while we didn't get to see as much of that match as we would have liked, we've got another match queued up. Our producer, Michael Jacob, is getting that ready to go, and as soon as it's ready to go, we'll be heading on down. And unfortunately, it looks like the match that we found for us just wrapped up, so we're continuing to monitor the field, looking out for the best match that we can hop in on, and we'll be doing so as soon as that's ready to go. As a reminder, this is the top 64 stage. The players are going to be playing single elimination best of 3 matches until we get down to a winner. That winner wins a big share of that $3,000 prize pool, books their ticket to the World Championships. A lot on the line, and if I'm playing in this field, I'm a little scared because Eric's a great player. They won round 1. They defeated the champion from last month and Bruised by God. Spell Crag control is coming.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you say when it's one of the best players playing when I was watching streams this week, the popular streamers were playing a lot of Spell Crag.
All right, sounds like we've got a match queued up, and we're going to head on down. All right, here we are for a Game 3 of a top 64 match between Nico Abba and the Wilsonai. At the top of the screen, we have Nico Abba on FTJ control. So we've got justice removal spells like Harsh Roll, Defiance, some time card draw like Find the Way, pairing it up with Zhou, the Endless Horde. And on the bottom of the screen, we've got stonescar aggro. And the Wilsonai, look at this. They've got multiple starting deck copies of Edict of Makar. What do you make of that?
This is a hard read from the Wilsonai, realizing that Spell Crag was going to be a popular choice, and then the way to beat Spell Crag was going to be these combre decks using Stand Together, using, units like Cicalis, that the Wilsonai showed up with starting deck Edict of Makar. This is just a hard read on the field. However, for the Wilsonai, starting on 6 cards this game, it's going to be a really uphill battle.
Yeah, and it was definitely notable that Nico led with a turn 1 Justice Sigil. The Firetime Justice control deck has so much depleted power. The Wilsonai, on a mulligan down to 6, probably felt priced into attacking, but they probably weren't shocked to see a turn 1 Defiance.
Anytime you see one of these 3 faction control decks, almost all of them end up playing 12 to 14 depleted power, that if the first turn they end up pulling one of their sigils, the alarm bells have to be going off. It's a fire sigil, I'm thinking torch. If it's justice, I'm thinking defiance. I mean, I would expect that if my opponent plays a turn 1 sigil out of one of these 3 faction strategies, that if I have a unit in play, it's in danger.
Makes sense. On Nico's side, no trouble like just drawing extra cards naturally. Drawn 2 copies of Find a Way. Each of those has Echo, so we see 2 additional copies in their hand. And pairing that up with a Zhou, they've picked up a Harsh Roll, so they'll be able to stabilize at some point this game. And interestingly, they've elected not to play Find a Way this turn.
Yeah, Nico's really valuing keeping their health total high here against this stonescar strategy. And kind of getting punished here. The smuggler into the sabotage out of the market. The Wilsonite really, really has to consider, does take the harsh rolls, sees that there's the ability to make all this power here. Oddly enough, though, letting them use this defiance here.
Still making the attack is an interesting decision.
This is actually somewhat surprising to me, given had Nico had just a power on top, this would leave them the ability to play one of these smugglers here this turn and leave up a defiance if it happened to be undepleted.
So Wilsonite now has a Warcry to up Senway Smuggler. It's a 4/3. On Nico Aba's side, they're going to just, all they're going to be able to do this turn is just find a way and get a depleted power out of their deck.
Yeah, without that harsh roll now, Nico really has to try to trade 1-for-1 with all of these threats, and unfortunately for the Wilsonite, choosing to decimate to pick up that Death Elemental, now unable to play this Bandit Queen. However, this now makes a power draw for them quite potent, as look at Nico's hand. How are they going to answer these 2 units?
We'll have to see what their East Annex Smuggler can pull from the market. Looks like the attractive options are Edict of Grodov could remove a shadow unit, Sword of Unity can provide some health, but the backup board wipe in Shenra Speaks, the new Flame of Zolta board wipe, is going to be the option there. And since these players do have known deck lists, that's not going to be a surprise to the Wilsonite.
Definitely not. I would imagine that the Wilsonite is prepared that this is going to happen, is going to remove the Sanic Smuggler, get in for 6 here, and hold this War Leader back, as they should expect that their board is going to get cleared this turn.
But board wipe number 3 off the top for Nico Aba, and I think this game really got defined by the first couple of turns where the Wilsonite wasn't able to leverage any early pressure.
Right. And given that there's known deck list here, I actually like Nico playing the Shenra Speaks there. It is definitely the more powerful of the 2 board wipes. However, if I'm on the Wilsonite, I'm expecting that to have been drawn out of the market, that I want to use the harsh roll effect that they're aware of, not the harsh roll that I just drew and then is hidden waiting in the wings.
Scorpion Wasp, the pickup this turn from Nico. That 1/1 Flying Deadly Ambush provides a really potent answer to charge threats that decks like stonescar can bring.
Yes, thankfully the Bandit Queen is going to help here. The addition of Quick Draw is really going to push through some amount of damage this turn, and the Wilsonite is going to take this opportunity, try to push through here. Do you actually think that Nico might trade off this Scorpion Wasp to gain 4 health with the intention of harsh rolling in the next turn?
It's an interesting decision. Bandit Queen AoE gave Quick Draw to everything for the turn. And yeah, look at that. Nico says, I don't need all of my cards to win. I got to make sure I have a healthy health total.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the Zhou, I just don't see a way with, on the Wilsonite on so low resources, just that 1 card that they drew this turn left in their hand, how that they're actually going to finish off Nico from 12 rather than from 8.
Savvy play. Nico grabs the depleted sigil out of their deck, but that means that the seat is now undepleted. Plays that, has the 5th power, harsh rolls.
Big draw here for the Wilsonite. We need to... Hey, that's another unit. That allows the Wilsonite here to go wide on this board. There is going to be a Zhou in their future. Thankfully, the Time Sigil in hand is still depleted, so Nico needs to peel a seat or something here to get that Zhou into play, and they do end up missing this turn.
Yeah, a critical draw for Nico Aba, and that Scorpion Wasp, though, gives another exciting defensive option to consider. East Annex Smuggler comes down, goes back into the market, and I could imagine a couple of these being viable. Sword of Unity is just such a fantastic way to recoup any sort of health disadvantage.
Yeah, especially when you have something like Zhou coming down. I mean, giving that Aegis to get it out of range of a Desecrate or Annihilate, then imagine putting Lifesteal onto something like Zhou. I mean, that's got to close the game on the stonescar deck. And there's the sword. Do you think we'll actually see that equipped right now?
It's an interesting decision.
Hold on to it.
Yeah, they help.
Ooh, I like this draw from the Wilsonite. What do you want to steal the most?
In this spot? Is it just Torch?
All right, well, the Scorpion Wasp comes down. Nico is going to clear off all of Wilson's units.
Oh,
Wilson is
brutal.
going to be only left with this Street Urchin. They do have a Warcry floating, so they do have a powered-up unit.
Sabretooth Pride Leader? That's
Not a
something.
horrible option, but kind of need to draw an Annihilator or a Desecrate this coming turn for this Zhou. And Nico's also in this great situation of knowing they have the sword as backup, they've got an additional great play coming the next turn.
Yeah, the gamble by the Wilsonite of attacking with Oni Ronin into the 2-3, hoping that they were priced into blocking, it just didn't pay off.
Yeah, so this is a rough spot here now for the Wilsonite. How can you actually manage to fight through this Zhou? They just send the turn right back, intending to play the Sabretooth Pride Leader, and I think that they're about to get the really rough news, that is the Sword of Unity.
Yeah, and the cool thing about Sword of Unity is that once it's given, if it's get played on Zhou, it gives lifesteal to Zhou, and it means that if Zhou deals damage with its ultimate ability when it attacks, it can deal 1 for every 2 points of power that you spend. That means that you'll gain health off of that too.
Right, the Fire Blast mode, as I like to call it, spreading the fire all around, would be able to finish off the Street Urchin and gain several health. But here we're actually going to see Nico switching the way that they've been playing up the game. They've been really defensive, really protecting their health total here. And in this spot, they're choosing to spend all of their power setting up for treasure troves. They're actually looking to make sure that they don't lose the long game now.
If the Wilsonite were to draw another removal spell, they could remove all of the units from Nico Aba's board before that Sword of Unity ever comes down.
That's a huge Bloodseeker.
It really is, but is it going to be big enough against Sword of Unity on Zhou? We'll have to see.
At 16 health, the Wilsonite has at least one more turn. I'm more fearful of the stand together. I think the Wilsonite at this point, not seeing the Sword of Unity last turn, is just hoping that that happens to be a Kairos. Not often do you hope that your opponent has gotten a Kairos out of the market with a 6 strength unit in play, but I think that's what the Wilsonite is banking on, and there's the rough news.
Yeah. So
This
the
is now a
Sword of Unity
9-9 Zhou.
with lifesteal and overwhelm, and it's going to make quick work of this game. Boost Nico Aba back up to 16, and yeah, that Defiance was a nice draw off the top.
Yeah, I think the Defiance is probably going to seal the deal here. I mean, the Wilsonite does have access to the Scorch.
Nico Aba gained health, then used the treasure trove. They were below 10 before. That would have made the Stormhalt Knife free.
Would have been able to pick off this Pride Leader. Thankfully, for their situation, I don't think that's going to matter that much, as we see Nico using the Defiance, the Wilsonite packing it in, knowing that they can no longer defeat Zhou, the mighty dragon wearing the Sword of Unity. But, yeah, I mean, we do get to see something there with the Stormhalt Knife, and the very small interaction of having this way to gain a massive amount of health in your market, and how it interacts with your Stormhalt Knife. Now you're back above 10. Guess what? You have to pay the power cost in that once more.
So maybe a mistake, but it wasn't enough to cost them. They navigated that situation really well. They made sure that they always had the removal spell up the turn that they needed it. They cashed in the Scorpion Wasp just for 4 health in a moment when Bandit Queen came down and it couldn't actually effectively block anything. Looking forward to seeing what Nico could do the rest of the way, because it seemed like they had a fairly good grasp on what the matchup demanded of them. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, the early through mid-game, loved the way Nico played it. I love actually trading up the Scorpion Wasp, as you said, especially against an opponent that's starting on 6 cards, ended up having, a reasonable start, but that Defiance. Once you have that first Defiance to take out that Oni Ronin, just bought so much time for Nico.
Yeah, and figuring out on the other side, if you're the stonescar aggro player, when is it right to move in against the board wipe? When is it right to sort of play slower? It's a very interesting matchup on both sides.
Definitely.
So we're gonna try to get another matchup queued up. Our producer's working on it, and we'll be ready to go in just a moment. All right, we're gonna head on down now. Okay, welcome. We've got yet another top 64 match. We're in game 3, Gozu versus Captain Teambro, and it looks like we got a good old-fashioned FJS mirror. This was a deck that really performed consistently strong in our ECQ series last year, but taking a little bit of time off from the spotlight, but a couple players have brought it back. It's one of the more popular archetypes in this fairly diverse field, and we've got a VAR facing down against a Regent's Tomb.
Yeah, so trying to break this down here, Captain Teambro is actually set up in a really great situation for the mid-game here. Double Rizon, Vara in hand, now picked up a Desecrate that has had its cost reduced by the Quarry, going to be able to take out this Vara, protect the Regent's Tomb. Whereas Gozu on the other side, this is a grip full of power. They have the ability to get the Zhou down, but I mean, we're 3 more turns away from that.
Yeah.
And that desecrate's really rough news for Gozu.
So Gozu loses their only threat right now. They're going to be facing off against what looks like Elias the Broken Wing in a moment. And yeah, we see Eclipse Dragon show up for Captain Teambro. And this has been a big change in how people have been playing with FJS. A bunch of players have been bringing a much more aggressive version with Eclipse Dragon. They don't feel like they still have the tools necessarily to control the game from start to finish, and they want to try to just make sure they can use their efficient removal to allow them to clear out aggro decks, but also have the heavy-hitting threats to finish it off before decks like Spellcry Control, Kairos Grand Champion can take over.
Yeah, another one of the things that we're seeing, some of the Ambition decks, like you were saying, that pack these Eclipse Dragons, I'm actually seeing them move to all fast removal. One of our players here this weekend, I believe, is playing Ambition with no Torch, playing several copies of Display of Ambition, Desecrate, and Defiance. All fast spells at removal for their removal suite to pick up the extra synergy combined with the Eclipse Dragon.
So Gozu able to find a Desecrate. That'll help them deal with one of these giant Valkyries. Keep in mind that Elias the Broken Wing, the 8/4 on your screen, does have Revenge.
Yeah, no power drop here for Captain Teambro, so they're actually not threatening to put Gozu down to 2. The Desecrate going to take out the Elias for now. They'll be back with a vengeance, but Gozu here dropping down to 10, and Captain Teambro is actually in a great situation where they can actually diversify their threats here somewhat, getting this Vara down, and they're actually set up really well on the next turn now, threatening lethal with this Desecrate to move whatever defense is
Red
out of the way.
Canyon Smuggler off the top, and looks like Gozu has the perfect card in their market in Pristine Light to potentially catch them back up in this game. Could they actually be getting back into this one?
Yeah, this is a great pickup here for Gozu, and yeah, right away. I think they're going to cash in this Torch here with the intention of trying to get this Zhou out in the next turn. Pristine Light, finish off these 2 units, and you know, they're actually threatening to come back here. They don't know what Captain Teambro is still holding, still some solid threats. And
oh no! The fast Revenge! Elias immediately comes back with Destiny. You have to hate to see that if you're Gozu.
Gozu needed some more time than that. This Runehammer's a great pickup. That's going to help a ton.
What happened there? It looked like Captain Teambro elected to not play anything in addition to that Elias. And boy, it looks like it's not going to pay off if this Auric Runehammer comes down.
Yeah, this is a really bizarre line for Captain Teambro. I thought that they were just going to play Rizon and finish off the Red Canyon Smuggler. And now choosing to not Defiance this Red Canyon Smuggler.
Well, that's been a big change. The last time we saw this FJS deck in action, Defiance could kill attacking units that cost 3 or less. Now it only stuns attacking units that cost 3.
Yep, not going to move it off the board. And now Captain Teambro is basically in the same situation, except for they've lost their sight. They've lost their Elias. Ooh. Did you see that?
Yeah.
We can pick up this Elias here with this Display of Ambition. This could be a huge turn for Captain Teambro.
So if you've never seen this interaction before, it's pretty awesome. Display of Ambition's mode of drawing 2 units from your void, and you can do that fast. And since that Elias came back already in Revenge, it has Destiny. So that means that when it comes back, it will immediately go into play and immediately draw a card.
And here it is. Right into Gozu's attack. This is going to be a huge swing.
So funny enough, when you bring a unit into play fast like this, it doesn't actually interrupt the relic weapon attack because it's not ambushing.
Right, but now the threat of we have the life-stealing flyer in play, not getting answered by the Runehammer. Gozu's actually in the situation of, I guess I have to use my Desecrate now to move this Elias out of the way. They can't afford to go to 3. They know there was a Rizon just drawn.
Yeah, if you were to attack with your 4/1 relic weapon into an 8/4, that would be really painful. Desecrate would also kill the Auric Runehammer, so a little bit of dyssynergy going on here. Looks like they're going to just have to suck it up and kill the Elias with Desecrate. The 3 damage dealt to the face finishes off the Runehammer.
Down to 8 here for Gozu. Rizon's coming down finally, removing the Red Canyon Smuggler from play. Actually, at the spell marker here, picking up Lifesteal. And Gozu, actually going upstairs. I actually like this. Now with the second Display of Ambition, they have the second Rizon in hand. They actually have it set up where Captain Teambro actually can just burn Gozu out.
Yeah, this is a tough moment. So Gozu's going to have to decide. The Rizon has Flying and Reckless and is only a 5/4. They could play the Zhou and hope that it will just attack into it, but they don't want to risk it. They don't want to put their tournament life on that line.
Yeah, I respect Gozu's play here. I think it's a little rough, though. Captain Team Bro, so many cards in hand. Can you really expect that not having the Zhou in play, you're actually going to be able to get across the finish line? Having to give up your unit in play. Yeah, now you're at 2. You've picked up another Zhou. What's really the path forward here?
So rather than play a treasure trove and hope to hit a removal, they just slam the Zhou, and now Captain Team Bro says, the doors are open, desecrate your Zhou, attack with Rizan, and Gozu's not even going to give them the chance. They scoop it up. Captain Team Bro advances to a round of to the 32.
Yeah, definitely a rough spot there for Gozu at the end of the game. I mean, you end up in the same situation choosing to harsh roll the turn previous versus the turn after, where you're playing a Zhou and basically, please don't kill my dragon. And, I mean, the dragon falls, Rizan hits through for the final points, and, you know, Team Bro moving on.
Yeah. So well done by them. Our producer, Michael Jacob, has got yet another match queued up, so we'll be heading down to that any moment now. All right, welcome down, and we've got Dreamer versus Stormblast, Zenan versus FTJ, and this will be the final match of a round of 64. These players are in Game 3, and we've got a site face-off here. Zolta Arcanum has come down and looks like it's already cashed in Ancient Lore and Zolta Convoy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Stormblast actually has their site ready to pop next turn, and Dizo Cabal Chairman will be coming down. But yeah, we see Dreamer's deck is coming together really nicely right now, attacking in with 2 Zolta Exiles.
Yeah, Dizo's going to have to do a huge amount of work here to get Stormblast out of this really rough situation. Dreamer, as you said, just firing on all cylinders. They have additional power in their hand. They've got 2 Zhous to spend that power. They have a Pride leader to gain extra health in case they somehow get into trouble that way. They've got a Rizan set up to finish off one of these threats. Stormblast is really under the gun here and really needs some big, powerful card to come back.
So Ebendune Smuggler ambushes into play. It's going to do something to help protect the site. Right now they're making their decision on the market, deciding what's going to be swapped out for that Seed of Mystery, and they just choose for Dark Return. So in their Void, which looks pretty stacked up, we see a Big Var, a bunch of Silence units, a Moonstone Vanguard. So nothing too bananas that they have, but, you know, some solid options that they can consider.
Right, nothing like an Azendel that you could return at this point. Really, you know, flip the script on this. I mean, the World Joiner being silenced is really rough. If the World Joiner wasn't silenced, Dreamer's hand isn't really well set up to deal with a large unit.
So on the other side, Dreamer elects to just cash in a Treasure Trove, not applying any additional units to the board. Now Dizo, Cabal Chairman, comes down. 4/6 unblockable, no units for it to sacrifice. So now Stormblast has a decision to make this turn in terms of, do they want a Dark Return, get another unit, or do they want to try to get the second site going in Zenan Temple?
Yeah, it is somewhat appealing here, given the Teacher of Humility draw, possibly, you know, playing the Temple out, maybe trying to Augury, try to find some additional threats here, get the Teacher of Humility out. Additionally, you could just end up playing the Dark Return, maybe getting back that Moonstone Vanguard, try to draw additional cards that way.
I like the line of scaring the Dizo, because it'll make it a 6/4 unblockable.
I mean, with 4 strength, however, already facing down against the Arcanum, they're going to be able to finish off that site in one go. And here we're actually going to see just the biggest Vara that Stormblast can actually put together here. Dark Return, get back now an 8/8 Deadly Lifesteal Vara, pair that up with Teacher Humility. Stormblast is in a reasonable situation. They really need to fade a Smuggler, though, as that would be the disaster scenario, finding a Shenra Speaks out of the market.
Sabretooth Pride Leader comes down, ambushes, gains 3 health, and now we see Harmony of Flame, +1 power this turn for each unit that Dreamer has, and it reduces the cost of each spell in their deck by 1.
Yeah, so going forward, we'll see how that affects things. Maybe the Surprise Defiance will come up for 0 power, but right now, all it's going to do for Dreamer is grant them 1 extra power here, so maybe we'll see a Zhou plus a ton of Find the Ways come out. Or now they have the option of double Rizan, maybe taking out this Dizo to help protect their site.
Yeah, amazingly, Dreamer will be able to only make a play of double Rizan this turn, so
only double Rizan.
Pretty solid. They're not also going to be able to get the Zhou down. So on the other side, that Dizo's office's agenda is done, so no spells for Stormblast. Now they're going to have to figure out exactly how they can navigate this turn. Do you Augury looking for something different? Do you Zen Initiation and try to pick off one of these Rizans?
Yeah, it's a rough spot because Bren is just so powerful, so deadly coming down the next turn. With several 1-cost spells in hand, they're just going to get all the power back from all of those. Smuggler helps out. There's not a ton of appealing options left in their market at this point. Again, there's not something like an Azendel to go get. They've already grabbed both sites, and Stormblessed actually just realizing, hey, I know those Zhous are there. They've already played these treasure troves. My market, I'm out. I've got nothing left. I've already used the Dizo's office. I've already used the Zenan temple. Not enough left in the tank. Stormblessed going to pack it up.
All right, so that'll do it for our first round of the day, but there is some good news. While our first round of action might be done, it is card preview time. So if you've been paying attention, over the past week, we have unveiled that we have a new campaign coming soon. And with that brings an additional 21 new cards to the Eternal game. And we've unveiled a couple so far. You can go and check them out if you go onto Reddit, if you check out our social media channels. We've got an exciting new one to show you. Corey, are you excited to unveil the Archgriffin Patriarch?
Yeah, so this is one of my favorite cards when we were playtesting. This is a 5-cost Huru flying unit, so Justice, Primal, 4/4, flying endurance, and on summon, you get to draw a card for each curse on the enemy player and their units. So if you have 5 curses out between, your permafrosts, maybe some other curses in play because you've built a curse synergy deck, maybe some calms from Soothing Shortbreaks, you're going to get an extra card for every single one of those. And I mean, this is a threat. Can't permafrost this. Pretty reasonable body. I'm really, really excited for the Patriarch and see what it's going to do.
Yeah, the options for what a Huru or maybe a Huru plus Shadow Curse deck can do now with the Patriarch, it's going to be really exciting to see. I know I've drawn a lot of cards in testing with the Patriarch. I've seen you draw a lot of cards. There's a lot of potential to this card.
Yeah, there were several draw 9s on Andrew's side where cards were flying into the void because he would draw too many cards in playtesting. And yeah, I'm really excited to see what the community can come up with this.
Yeah, and this is just such a different dimension that the curse deck has had in the past, because in the past, if you really wanted to sort of draw cards with curses, it really felt like, wanted poster was the direction you needed to go. This is going to open up all kinds of new space, whether it's playing inferiority complexes off your Temple Shihans or your Outcast Fortresses, playing or off of Cobalt Coin. There's a lot of incidental ways to potentially pick up an extra curse here or there. So it's going to be interesting to see when players are going through the deck building once they get their hands on this card very soon. We'll leave it at that.
Spoilers.
But yeah, so Archgriffin Patriarch is one of the new cards in Promises of Firelight, our campaign that'll be dropping soon. It's an exciting new story campaign unveiling a lot of the world of Zolta, and we're really excited for you all to get to try it. For right now, we're going to take a couple-minute break, get our next round set up, and we'll be back with the round of 32 coverage. We'll see you soon. Welcome back. We're here for round 32 coverage of ECQ Promises by Firelight. We've got 32 players remaining. One of them is going to be qualifying for our World Championships today, and today the players are playing for a $3,000 prize pool. Before we get into the tournament, we wanted to let you know about an exciting new product that's coming to the Direwolf Digital Store. So, Eternal Chronicles of the Throne is our Eternal deck building game. This is a physical paper game version of Eternal that you can play. So if you've played other deck building games in the past, Clank is another one that we make that has some similarities. This is a really fun game that brings the deck building genre and adds the attacking, blocking components, the divergent sort of synergies and play patterns that you get when you play a deep strategy card game like Eternal, and brings it into a setting that works great that you can play at your kitchen table for 2 to 4 players. So this is Eternal Chronicles, and on the store right now, we have pre-orders for the first expansion to the game, Gold and Steel. That'll be coming next year, and you can pre-order it now. It does require the base game to play, so if you haven't picked up your copy of Eternal Chronicles, make sure you pick it up. There's a bunch of exciting new mechanics and cards coming to the game. The art is largely inspired from the Eternal digital game that we're working today. And the exciting news is that for the first time, European and Canadian customers will be able to pre-order the game. So if you haven't had a chance and tried out Eternal Chronicles yet, highly recommend doing so. And if you've enjoyed the game so far, I know I've gotten a chance to play the expansion a bunch, and it's a lot of fun. It brings a bunch of cool new elements to the game.
Yeah, the Direwolf deck build, like the deck building team, is just knocking it out of the park. They've been absolutely crushing it the last couple of years. And I mean, the Eternal Chronicles of the Throne has just been an absolute blast to play.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when I got to play it, and in sort of the play testing back before the original game was released, and want to do that some of the time rather than going home and doing anything else. I was like, can I just stay here, hang out with you guys, and play until we have to come back to work tomorrow?
So for round 2, we're going to be watching Colacoma. They're going to be on Reanimator, and they're going to be playing up against an FGS player. And so I'm excited to see the Reanimator deck in action. This is an archetype which has been reinvigorated ever since about a year ago. We restored VAR back to her full glory in terms of being able to just sort of bring back massive amounts of shadow units. It's one of the, VAR is an iconic character in Eternal. It's really cool to see one of the best combo decks in the game be centered around her.
Yeah, so this matchup is actually going to play out a variety of different ways, and it's actually been interesting for me to see how the adaptations that the FJS control decks have made, how this actually interacts with the reanimation strategy. I think that if we see an early Vara come out, I think that we're going to see the Reanimator deck take this down if they can go wide onto the board. It depends exactly on how many harsh rule style effects the Ambition deck's going to show up with. However, if they're showing up with the all-fast removal package that we've seen some players playing with the Eclipse Dragons, it's going to be tough to see if they can actually get across that finish line and finish off before several, Azendels come down or Black Sky Harbingers join the party.
Yeah, so this is going to be our round of 32 match, as we said before. Single elimination.
Yep.
If either of these players loses this best of 3 match, they're done. The winner is going to move on. In round 1, we saw Eric 9099 advance, doing well with Skycry control. It definitely seemed like some of the slower, more mid-rangey strategies were doing a great job in round 1. It'll be interesting to see. We didn't get a chance to see combre aggro in round 1. We'll see if we can spot that deck. It's the most popular deck in the tournament. But for right now, we're going to be checking out Reanimator versus FJS, and our match is ready to go. Welcome to Top 32 coverage. I'm Andrew Beckstrom, joined by Curry Burkhart, and we have an Ambition control strategy up against Colacoma on Reanimator. So the first couple turns of the game, both players are getting set up, and this Sporfolk coming down. What's this doing for the Reanimator deck, Corey?
Yeah, so Colacoma is looking to fill their void up with specifically that Vara Fate Touched, and now they need one other shadow unit that they really want to bring back. They could just try to chain off, bring back a ton of friends if that shadow unit ends up making additional units. So in this case, Kola has the 4th power. They need one more power to be able to play this Grasping at Shadows they have sitting around in their hand, of which they have 3 of right now. And then they'll be able to bring back the Vara, which can bring back additional shadow units. And now with that Azendel in their Void, that will summon 2 more shadow units, which can bring back 2 additional friends, thanks to Vara's ability.
Yeah, Vara is one of the most powerful units in the game. And Kolakoma, they look all set up to go here.
Yeah, so this is going to be the showdown of Big Vara versus Baby Vara, and not surprisingly, Baby Vara looks like it's going to be a little bit outmatched here, as I think we're going to see... Interesting.
Wow, Kolakoma wants more setup.
Kolakoma getting greedy. They're actually going to be able to discard a Felrock, which is one of the new additions to this strategy over the course of the last couple months. This is going to cause Allison to have to discard a card to Felrock's ability, and then based on its cost, they actually have to discard that many cards from their deck as well.
So Felrock the Outcast, the new 6-drop from Flame of Zolta, 6 cost 5/2, and if it gets discarded and you have 3 Primal and 3 Shadow, you get to play it from your discard for free.
And now, with that Torch happening, Felrock's back in the Void. We're going to see the chain off go Fate Touched, get back Azendel, bring out 2 additional units that can get back. Now maybe the Spore Folk help fill up the Void, and that Felrock.
Wow, look at this go. Vara brings back Azendel. Azendel plays 2 more Shadow units, which Vara sees allowing Kolakoma to bring back 2 more Shadow units from the Void. Sporefolk comes down, fills up the Void. Felrock comes down. Felrock with its summon, the enemy player discards a card from their hand. Just a ton of value so fast in the game.
Yeah, this is a great spot for Kolakoma. I mean, when you end up playing one of these combo Reanimator strategies looking to go over the top of these powerful control decks, and you get paired up against FJS and you have a start like that, that's the dream scenario for Kolakoma. And with that, really quick game 1 win.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. There are some tools that Winchester Ambition players can turn to if they're trying to be better against Reanimator. What are some of the ones that you look to?
Gavel is the first one that I look for. If you have a Red Canyon Smuggler and you can put the Adjudicator's Gavel in your market, preventing those units coming out of the Void, it's one of the best options you can have. I'll be interested to see if Allison actually has that available to them in their market for this next game.
Yeah, and the Reanimator players typically are pretty poor at interacting with a relic.
Yes, no. The Feln strategies, they don't usually end up playing something like Disrupt or something to kill one of these relics, and not many of them are reaching into Time or Fire to try to pick up additional options like Ruin or Disjunction to take out those pesky relics. Instead, they're just rolling the dice and just hoping that players aren't showing up prepared for these Reanimator strategies.
So our players are getting set for Game 2 right now. Allison will be on the play for Game 2 with their Ambition control deck. This is going to be a tough matchup for them. They're going to need to have some pretty good opening hands.
Yeah, if I'm on Allison's side of the table, I'm kind of just hoping that Kolakoma doesn't have a great start. And outside of that, I'm just going to try to have a hand that I can get onto the table aggressively and actually put Kolakoma on a clock. You have to realize that even though you're a control deck, in this spot, what Kolakoma can do with their Reanimator strategies go so over the top of what Allison is doing that I can't look to play a game where I systematically pick off each of their threats with my powerful dragons and Valkyries, that I just have to put some pressure onto the table, use my Red Canyon Smuggler, use my Varas, and try to get them dead.
So for our round of 32 players, they've got to win about 5 more matches in order to reach the finish line and qualify for the World Championships. But nonetheless, it's been an impressive showing just to reach this point. You know, these players have played a bunch of Eternal this weekend, and just reaching this stage is a big accomplishment.
I mean, you have to battle through thousands of players in the preliminary rounds, and I mean, most of our players here finished with an 18-10 record or better, one as good as 23-5. I mean, you have to play A, a lot of Eternal, B, you have to play it so well to battle through the game's best players over the course of one weekend to get to this stage. I mean, if I exited in top 32, wouldn't be disappointed with my weekend.
No doubt, but these players have big ambitions. So for Allison's side, they're figuring out their strategy right now, their battle plan. Yeah, as you mentioned, one of the best things that I love about the market in Eternal is that it allows you this ability to continue to play with the same deck that maybe you've put a lot of work and love into and effort, and then customize it so that you have the right tools for whatever direction the metagame goes. If you find that you discover, you know, maybe this deck isn't that popular, but I am really bad against it, so maybe I need to sacrifice this other card that's really good in the mid-range mirrors for something that helps me a bit against the void combo decks like the Reanimator decks.
Yeah, one of my favorite things to do with decks is just the tinkering. I love when I have a core engine that I'm really into, that I've really enjoyed, and then the access to the market where I'm like, yeah, maybe I want a Stormhalt Knife because I've been really weak against this strategy for some sort of Justice Smuggler or Merchant that I have. And then, maybe you're Allison seat and you're like, oh man, I really wish I had a Gavel. Maybe you switch a Gavel into your deck. Maybe the next time you're like, oh, maybe I could use a Regent's Tomb for some of these other control decks.
All right, it sounds like our match is ready to go, so we're going to head on down. All right, welcome for Game 2. Kolokoma on Reanimator up against Allison on Ambition Control. And on the top of the screen, we see Kolokoma's got an early hand where they have access to a couple of big units in the form of Akantha and Vara, a discard outlet in Back Alley Delinquent, and then that Corendon Merchant does a great job of pulling Grasping of Shadows out of the market. On the bottom of the screen, it looks like Allison's gone pretty low with their opening hand. Looks like they went down to 6, and right now they're just digging for the tools that allow them to put any kind of pressure with nothing going early.
Yeah, Allison, pretty short here on pressure, nothing to do on turn 3, whereas looking at the game from Kolokoma's perspective, they already have it set up. They have the ability to get this Vara into their void, the Back Alley Delinquent. Their Corendon Smuggler is going to have the ability to go get the Grasping at Shadows from the market. What they really need to set up now is what are they getting back with this Vara, as their Sabotage here just straight whiffs.
Yeah, that's funny. That's the upside for Allison having a sort of anemic opening draw, is they weren't stranded with any removal spells for Sabotage to hit.
I mean, and looking at this isn't the worst situation from Allison. I mean, yes, there's a Vara in the void. I'd be afraid of that. But, I mean, you don't know that Kolokoma can actually do anything with it yet. Yeah, they now have the ability to go get it out with this Grasping at Shadows. But, I mean, you are set up with a Rizon and a Karia coming down in the next couple of turns.
Hidden Road Smuggler, a potentially exciting pickup for Allison, could allow them to get a Regent's Tomb that would stymie the early Grasping at Shadows. We'll have to see what direction they want to go, because they do have the ability at this stage to now start getting a little more aggressive and thinking about just curving Rizon into Akaria the Liberator.
Yeah, I really like Allison's option here of getting this Regent's Tomb. It's very likely that Kolokoma here went and got a Grasping at Shadows out of their market. You want to sabotage that so badly out of your opponent's hand. And if you're looking at it from Allison's perspective, they're not going to just run out their Grasping at Shadows here that often and just get a 6/6 Vara into play and get back maybe a Back Alley Delinquent. Kolokoma really needs something bigger than that to have happen, and this Fel Rock's going to be the start to that.
Yeah, Master Cartographer draws and discards away the Fel Rock. Fel Rock means that Allison has to discard a card from their hand and discard cards from their deck equal to the cost, and since they throw away Big Akaria, 7 cards go flopping off the top.
Might help Allison a little bit here. Could enable Rizon to have lifesteal. They ended up discarding enough spells.
That's a pretty cool interaction.
Yeah, it doesn't come up that often, but, I mean, hey, maybe Allison can turbo out lifesteal now. They're already at 5 spells. So,
but just like that Master Cartographer and Felrock did a tremendous job at catching up Kolokoma against this Vara and Hidden Road Smuggler.
Yeah, and we're going to see the Regent's Tomb quickly played here by Allison. The Sabotage immediately fired off, and that Grasping at Shadows is hitting the void. And now they know that Kolokoma's got to strategize left to try to resculpt, try to redig to another Grasping at Shadows, maybe additional Fel Rocks. What they don't know about is that Encantha's sitting in hand ready to kill any of their units if they can get that into the void and get a Grasping at Shadows.
So an all-out attack from Kolokoma will take down the site, but at the cost of trading off a couple of their units. Not the worst thing if you're a Reanimator deck.
No, if you're the Reanimator deck filling up your void now with a Corendon Merchant, I mean, that's going to help you set up for the next go-around. And here, we're actually going to see Encantha head to the bottom, and Kolokoma is actually going to hold on to this additional Corendon Merchant. They have 2 great 6-drops in their hand, and unfortunately picking up another Vara here now. So Kolokoma is kind of brick wall. They really need to find a 6th power. Additionally, Grasping at Shadows at any time is just going to be a huge swing in this game.
So Corendon Merchant comes down. Choice in the market of Rindra's Choice looks quite attractive as it kills a multi-faction unit, and Rizon, Great Bowmaster, is a Rakano multi-faction unit.
Yeah, tough choice there between getting your 6th power or getting that Rindra's Choice and just trying to slow the game down. Kolokoma has some great options going long here in their hand. I respect the decision here to forego the 6th power and just kind of trust that their deck's going to provide them more power as the game goes on. However, Allison now getting another threat onto the table.
So Herald Song discards Falrock. Falrock comes down once again, forcing Allison to discard. And this is just a totally new dimension that Falrock is bringing to these Reanimator decks.
Yeah, it really gives you this additional grindy element where rather than trying to always combo and always finish off your opponent, ooh, a Zhou there, but one power off, the Falrock taking that Fire Sigil out. Now they also need to find a firepower, and the Windchest Contraband has already been transformed. They can't go and get the 8th power.
But let's see, maybe something really exciting will pop up for the options. So this is an Elder Astrologer is the pickup.
Hey, that's another powerful flying unit here for Allison. Allison is just going to try to go over this Falrock and completely ignore it. However, Black Sky Harbinger coming down, another lifesteal flying unit on the other side of the table. Kolokoma is going to be able to try to stabilize through this one Rizon. And now we're seeing a Red Canyon Smuggler.
Are any of these options that exciting for the Red Canyon Smuggler to grab?
Yeah, Allison's market here looks much more set up for these mid-range aggro strategies rather than the opponent also getting these really powerful flying units into play or reanimation strategies going on. That we see the Elder Astrologer come down, the Rizon and this Harbinger trade-off, and Allison's just hoping to draw another power at this point for the show.
Interesting decision by Kolokoma, so they elect not to deploy a Black Sky Harbinger. Instead, Herald Song plus Sporefolk are the pickups. Is that really what Kolokoma needs at this stage of the game?
I think if I'm in Kolokoma's seat, I don't need to fill up my void anymore. I just want to find the particular powerful cards. And we saw Grasping at Shadows fly off there, and Allison gets a Zhou down. Kolokoma's just going to have to play a Black Sky Harbinger. The Zhou's going to be able to use its ultimate ability.
Big missed opportunity, I think, there by Kolokoma. With the Black Sky Harbinger coming down, they could have attacked with the Falrock first.
Definitely.
And I think Allison's a good player. I've seen them around a bunch. I don't think they would have fallen for the bait and blocked with the Zhou, not with their health total as high as it is, but those kind of little opportunities, you always want to take advantage of them.
Every time you got a chance like that, I think that you got to take it. Even if it's a bluff from Kolokoma's side, you could get 5 more damage in, and Allison doesn't have any more lifesteal flying units in play with those Rizons removed. You could potentially, get one more Black Sky Harbinger off the top, maybe one more Falrock off the top, and you could actually build out a big enough board that you might be able to pressure Allison here.
A nice little move, attacking with the Zhou, pointing one of the damages at Black Sky Harbinger to ensure that the 4-4 could attack in past the 4-5.
Yeah, so Allison actually looking to set up for finding specific cards here. They want to find more interaction rather than just spending all of their power and killing off the Falrock and maybe doing a damage to the Harbinger to be able to push through. And here we're actually seeing Kolokoma sit back, not deploy their merchant, and Allison now full control, able to use this display of ambition, get back double Rizon if they want. I think that Allison's really in a great spot here. They just need to find the best way to navigate pushing through this last lifesteal flying defender in the Black Sky Harbinger Kolokoma has.
So Allison, with the option to just kill the Black Sky Harbinger, instead elects to go into the Void and is going to pick up 2 units. Bunch of attractive options, and it looks like Akaria plus Rizon are the takings.
Yeah, and the Valkyries unite here as we're going to see both of the flying units attack for Allison. The Harbinger does have to jump into the way, and Allison's going to end up using this Rizon that they just got back to finish it off here.
So a mighty Air Force has been set up from Allison. A Zindel off the top is, but not eminently playable.
Yeah, and no way to actually get units chaining off from the Void, and the flying squadron here of Akaria, Rizon, and Zhou are going to team up and finish off game number 2 for Allison.
Yeah, so tied it up, so we're going to be going to game 3. The Reanimator deck will be back on the play. And what was the pivotal moment in that game from your eyes?
The one turn where they had the Kolokoma had the Grasping at Shadows, didn't have the 5th power to deploy it, and then immediately coming back into Allison's turn, Regent's Tomb Sabotage, remove that option. There was never an opportunity to actually chain off with that Vara. And then we just saw Kolokoma kind of just flounder around. They played some powerful units. I mean, they played Falrock, they played double Black Sky Harbinger, but they just don't match up to the sheer strength that the, Rakano sort of big threat options that the Rizon and the Akaria offer, or the Zhou. So we sort of just saw the display of ambition bring those 2 Valkyries back, and that just cleaned up house.
Yeah, it seems like the Reanimator deck has the tools to be able to play a longer game and survive and interact a little bit more. But ultimately, I think Vara and a Grasping at Shadows kind of need to happen at some point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, you are the Reanimator deck. You have to be reanimating. You have to get that Vara out of the Void to really make the all-star starts happen.
All right, so our players are getting ready for game 3, and don't worry, we're not missing anything. As soon as they have started the game, we'll be heading on right down to the match for these players. This is a elimination game. The winner will be advancing to our top 16. The loser is going to go home, and we have got game 3 ready, so we're going to head down now. All right, here we are, top 32, game 3, win or go home. Allison versus Kolokoma, Ambition Control versus Reanimator. At the top of the screen, Kolokoma is going to kick things off with a nice looking 7 to my eyes. Strategize, Honor of Claws, allow a lot of selection for them to be able to put their combo together. On the bottom of the screen, we've got some early removal and Torch and Suffocate, and then what's next?
The Valkyrie Squadron. This hand from Allison just isn't cutting it for me. I think you really need the early threats coming down. I think you really have to pressure your opponent. You have to, I mean, the Smuggler does help a ton. I was going to say I really want some way to go get that Regent's Tomb out of my market. Even if it means I'm losing the Regent's Tomb to some early unit, I just need to make sure that I'm sabotaging Kolokoma and taking that Grasping at Shadows out of their hand. Kolokoma's side, we've already got Avara into the Void. Now we just need to find some additional things to bring back.
Joe gets shipped down to the bottom by Allison. I think it makes sense. I think they're looking for undepleted power right now.
Yeah, Allison's perspective, that the Seek power is going to enable them to play the Red Canyon Smuggler next turn, go get that Regent's Tomb out of the market. What they're really looking for, though, as you said, that 4th undepleted power such that they can play the Regent's Tomb on time here.
So Strategize is the next pickup, and with Avara already in the Void, I could see Avara being a reasonable option to put to the bottom.
Yep. Agree with you wholeheartedly, and looks like Kolokoma agrees, as they now have the setup to back alley Delinquent, get the Azendel into the Void, and they have the Karen Merchant that can go get that Grasping at Shadows out of their market.
So Red Canyon Smuggler is the next play from Allison, and yep, without the 4th undepleted power in hand, they still want to be set up for that Regent's Tomb in the future.
Yeah, just trying to set up for the next few turns, and from Kolokoma actually going to play their depleted power here. So I think that we're likely to see back alley Delinquent come down, pitch this Azendel, get a Sabotage, and
I love the way that Kolokoma is sort of bluffing this. They're sort of acting like they have Grasping at Shadows with this line, like they're getting it all set up, ready to go. They anticipate a Regent's Tomb is probably coming down, and they don't want a Karen Merchant until it comes down, so the Grasping at Shadows doesn't get taken.
Yeah, so it's actually going to be interesting here because Allison doesn't have the undepleted power to deploy this Regent's Tomb. I'm actually interested to see if Kolokoma is going to slow play it even further here in Honor of Claws.
I think that would make a ton of sense. So the attack from the Cartographer drops Allison down to 19. Now a pivotal moment. Do they Karen Merchant for Grasping at Shadows, or do they Honor of Claws?
Again, players have access to deck lists here. Kolokoma knows what options Allison has in the market. If you go through that market, what card do you think the Red Canyon Smuggler pulled out? There's just not many good options. And Kolokoma agrees. They're going to go with the Honor Clause. They're going to set up for a longer game. And look at this. Getting through these 3 cards that weren't going to do them a whole bunch outside of fill up their Void with additional options. They now have the option to play Merchant plus maybe Herald Song on the next turn. They can actually prolong this game a bit.
And on Allison's side, there is just no option, it feels like to me. You cannot wait on the Regent's Tomb. If Kolokoma has naturally drawn a Grasping at Shadows, it is devastating to let them take their next turn.
Yeah, and without access to a Torch or a Suffocate with an extra power here, the sight's going to fall, and now Kolokoma is kind of in the safe spot of knowing that they can deploy their Merchant, go get the Grasping at Shadows out of their market, and get ready to chain off on the next turn. Allison's under some huge pressure.
Karen Merchant comes down, exchanges Spore Folk for Grasping at Shadows. Another Spore Folk comes down, knocking another 5 cards from the top of Kolokoma's deck into the Void. I think I may have seen an Akantha go that way, but we already know there's an Azendel and Avara in the Void. With 3 units in play, Allison needs help and needs it fast.
No 6 power, can't deploy this Rizon. They have access to Voprex's Choice and Display of Ambition, which could both get some units out of their Void, but just nothing going here on Allison's side. They're actually just going to hold up the display to potentially kill some sort of unit this turn. And here we go. Kolokoma bringing back Avara, likely to get back an Azendel. If there was that end camp that they don't actually have any units that they need to kill.
Azendel revealed comes down, bringing along his Halisi Wisps. Those 2 shadow units proc Vara. That brings back alley Delinquent. That's going to discard Felrock. That's going to bring Felrock back. Vara is going to see Felrock come back. And you know what? Just bring them all back. They're all coming.
The whole party's here. We have a sabotage that's going to eliminate any potential harsh rule option that Allison could have, even if they had it in their hand right now. However, heads up play here. Now they're actually going to be able to display of ambition, get back the smuggler, but I think that they're just going to be a turn late from actually getting this harsh roll out of their market.
Wow, and display of ambition doesn't even kill a Zindel, so 3 cards will be stolen. Their costs will all be reduced by 2 as they flow over to Colacoma's side.
Not going to be doing a ton of use there at that Red Canyon smuggler or these suffocates at this point. I mean, Allison's at the point of the game where they're looking to just go to the Valkyrie party. But Colacoma, look at this huge board, drawing a ton of cards. I think I'm happy with the situation.
A really well-navigated game by Colacoma. They waited. They were extremely patient. They had a line that would allow them to do this earlier on in the game, but they did not want to risk getting that grasping at shadows sabotage by the Regent's Tomb, and they have been rewarded with a massive shadow army of legends, and that will carry them on to the top 16.
Yep, the heroes on Colacoma's side. I mean, great play, I thought, holding on to the Keratin Merchant, trying to dodge the Regent's Tomb, that whole little dance there, knowing the matchup really well. And, I mean, like we said, if the Grasping of Shadow goes off, because Allison doesn't have access to something like that at Adjudicator's Gavel, just cleaned house, getting back Azendale, getting this Lisi Wisp, getting Fell Rock going. I mean, that is exactly the scenario you're trying to set up with this Reanimator deck, and I thought it was splendidly played by Colacola.
So our producer, Michael Jacob, is on the hunt for another exciting top 32 match to bring you, and as soon as it's ready, we'll head on down. Colacoma advances to our top 16, putting them one step closer to booking their ticket to Worlds, and we are ready to head on down to the next match. All right, looks like we got a Huru versus combre matchup going. We've got an Auric Record Keeper and a Wind Elemental on the bottom of the screen. At the top of the screen, Valkyrie Enforcer comes down, silences that Minotaur, and things are looking pretty good for Pythias playing the Huru deck at a healthy 30 life. I'm guessing there was a Hojin involved earlier on in this game, and yeah, there's not even great attacks right now for Thorgal.
Yeah, Thorgal's in a rough spot here, not actually able to get anything going with their units on the ground. The Genev Merchant tag teaming here, holding back the fort, and now going up to the sky, making the additional owl. Thorgal's in a rough spot, really needed something like a Sword of Unity to come off the top, and now, I mean, 9 strength of flying units in the air. The Wind Elemental actually can't even trade for any of these flying units from the Huru side. I mean, if you're Thorgal, what do you actually do here?
Yeah, the spot is tough. It looks like they were able to get off to a good early start and put a disciplinary weights. That's probably why the Jotun Feast Caller in Pythias' hand is up to 7. They're just going to be forced to race with 9 strength of flyers in the air. Options aren't looking great. So on the other side, Pythias picks up power number 7. That means Jotun Feast Caller is coming. But first off, let's get a nice healthy attack for 9 in the air. The Wind Elemental could chump that 4/4 owl that Kothon brought along, but how far is that even getting you?
Yeah, Thorgal is going to make that chump block. They're going to try to say, hey, if I draw another flying unit, maybe I can survive one more turn as it only take 5 damage. However, no Sword of Unity off the top, no removal off the top. They're going to be able to make one big attack here, but it's still going to fall short to Pythias, and it looks like Pythias is going to advance to our top 16.
Yeah, an impressive attack for 17 coming along, but looks like that early Hojin from Pythias has just made too big of a difference in the race, bringing them down to 9, but with 9 strength of flyers in the air, it looks like it's going to be curtains for Thorgal. They play out the Borderlands, look out the last card in hand. We'll see an A-space alpha attack from Pythias, and Pythias will be moving on to our top 16.
Yep. Well played by Pythias to actually navigate, actually get their board into the air where they can actually navigate better against the combre units that happen to be just much stronger than the Huru units. From the Huru's perspective, if you're trying to fight on the ground, you can do that in the early turns when you have Hojon. Maybe you have something like Savagery to enable the Renown and actually get it big for a turn. But once turn 4, turn 5 rolls around where there's the Auric Record Keepers, there's the Nashes running around, you just can't fight on the ground anymore. You have to get to the air.
Yeah. So our producer, Michael Jacobs, getting our next match queued up. It looks like the one that they have is about to be ending imminently, so we'll potentially be on the hunt for another one after this. But yeah, it's been an exciting round. We've seen so far some 2 unique decks that we didn't see in the first round of the tournament in the form of Reanimator and in Huru this round advancing. The Huru decks are looking a little bit different than they did last season. Last season they were largely built around Sididi, but I've been seeing a lot of players having success trying to set up the mirror image plus savagery combo of granting one of your units killer and then mirror imaging it, and then there's a bunch of units which have awesome bonuses when they get a spell played on them, whether it's Hojin, Jotun Feast Caller, Geomar the Steel Tempest. There's a lot of exciting options.
Yeah, I don't remember which player ended up bringing that out. It was sometime in the middle of last year at one of our ECQs. But I remember just looking at that deck and falling in love instantly with all the combos that you were pointing out, where you could Savager and a Hojon, maybe mirror image it, move it on to a Jotun Feast Caller. Now, if those decks could get any Exalted into the mix also, there's some additional combos that they could have going on there. I really enjoy playing the Huru deck. I believe it's what I would have brought if I were playing this weekend, and I'm excited to see Pythias moving on to our top 16 with it.
Yeah. And I think the point that you made about how Huru is positioned, you don't have the biggest units, so when you play those sort of Justice, mid-range, aggro mirrors against Combre, you've got to figure out spots where you can leverage some of the unique cards that Primal gives you, whether it's Permafrost, Savagery, Mirror Image, to try to get huge tempo boosts that can help you recover against somebody who's just slamming down things like Nash, Teacher of Humility, Sickles, the Burning Sand.
Yeah, it's really important to identify what is the unique offerings that you have in the matchup, and how can you leverage those things to overpower what your opponent is doing.
All right, so our next match is queued up, and we're going to move on in. Welcome to Game 3 of this top 32 matchup between Ramus and Dreamer. At the bottom of the screen, we've got a Fire Time Justice control deck, and this looks like this is a little bit of an Ikaria mirror with a Rano Valkyries player at the top. One of their trademark cards in Roland's Intervention is being seen right now by Ramus as their scout decision off of their Crest of Glory.
Yeah, one of the giveaways here of the Valkyrie deck, if you will. The Intervention just being a really powerful tool for these decks, playing several Valkyries to try to protect, one of their strong threats from something like a Desecrate. And in this matchup, Dreamer are actually going to be light on interaction for a lot of those things.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how well the Rano Valkyries deck's doing our top 64. One of our premier streamers, Sunnyvale, spent a lot of time working in the last couple of days leading into this tournament on Rano Valkyrie decks, identified that Ikaria the Liberator might match up particularly well in a tournament where there was a lot of sites going on, maybe potentially some mid-range decks that were targeting the Elysian and Combre decks that have done well. And so this will be a sort of a test as to whether or not they can match up against the more traditional version of a Fire Justice go big deck in the form of Fire Time Justice, where their big payoff is Zoltar Arcanum.
Yeah, so from Dreamer's perspective here, they're going to be much better suited getting onto the table, trying to leverage the Zoltar Arcanum, actually getting out that additional power, setting up for something like a Kairos that is just much more powerful in terms of sheer card economy that Ramus can actually produce. Ramus has traditionally a lot of the same endgame that Dreamer is going to be producing here with their FTJ deck, where really, if a Kairos comes down, that's going to be the situation where Ramus is like, okay, I'm not fighting over this anymore, I just have to get you dead.
So, Ramus goes into their market and pulls out their market copy of Ikaria the Liberator, and they're still a few turns away. Aurelian Merchant will come down for Dreamer going into their market. It doesn't look like they have any exciting early game options. They have gone for some powerful stuff. Edict of Grodov is a 3-cost removal. Sword of Unity you traditionally play for about 6 if you want to get that powerful spellcraft. Shenra and Kairos are more additional late game options. So they've got to make a real decision here about where they think the game is going. And interestingly, they want to be able to make sure they don't get run over early and go for Shenra Speaks.
Yeah, I didn't actually anticipate that from Dreamer. I mean, we saw them put their market to great effect last round against stonescar aggro, utilizing the Sword of Unity, and I actually expected that one to be one of the more popular grabs here, given that they don't have something in the mid-range of the curve. Like, imagine you had a Worldbearer Behemoth there. It could have been pretty appealing. And here, now we see them picking up a second board wipe effect in Harsh Rule, and they're basically going to let Ramus here try to apply some pressure, maybe deploy an additional Valkyrie Enforcer, maybe their Winchest Merchant, clean up the board, and then try to leverage their one Ikaria that they have. Dreamer is actually in a spot here because they didn't have a powerful mid-range option in their market. They're actually falling behind here on threats, and they might fall behind in this game.
So on Dreamer's side, I think this is a spot where a card like Sabertooth Pride Leader shines. And I mentioned that it's not in their hand. But think about the effect it's having on this game. On Rammus' side, they have to make a hard decision. They're very much winning the race. They're very much ahead on board with only a Silent Aurelian Merchant in play on the other side. Do they want to play into a board wipe? And they don't, but the Saber-Tooth Pride Leader represents potentially a big swing where maybe it would compel them to feel a little more interested in applying more pressure fast. Instead, Rammus just says, you know what, even if you've got the Pride Leader, that's fine, I'll be able to work through it. I just don't want to get blown out by a board wipe here.
Yeah, Rammus playing it a little bit slow here, realizing, hey, I've got another Merchant in my hand, I've got this Ikaria that I've already gotten out of my market. I'm set up for a good late game. Let's just make sure I don't lose enough of that pressure going on here. And heads up, Dreamer does burn the Shenra Speaks, blows up the board, and now Rammus is just looking at how can I best set up going into these big Valkyrie turns.
Well, if they had a power in their market, Rammus would desperately want it here. They've got the 6 power source in their hand in the Justice Sigil, and really, this game seems like it's partly a race to see who can get down the Ikaria first. Obviously, it's attractive to get something like Deep Forge Plate or Stormhall Knife. They present powerful options. But does Rammus have the discipline to just go and get that Rakano banner and make sure they are set up to have the first Ikaria of the game next turn?
Yeah, this is the how much do you want to gamble situation. How much do you want to roll the dice that you have extra power coming versus how much do you think that you actually need the additional threats?
Additionally, Rammus will be confronted with the decision of do they want to play 2 flyers this turn in the form of both Windchest Merchant and Valk Enforcer, or do they just go for just the Windchest Merchant?
Here we go. On the clock here, time burning down. They are going to get the Stormhalt Knife.
Now, Stormhalt Knife does have some really nice utility. As a 5/5 relic weapon, it can kill opposing Ikarias through their Aegis.
Could kill some Rizons as well. I mean, the Stormhalt Knife is definitely a powerful pickup in this situation. I'm going to be interested to see exactly how Rammus actually can utilize this. Both players now desperately wanting their 7th power, and I think from Dreamer's seat, I mean, these Defiances aren't cutting it. I think that you can actually go get your Praxis banner out of the market, as I think we're still a ways away from Kairos time.
Kairos time is a fun time. So yeah, the Praxis banner an available option, as well as Time Sigil. It seems like with having that Smuggler in play right now, the banner is relatively safe. You know it'll come into play undepleted.
Yeah, and I don't think we're at a situation where you're looking at the Sword of Unity. I mean, Dreamer's still holding on to a harsh rule. They're willing to play a much more slow and developed game. Again, I believe that they have the more powerful end game. There they are. They're picking up the additional sigil here. They are set up now to play their Ikaria on the next turn.
So it looks like maybe Rammus will be playing an Ikaria this turn. Ikaria Valkyrie Captain, the pickup, gets powered up to a 4/3 flyer when there are 6 Justice Influence in play, which Rammus does have met, and it has that ultimate ability of making it so that you get to both get a Justice Sigil from your deck, and this is a really critical card in these Ikaria mirrors. You see how the Ikaria in Rammus' hand, that's thanks to the ultimate from Little Ikaria, and that means that if there are 2 flying endurance charge Ikarias on the board, that means that Rammus' wins is a 6/6.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing that matter already here as Rammus' Ikaria will be larger than Dreamer's. Additionally, it would prevent it from dying to something like a Stormhalt Knife if Dreamer ended up having one of those in their hand.
Or an Edict of Shavka.
Yep. Yeah, it gets around plenty of different options. Great synergy there in the Valkyrie deck. And here, battling right back with the big Ikarias. Ikaria the Liberator as a 6/6, going to push through the 5/5. And now Dreamer's in a situation where they're down to 10 health, and this Pride Leader, super large and in charge, but they're at the situation now of, how am I actually going to deal with this Ikaria that's bigger than mine?
Well, how about another Ikaria? Unfortunately, by playing the Treasure Trove, they no longer have the 7th power.
And this is actually looking great here from Rammus' perspective. They don't know about the second Ikaria yet, but they do have this Stormhall Knight that is going to be able to clear out this first one in the coming turn. They're actually in a situation where getting that Stormhall Knife is going to end up rewarding them so much, being able to remove this Aegis Flyer from the board and not having to rely on something like Valkyrie Enforcer to remove the Aegis and then some sort of removal effect like a Vanquish.
One thing to watch out for, that Stormhall Knife can be killed at pretty fast speed thanks to the Saber-Tooth Pride Leader. That 8/10, thanks to the Warcry 5 from the Ikaria for Dreamer, with its summon ability of being able to kill a relic, would be able to save Dreamer's Ikaria. Unfortunately, though, it wouldn't make it able to successfully block the 6/6 Ikaria on the other side.
Right, so they can protect their Ikaria, but that means that they can't actually deploy anything else this turn. They're going to have to hold up Defiance maybe. Maybe they'll want to remove the Aegis and plan to Harsh Rule on the next turn. Now it's ticking time for Rammus. How do you navigate the situation?
Yeah.
Like you said, the Pride Leader was something they could have been worried about several turns ago when they chose to not come in an extra flyer to the board, when they were worried about a board wipe effect like Shenra Speaks or Harsh Roll. Now you're in the situation, though, if that Pride Leader is still there, it's going to blow out your Relic Weapon. You're not going to make any progress of moving your opponent's Ikaria, and you're actually not going to deploy any additional threats, but they're going to go for it. They're trying to get a finishing move here. And the Pride Leader comes out, it's going to remove the Stormhalt Knife, it's going to halt Rammus's attack here, and now all they have is one good attack with their Ikaria.
Yeah, a great job by the Pride Leader, looking out for Ikaria that gave it a nice +5/+5 buff. So as you said, only the 6/6 Ikaria comes in. On Dreamer's side, look at this. They go for the chump block. That is interesting. They are saying, I cannot afford to be at 4 this game. And what they're really, really hoping for is a way to pop Aegis, but they don't find it.
Yeah, and unable to use the Defiance on the Ikaria due to the Endurance. So we're actually in a situation here where Dreamer trying to get around something like a double Torch coming down, or maybe Rizon plus Torch over a couple turns. They're actually in a situation now where they're facing down lethal in the air, can't actually keep their sight, have to put it on the bottom with a crest. They have the largest unit in play. They just can't actually get this Aegis off of this Ikaria and deploy their Harsh Roll.
So Sabretooth Pride Leader is going to attack in. It can successfully trade with any sort of block from Rammus's side that would attempt to kill it. It'll be interesting to see if Rammus says at this point of the game, you know what, my Winchest Merchant, it's worth 8 health. It's going to chump.
Yeah. One of the interesting things here, though, is if Dreamer can actually get a chump out of Rammus, they will actually survive through something like a Rizon or a Torch.
No,
Rammus heads up, doesn't bite, and now Dreamer's in a situation where to actually play around a Rizon or a Torch like they were last turn by blocking with their Ikaria, they have to use this Harsh Roll, and they're not going to be able to get Rammus's 6/6 Ikaria off of the table.
Yeah, this is a tough moment for Dreamer. No good options, just a couple of mediocre ones, and then we see the Harsh Roll will kill Baby Ikaria, Winchest Merchant, East Annex Smuggler, and Sabretooth Pride Leader, but Ikaria's Aegis keeps it alive. We're going to see another giant attack for 6. Because of Ikaria's Endurance, that Defiance cannot stun it, and Dreamer is looking low. But how much more can you afford to commit if you are Rammus in the face of a potential second Wrath?
Yeah, so it definitely looked like desperation there if you're viewing it from Rammus's side. This could end up meaning that there's another Harsh Roll in your future. They are going to play it slow. Does give Dreamer an option, but they've already pulled the Shenra Speaks out of their market.
And what can you do here?
So if you are Dreamer, you could end up using your East Annex Smuggler, getting the Edict out of your market. You could also then Defiance the little Ikaria, at which point you can bounce the Ikaria. It'll come back down with an Aegis later. You can kill the baby Ikaria with Defiance. You're going to be in a horrible, horrible situation, but it gets you through the turn.
That sounds like a loan from like a mob shark of lines. This line will allow Dreamer to chump the big Ikaria, Defiance the little one. They won't take anything, and they won't re-Aegis the Ikaria, so there at least is that. Unfortunately, on Dreamer's side, that's a second Torch, and I know Torch got nerfed to slow, but it looks like it's going to be still good enough here.
Rammus is going to make the attack, make sure Dreamer spends their remaining power, get all the options off the table, and with the second Torch, finish off Dreamer, advancing themselves to the top 16.
Yeah, so well done. Really the biggest moment of that match looked like little Ikaria giving that +1/+1 bonus. It's like, it's so easy to write off all of those little numbers, things where it's like, yeah, how much do I really care that my Ikaria is one bigger? But, you know, Sandstorm Titan's a 5/6. That means it wins that combat.
Yep.
And fellow Ikarias are 5/5s. Edict of Shavka deals 5 damage. There's just a ton of moments where that +1/+1 can be absolutely game swinging like we saw there.
Joe's additionally a 6/6. I mean, the +1/+1 onto Ikaria the Liberator is just absolutely huge. I mean, we saw it play out there. It was almost the entire game. It allowed the push through of Dreamer's Ikarias and allowed the Rakano Valkyries pilot moving through to our top 16.
Okay, so it looks like we have another match that is getting queued up by our producer, Michael Jacob. And do we have the go-ahead? Well, it looks like the match is going to be wrapping up pretty shortly. It looks like Manu S is going to be advancing to our top 16. So we're just going to hold it into the booth and see if there's any matches that aren't about to end imminently. All right, so looks like we're closing in on the end of round for right now. So we'll be back, and if there are any fans of Luis Scott Vargas, I heard him pull up just a moment ago.
Yep.
So he'll be tagging into the booth shortly. For myself and Corey Burkhart, we're going to take a couple-minute break, and then we'll be back for the next round, the round of 16.
See you
Stay
there.
tuned.
what's up?
Good morning, Luis.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Eternal Championship Qualifier. Luis Vargas here with Andrew Beckstrom, and you know we saved the best for last, and by that I mean me and Corey will be in the booth next round. But
Okay, we're gonna. That's how we're starting it.
we're gonna kick things off in the only way you thought we could.
Why don't we talk about the products that people have a last chance to get before they leave the Direwolf Digital Store?
That sounds good.
Okay. So there's two products that you can currently purchase in the game. The first of which is the Yoria Premium Bundle. So a new thing that we're doing with our promo cards is that when they come out, and we have a December promo coming in the next couple of weeks, and I'm very excited for you all to get to play with that. But anyway, what you get with this Premium Bundle is you get 4 premium copies of the promo. You get a theme deck. You get a premium avatar. So it's a really great deal, especially if you're interested in sort of getting a deck that's been designed to work well with the promo. So check that out. It's going to be leaving the store next week, so this is one of your last chances to get it. And the other thing that's going to be leaving is the Zoltan bundle for the Trials of Grodov. So that bundle gives you the full premium version of the Trials of Grodov set. In addition, you get premium Zoltan sigils. So if you've ever seen somebody playing in the game and they have these like stone carving sort of glowing sigils, those are the Zoltan sigils. That's how you get them. So this is one of your last chances to get it. So make sure you get them in the next couple of days before they leave the store. Additionally, we wanted to make sure that you're aware that Chronicles Golden Steel, the expansion for that, the pre-orders start for that on Tuesday. So we talked a little bit about that earlier. So it's an expansion to the Eternal physical deck building game that you can play with your friends, 2 to 4 players. So make sure you check that out.
Yeah, Chronicles is actually my favorite deck building game right now. We played a ton just because it's Eternal adjacent. Like if you're a fan of Eternal, you'll like it. You'll recognize the art. You recognize the cards. A lot of them kind of track to what they do. They're not exact clones. And if you like deck builders, it's a really fast-paced deck builder with a cool new twist.
Yeah, there's a bunch of fun new mechanics. If you're a fan of the warp mechanic in Eternal, the digital game, you definitely want to check out the warp mechanic in Eternal Deck Builder. It's a pretty cool idea. I don't want to spoil it, but definitely check it out.
Yeah.
All right, so bringing it back to today's tournament, we're again watching the Eternal Championship Qualifier. One of our players is qualifying for Worlds, and we're now up against our round of 16. Me and Corey asked the first 2 rounds, and now that we're getting really into the thick of it, we've got you ready to go.
Right.
But it actually looks like the matches have gotten started, so we're going to head on down now. All right, welcome to our round of 16 coverage. Andrew Beckstrom with Luis Vargas, and we've got Elysian Aggro up against Firetime Justice Control.
Yeah, and this is kind of a classic battle where the control deck is obviously trying to keep its health total high, keep the board clear, and the Elysian deck is just trying to trigger Nightfall, get Teacher of Humility going, and make it so that the control deck is actually kind of flooded on cards. It's not an attrition game. LYV is not looking for to grind their opponent out or to get 2 ahead on cards. They're looking to just kind of end the game with Aiden still having 6+ cards in hand.
Yeah, definitely. Lots of expensive cards in Aiden's deck. Zoe of the Endless Horde, Zoltar Arcanum, and Akari the Liberator all being played in high numbers. And that Scorpion Wasp comes down, and look at this. The Berserk attack from Teacher of Humility means that even though the Scorpion Wasp got a block in, the disciplinary weight still came down.
Yeah, that's insane. Berserk on Teacher, usually just, some extra damage. In this particular case, though, it was critical.
So now the disciplinary weights is on Aiden. Every additional card they draw this game will cost 2 more. So Aurelian Merchant goes into the market. Whatever it pulls out, it's going to cost 2 more unless it's a power card. Power cards don't have costs. And yep, we see wisely them just pull a Combre banner. On the other side, Sodi Spellshaper and Borderlands Lookout have been the pickups since for LVI.
And even though LVI is kind of stuck on power with just 3, look, every card in their hand costs 3 or less, and most of them cost 1 or 2. So they'll be able to play multiple cards a turn. Plus, Sodi Spellshaper can give them access to additional cards, assuming they get some hits in.
One interesting card that LVI is going to have to figure out how to navigate is Swift Refusal. That 1-cost spell in their hand allows them to negate any spell that's played that isn't fast, and Harsh Roll is not fast. That's what that one is about.
What about Torch? Is that one fast?
Torch is now not fast.
So, yeah, and then here comes Elemental with Aegis, which would already be good against Harsh Rule, but yeah, that swift refusal. Aiden has to be aware of it.
And they're definitely aware of it now that they see a pause from LVI when they play that torch. So they elect to not even play the Harsh Rule. Instead, they're just going to set up for this Sabertooth Pride Leader.
All right, down comes the Spell Shaper here.
Oh, and this is going to be a tough turn. Because that Sabertooth Pride Leader is a 3/5, that Spell Shaper on the Ice Elemental means it's going to get eaten up if it comes in. And thanks to Teacher of Humility being reckless from the Berserk attack, it means LVI's options for what to do here are pretty limited.
I feel like LVI knows what's going on.
Yeah.
It didn't attack with the 4-2, and is just like, here's the grim reality that, that Sabertooth's going to come down, going to eat the disciplinary weights, also eat the teacher, just clean it all up in one fell swoop. And even though LVI was able to, kind of suss that out and wait on that attack, it still was a blowout.
Stormholt Knife is a really great option here for Aiden. The 5/5 Relic Weapon is going to kill the 4/2 Aegis Berserk. Sodi Spell Shaper it up, Ice Elemental.
So one of the things about these Legion aggro decks is they play exceedingly well when they're on the front foot, but when they're on the back foot, so many of their cards are just not that good. And it's just not it's not very effective to be equivocating your opponent's, units if they then are going to have time to replay whatever they get.
Right. So the 5/1 Relic Weapon is still in play. It only took 4 off of the Ice Elemental, and now LVI's got to figure out sort of what they can be because they are up against it. There's an 0-3, a 3/5 in play, a 5/1 Relic Weapon. Like, can they even afford to be playing around and holding up Swift Refusal at this point?
Well, kick things off with a Permafrost. Send in the lookout with Berserk here.
Yeah, Aiden's a little power strap. They've got 2 Zoltar Arcanums in hand, so they're not willing to chump. But look at that. By taking all of that damage, they drop down to 9. Now the Stormholt Knife in their hand is now free since they're under 10.
Yeah, and the LVI is looking to decide whether Nash Unrelenting is the play, which would open them up to Harsh Rule pretty badly.
Yeah, the one saving grace of that is that Aiden doesn't have any more power drops in hand, so the way that Aiden's going to play this is they're going to equivocate the Aurelian Merchant and try to just limit Aiden's ability to be able to play any of the powerful 7 or 8 drops.
And Stormholt Knife just kind of, throws that plan into the trash barrel here because that's going to take away any sort of pressure LVI has and at 0 cost.
Eastanic Smuggler comes down, digging through the market.
What do you think the makeshift barrier in the market is there for?
I think it was equivocated earlier in the game. It was put there. It's pretty hard to pull factionless cards out of the market. In fact, it's literally impossible.
Yeah, it just makes it an odd market choice, I suppose.
And this is why we have Luis here, to lighten the mood with such questions. Stormholt Knife takes out Nash, takes some damage along the way, dropping Aiden down to 7. But with a Scorpion Wasp in it.
Premonition Wisp gonna go wild here. Equivocated units are a pretty funny way to kind of end the game. Ooh. All right, Psychologist the Burning Sand.
Ooh.
Okay, Defiance was a pretty good one there.
Yeah.
Not gonna kill it, but still stunning. It's gonna take the pressure off, and with so many cards in hand, all Aiden needs to do is survive.
So funny little interaction. They got a Premonition Wisp off of the Equivocate. That's a 3-cost 2/2, and the first time that Aiden gains health while it's in play, they'll get a 4/4 Restless Radiant. And you know what? That sort of unity could be the thing that procs it. Oh, Daring Griffin. That's a flying attacker. That opens up some additional gameplay for them.
Yeah, and remember that Psychologist just got stunned for, a turn there. So that Griffin, if it ends up exalted onto it, that still is a pretty big threat.
Yeah, Aiden doesn't have... What are their options here? If they stand together from Sword of Unity, that'll pop the Daring Griffin.
And that'll make Psychologist a lethal threat. But I guess they will get to gain some life off the Sword of Unity. So they go to 11, and then they take 8. Yeah.
So they're just digging through the market. The sword's not even going to come down. Edict of Grodov. Okay.
Still countered by that Griffin.
But maybe it'll let them set something up.
They could potentially Scorpion Wasp the Griffin and then bounce Psychologist, and then the exalted weapon will fall off. But then you still have to contend with Psychologist coming back down. Or you just double block Psychologist or something like that.
So is this bait here? Aiden's attacking. If the Daring Griffin were to block, it would put the weapon onto Sikalis, making that a lethal threat in the air.
But your opponent just went to the market. You know that this little piggy's got an Edict of Grodov in hand, right? It's pretty hard to
This little piggy. All right, so Emblem of Linray offers up something new. It offers up an Aegis unit. So now if the Daring Griffin dies, that could go onto the 3-1.
And a great play to play that before attacking.
Yeah.
You really don't want to end up in a spot where you have a Daring Griffin and no other units in play. Otherwise, any spell just pops the Griffin for no effect.
Smart. Scorpion Wasp comes down, goes onto the Griffin. Eastanic Smuggler trades, but some overwhelm damage gets in, dropping them down to 5.
No, that 6/3 flying Aegis, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
That wasn't a power, so Aiden can't play the sword to gain life and also play Edict of Grodov. They're just going to have to gain some health here and go up to 10. Well, I guess that's not the end of the world.
Yeah, and then we're going to get to see this Premonition Wisp Ultimate Fire Off. You probably can't afford to make this trade if you're LVI. It just removes all of your attackers, right?
Oh, no, definitely not. So LVI needs to find a little bit more pressure here.
Yeah, right now they're just kind of like trading damage chunks with 5 gaining back on the other way.
Yeah.
It's not impossible. All right, what does that 7th power do anything for Aiden? Is Zoltar Canon what the game's about right now?
I don't.
Oh, wow. Swift refusal.
Just counter the treasure trove here.
Yeah.
All right, well, I guess if you're in a spot where the Swift Refusal has been rotting in your hand for 10 turns and Harsh Roll would not really do a whole lot, like, I think LVI wouldn't even mind a Harsh Roll here.
LVI is pretty close to dead to the Edict. Is it lethal? It looks like maybe it's a point short if they just bounce the Teacher of Humility.
Bounce Teacher, block the 4/4, yep, take 8.
But that was pretty close. They're on the knife's edge right now, LVI.
Yeah, and, you know, that Sword of Unity is really getting some work done. Okay, so
does that get them over the line? It looks like it's a unit short.
It's 1 point short, and that's not counting the Edict, of course.
Right, of course. The Edict does provide some critical interaction. So do you just put that onto the Ice Elemental instead because you know it's more likely to get in?
Yeah, you could also potentially just equivocate onto the Wisp with Sword of Unity so that if you draw another card here that can do something, the Aegis is now gone.
Yeah, I think I like that line. But, oh, very savvy. So the Edict of Grodov puts the Equivocate from the Sodi Spellshaper on the bottom. What's the draw off the top? Crest of Wisdom.
Not going to do it. So now, well,
not enough fire influence for Ikaria.
So, but still, at this point, you block the sword. You take 2. Yeah, this just lethal if Aiden just attacks with everything, right?
Yeah, it's tough to see another way around this. Yep. They see the line, they go for it, they cash in for lethal. Wow. So Premonition Wisp, text coming off. You always got to be careful. You're kind of playing with fire when you're playing with Equivocate, but you're also kind of playing with Time and Primal.
Yeah, I was waiting to see if that's where you were going. I just think like, what's the simplest possible joke from here? But yeah, so it's funny. The Premonition was making the 4/4 did end up mattering a little at the end. Mostly, it was just a body to hold Sword of Unity.
Yeah.
But that did the trick. And again, that even though there was Daring Griffin led to a pretty good comeback. Like that was one of the few cards that could really get LVI back into the game. It was still once you're on that back foot, just a lot of your cards are just they're cards that delay things happening. They don't actually accomplish anything.
The thing that impressed me from the Firetime Justice side was all of the removal that they had that interacted well with Aegis units. When you play with Scorpion Wasp, Sabertooth Pride Leader, and Stormhalt Knife, you have a lot more flexibility than if you're playing with Shadow removal, for instance, at killing Aegis threats.
Yeah, definitely. Alrighty, it looks like the game's up, so let's head back down.
All right, welcome to our top 16. It's game 2. Aiden on Firetime Justice Control is up a game against LVI on Elysian Aggro, and they're kicking things off nicely on the play with Initiative Sands. Has that been a good opening for you historically, Luis?
Oh yeah, I mean, leading with Initiative is definitely the way to go, and a turn 2 Teacher of Humility is also looking pretty good here.
Yep. Aiden just they don't have undepleted power or the kinds of cards they need to play with undepleted power. How are they going to get back into this one? Because things are looking bad, and it's only turn 2.
It's turn 2. It's already, yeah. This is not great. I mean, this is the downside to playing these kind of like tri-faction control decks. You have a lot of depleted power. You have, Find the Way. You just have cards that don't do anything.
So does LVI get down the Dusk Raider before hitting with the Teacher of Humility? The Inspire giving Berserk, it pairs quite nicely with the Teacher of Humility's Infiltrate, drawing a player for both sides. But there's no guarantee that the Teacher is actually going to get in. If you're LVI, you are smelling a Defiance. And there is no Defiance. Disciplinary Weights comes down, draws a card for both players. It draws this... I feel like Aiden didn't quite think that through. They kept the Sabertooth Pride Leader on top with the Crest, and they kind of knew that it was going to get cost increased. It's much better if it's a power on top for them.
Yeah, that could be a little bit of a misstep. LVI taking this opportunity to play a Geneva Merchant here and pick up a Swift Refusal from the board.
Best installation against Harsh Rule.
Oh, I guess one advantage to just playing Elysian here is you get to play the OG Merchants, and you actually get to have a market that contains cards in your deck. You're not restricted to making those two unique.
Yeah, LVI's made some really strong calls about what they think this tournament's about, and having 3 copies of Swift Refusal in their starting deck, plus additional copies with access to from Geneva Merchant, means that they have a very clear idea about how they want to be playing the games. On Aiden's side, just still digging for just undepleted power with these things to play. They discard.
Discarding the hand size is rough. We have a pretty generous hand size here in Eternal.
Yes. Yep, you can have up to 9 cards and you won't have to discard end of turn, but that 10th card's got to go. So Nightfall plus Sodi Spellshaper, beautiful synergies coming together. The Dusk Raider gives the Geneva Merchant Berserk. Everything's ridiculously expensive. I mean, what is going on the other side? At least they drew a Defiance for their first draw of the turn.
Yeah, Defiance not bad, especially as the first draw, because now Aiden can play an Aurelian Merchant here and then leave up Defiance to kill like a Dusk Raider, I suppose, or maybe a Teacher of Humility.
So an expensive Shenra Speaks comes down to an oof. Sakalis the Burning Sand plus Berserk in charge. That is a hard to deal with one. But, Defiance is something.
Yeah. If your sand is burning for too long, you are recommended to see a doctor.
So the one unfortunate thing about going for the Sakalis this turn is that it would use up all of LVI's undepleted power. They would not have access to Swift Refusal to insulate against a Harsh Roll. So I could easily imagine them being this far ahead. Just to saying, you know what, at some point this game, Sakalis is going to be really good.
There is a possibility that LVI gets greedy and assumes that their Geneva Merchant's going to hit and they're going to draw an undepleted power off of the Sodi Spellshaper, but that's a little ambitious.
Once again, Luis manages to find the greediest line imaginable. LVI is going to stay and say, you know what, I'm way ahead on this board. I don't need to do anything that reckless.
Yeah, it's true. Especially with Swift Refusal, Double Merchant, Equivocate in hand in addition to the Psycholist, like, you got a lot of options here.
Yeah. And it's basically going to be next to impossible for Aiden to win if they ever get to a turn where they use up all of their power and pass the turn, and that Sakalis comes down. With them only being at 12, that's just going to be a lot to deal with. And we see Aurelian Merchant just chump blocking. The one saving grace is Stormwall Knife is now online.
It turns out they didn't get the extra card. They weren't going to get a chance at undepleted power.
Yep. Aiden is seeing all of the angles. Unfortunately, the angles right now are how do you possibly come back against this many units in play underneath disciplinary weights?
And there's a couple good options here, and LVI picks up another Sodi Spellshaper.
Not bad.
So Stormwall Knife is one of the few cards that could even give Aiden a ghost of a chance here, but it's going to be rough.
Yeah, it'll pick off the Geneva Merchant, who both had Aegis and had a Sodi Spellshaper on it, so a nice one to get rid of. Unfortunately, that other Geneva Merchant with Aegis and Berserk is going to be a real nice place for the second Spellshaper to show up.
Yeah, because with Berserk, it draws 2 cards.
Synergy.
Also, Disciplinary Weights just low-key making all these smugglers into power fetchers more than anything else. Just
Yeah,
getting that Shenra Speaks and having it cost 7, not really that likely to work out. Okay.
Uh-oh, shields are coming down.
Is this lethal? You block the Merchant and you take 9? I guess it's not.
Are you counting in that Sikalis, the Burning Sand?
Yeah. well, permafrost makes it then lethal. Because I don't think it was quite lethal before because it could have
Berserk plus Overwhelm? You sure? I think they
Oh, the
probably had
Cyclus
it.
has Berserk.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. I did not factor that in.
Yeah, that's why it was so attractive to try to. If you could find a turn when Defiance wasn't
when
up and it
yeah.
wouldn't get stunned,
It was way more
it was
than
just going to
lethal.
be just a tremendous amount of damage. So, all right, kudos there for LVI. We saw their plan all come together, and on the other side, we saw the risk of ruin when you're playing with Zhou and Find the Way and Smugglers. It's just like, when are you going to start doing something in the game?
Yeah, you end up in a spot where in the middle of the game you also have a bunch of cards in your hand because you've all your cards draw 2 cards, but when your opponent just pressures you a ton, especially with disciplinary weights in particular, you're just going to end the game with so many cards in your hand that you'd never had even a ghost of a chance of casting.
Nope. Yeah, the biggest catch-up tool appears to be Stormhelt Knife. If you don't have the Torch and Defiances, that's the one card that can catch you back up into it. All right, it's time for Game 3. Let's see who's advancing and who's going home. All right, welcome to our top 16 matchup. LVI on Elysian Aggro versus Aiden on Firetime Justice Control. These players are in a Game 3. They are fighting for their chance to enter the World Championships today. The winner will be booking a ticket. How do these opening hands look?
LVI had a kind of threat light opening hand, and looks like they're going to 6 here or 7 here. That I would keep the 7.
Yeah, but really hoping to draw a 1 or 2 drop in this first draw
yes.
step or 2.
Aiden's hand looks fantastic because it has the Scorpion Wasp and the Defiance, 2 of the cards that they wanted the most. Sodi the Metamorph is a nice one. If you can keep Sodi in play, then you're gonna run over your opponent fairly quickly.
Interesting. So they're willing to play it slow. I believe they kept that Genève Merchant on top.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, they're accepting that they're not going to have a 2-drop this game.
Well, Aiden has a slow start, but backed with Defiance, which makes it acceptable and on the play. So turn 2 Find the Way, turn 3 Find the Way, do nothing else. They can't even play a Merchant this turn, but they're setting up very nicely for what their game plan wants to do. Whereas LVI not playing anything the first 2 turns is a lot more damage.
So these Find the Ways fetching up depleted sigils from Aiden's deck, card advantage, power fixing, just trying to smooth out the late game. And that's a pretty tough one. They had a 2-drop underneath the Genève Merchant, but they kept the Genève Merchant on top with their crest.
Yeah, do they go for Sodi the Metamorph here and just pray for no removal? No, it looks like they went for Nash. Probably a little bit safer. No, you don't want to get torched into oblivion.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting how LVI chooses to play it if Aiden just passes here. Defiance doesn't kill Nash, so how much do you want to play around a Scorpion Wasp? So.
Nash is not particularly close to getting mustered here, so I think that holding back does not make that much sense.
Okay, so just a combre banner off the Aurelian Merchant. So Nash has got the green light, and on LVI's side,
they would love to pair like Sodi with Swift Refusal or something like that. That would be a nice little.
It feels like you want to play around Harsh Rule, Shenra Speaks in some form or fashion, and the way they're going to do that is by getting Daring Griffin down.
Yeah, so Stormhall Knife can take out the Griffin, but that doesn't really put you in a great position because then Nash is threatening that Stormhall Knife. But
yeah, in this matchup, if you could avoid at all possible saving your Stormhall Knife till you get lower, I think you really want to try to do it.
A pair of Scorpion Wasps could be pretty sweet here.
Yes. Yes, if LVI could actually muster, it would be phenomenal against that. Nash's muster gives itself +3/+3 and says the other units are invulnerable to damage this turn.
All right, here comes a Zolta Arcanum.
So 1 Scorpion Wasp is at the ready. Yeah, I think this could go okay for LVI. I think you're going to see... Oh, interesting. It blocked the Nash. So that means the Daring Griffin's still in effect. So if you're LVI, how much do you value this Nash? Are you willing to make this trade for Scorpion Wasp, or do you equivocate knowing you won't get any damage in with the Nash regardless?
Yeah, they made the trade.
They did.
They traded on the board there.
All right, so what's the follow-ups? Maybe a Dusk Raider and a Sodi?
I think just
the Sodi, okay.
Potentially leaving up Equivocate? Not sure. Or Well, the thing is, you leave up Equivocate, but you also leave up the threat of Swift Refusal. So, I don't
How
think...
valuable is that with the Daring Griffin already down?
Yeah, I guess they're not the best, but it could impact Aiden's plays in some way.
Yeah. Zoltar Cannon could come down. It's not that exciting, though, because all that would happen from it is whatever spell was played would immediately be negated by Daring Griffin. The Daring Griffin Exalted Weapon would go on Sodi, and it would just immediately kill the Zoltar Cannon.
According to you.
Yes. I feel confident that is how the cards in this game work. I work on the game a lot. I've designed a few of the cards that are being played with.
So, Daring Griffin is one of the best cards in this deck. It lets you put pressure intrinsically, but also tends to negate opposing plays and do so in a way that I think works out very nicely. All right, well, here comes the knife.
Yeah, this is a big play. Using the Stormhalt Knife means that Aiden has given up their easy option for a free spell in the future, but it does stop Sodi from drawing any additional cards. At the start of each turn, Sodi draws a card. So, to me, that's a win for LVI. They got through that turn with all that happened was a Sodi traded with a Stormhalt Knife.
Yeah, they paid 3 to deal with something that cost 6, and Aiden gained 3 health, but still not the end of the world.
Look at these options. Very hostile to control. Sodi Spell Shaper is the pickup.
Yeah, I'm still not sure that, playing Dusk Raider, I like it. I would have liked it last turn, but it worked out now. Oh, that torch was not a bad draw.
No, it's going to be nice. It's going to, well, again, the Daring Griffin on
the Aegis unit is going to present a bit of a problem here.
Yeah, this is tough. The Daring Griffin is just causing Aiden fits. They would love to set up like Zoltar Cannon, kill a thing, attack, get some power.
All right, Geneva Merchant becomes a lot more daring. And Aiden's going to pass with Scorpion Wasp up. Unfortunately, there's no window to equivocate the Wasp before blocking. It's just not how the game rules work. So putting Sodi's Spell Shaper on the Geneva Merchant, while very appealing, does end up not getting through for a card this turn, and I don't think Aiden would be surprised to learn that. Yeah, Aiden didn't even play the Spell Shaper here.
Yeah, really love the way they're navigating this. I think the Aegis Flyer is too valuable. Yep, Equivocate comes down. Is it going to be a Premonition Wisp again? What's the random 3 drop?
Probably not.
Just an advanced scout flying 2/1.
Hey, that blocks for another turn.
It does. It does.
Well, maybe. There's a good chance it also gets equivocated here. Because just off the Spell Shaper or something like that.
So LVI weighing, do they want to get Initiative Sands down or bluff Swift Refusal? I would just play the Initiate, but I also just know that there's no value in bluffing Swift Refusal, so easy for me to say, wow, there's a Karia. So Akaria comes down. That can tussle with the 5/4 Geneva Merchant.
Oh, yeah. Karia restored to her former glory here.
All right, so a pair of Equivocates.
Yeah, this can actually deal with a Karia. A Spell Shaper up the Geneva Merchant, equivocate Akaria, then equivocate Akaria again.
All right, so we're going to get another crack at a random roll. What random 7? Lumen Colossus, 7 cost, 10/10 endurance. If you have no other units, you sacrifice Lumen Colossus.
I mean, it is a 10/10.
Oh, that Joe might have secretly been a terrible draw for Aiden because of that Permafrost in LVI's hand.
Well, also can't even cast the show yet.
Good call. Yeah, the influence requirements, they really never stop in this Maritime Justice deck.
Lots of Zoltar Arcanums drawn over the course of this match. Very few actually played. In fact, none so far. Aegis still sitting there mocking a lot of Eden's answers here.
So we will see potentially Ancient Lore. Yep, come off. No undepleted power. East Annex Smuggler attacks, and thanks to Zoltar Arcanum, a random power is played from the deck.
It ended up being a depleted power, though, still.
Yes, that was critical. Okay, so interest... Is this... Oh, they're so close. LVI is so close. If the Initiative Sands were in play, they would have 11. They could Permafrost Aurelian Merchant, and that would be game.
just pointing out that you would have won this game? Is that what's going on here?
You know, it's always fun when we can point out that there are critical decisions hanging in these high-stakes tournaments.
It is true. It is true.
Oh, and it's an initiated stance with Berserk, too. Even better.
Oh, wow. All right, these are coming at... Yeah, they got to be going at the player here. I don't think attacking the location is going to help, especially when you draw an extra card off of the Sodi Spell Shaper there. Oh, Emblem is not bad at all here.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to flood the board with a bunch more threats here.
And thanks to a couple of them having Aegis, they're just not worried about Harsh Roll. But are they worried enough to keep that teacher back? Or maybe that initiate is just too critical in hand. I mean, the Legion deck, look, once it starts to put on pressure, it continues to apply pressure.
Yeah, and the scary thing is that at 10 power, this is a spot where Aiden could just legitimately have 2 Harsh Roll style effects in hand to both kill all of the non-Aegis threats, pop the Aegises, and then do it a second time. So Aiden could go for Zolta Convoy. They could also go for Harmony of Flame. It gives them +1 power this turn for each of their units. It could set them up for a big turn, but instead they just want to get as many blockers into play, and that makes sense with only one of the threats being in the air right now.
And Aiden could, could potentially, like, they can play a flying blocker with Advanced Scout. They could merchant for something, because if they have anything that can kind of pop the Aegis on that flyer, then they're going to be able to, like, Edict of Grodov actually could do the trick here.
Yes. So on Aiden's side, getting Edict of Grodov plus Defiance would be a way to deal with the Genève Merchant. And you would still, in that world, that would cost 7. You would still have the power to play one more 3-drop this turn.
And play the Seek Power too, right? They haven't played a power this turn. So that's not too bad. You gotta watch out for getting messed up by Permafrost, but those 2 Zolta Envoys will make sure that that does not happen.
The awkward thing about this line is that this line doesn't remove Sodi, so Sodi would just draw an extra card immediately.
True, but I don't really think there's a good line that involves... I guess you could...
Oh, wow. Sword of Unity comes down.
Okay, are we getting aggro here?
Yeah, East Annex Smuggler comes in. It's going to push them up to 8. It does... You know, the stats really matter. Everything was just like a 2-2, and Sodi was a 3-3, so now you have a much better blocker. Man, it's not fun to take a 5-strength lifesteal hit from the East Annex Smuggler, but you just would have to trade off your Sodi if you wanted to get rid of it.
Yeah, I have a hard time seeing wanting to trade off Sodi here, because there's just a lot of things you could draw that would be relevant.
Whispering Wind comes off the top, plus an Elysian Insignia.
Yeah, that's not exactly it.
Man, just a point or two short here.
If only they'd played Initiate, is what BK was thinking. They were one targeted spell, I think, or way to give flying short.
Yes, I believe if either of those cards could pop an Aegis.
Well, it's not true. With the Defiance
yeah.
in hand, that actually changes the math a little bit. But
it does. But regardless, it does look like the Genève Merchant is going to get in for another turn that will draw them another card off of the Sodi Spell Shaper and drop Aiden down to 2. That's something. But next turn, Aiden is going to have a monstrous turn with Harmony of Flame.
Oh, yeah. Aiden's going to be able to do it all. So...
Yeah, and if you attack the site with the Genève Merchant, you don't get to draw a card off the Spell Shaper.
I mean, Aiden's at 13 power already. How much is 5 more going to help?
With these Fire Time Justice decks, it could mean the difference of playing like 2 Zhous in a turn or something crazy like that. Does LVI continue to hold on to the Initiate and the Teacher? Or are they... Nah, they finally come down. All right.
I mean, I am into it. I think that's a good call here. Because we can see the hand and see that there's no harsh rolls. I mean, how good is Aiden's turn going to be? Like, what they do have that 5/6 lifesteal, but it can get blocked down now. And they've got, millions of power, but does that matter? Like, they can play... They could have basically played all their spells anyway.
Advanced Scout and Zhou of the Endless Horde come down. Defiance and Sabertooth Pride later waiting to be played on LVI's turn. Wow. All right. We're going to get in there. Makes sense. You've got some 3/3 endurances. Nothing cleanly blocks those. You get another big lifesteal hidden with the Stanek Smuggler. I feel like at this point you've got to like combo block that thing down, right?
Oh yeah. And I still think that not blocking with Sodi is a good call. Taking 6 this way? Yeah, you can take 6. You're dead. You're probably dead to that show hitting you next turn anyway.
Probably.
And you have a permafrost. Though the Sabertooth there might actually take out that permafrost. We'll see how things end up playing out.
Yeah, the Pride Leader only able to kill kill relics. So that is a nice saving grace for Aiden. Or sorry, for LVI, excuse me. All right, so we see the blocks come in. Looks like the East Annex Smuggler is getting combo blocked down. Looks like the Initiate got in there without providing any actual value, but it did maybe potentially ensure through some combination of cards that the East Annex Smuggler would die.
That Advanced Scout really doing some work here.
It really is. It is a huge boon to be able to ensure that the Genève Merchant doesn't connect this turn.
I mean, it would just be lethal without it. Because permafrost hits show. Oh, I guess the Defiance still stops it. Oh. Okay, Genève Merchant and Psychologist with Berserk.
Brutal. We
no
lost
Berserk.
all of our Dusk Raiders.
What can we get here?
You can get a second Permafrost. It's going to be hard to turn down second Permafrost because that... Is there any way that you could do
lethal.
anything crazy that involves mustering Sodi? When you have Sodi in play and you play an attachment and a spell in the same turn, your power immediately replenishes back to full.
So but there's the only spell that you could get was Swift Refusal though.
Yeah. Is there a better line than just permafrosting the 2 flyers for LVI and attempting to get lethal?
You do get to draw a card off the Whispering Wind as well.
Yeah, you could discard the Elysian Insignia and hopefully pick up another 1 or 2 cost play.
Though at that point, I guess you're getting rid of Psychologist here to the Merchant.
I believe so.
Which I think actually might be fine, because there's just not that many...
With all of the Zolta Convoys and the Aurelian Merchants, it doesn't actually look like Zolta Convoy, or that Psychologist is going to be able to get in on the ground.
Yeah, I agree. Even if it had Berserk, I actually don't think it would have... There's just too many Aurelian Merchants just sitting there. Alright, Permafrost in.
LVI is going to hold on to this Psychologist. It's going to make this Whispering Wind attack a lot worse because I'm not sure that it can actually... I don't know if it can even discard the Psychologist for anything. Yeah, they don't. So Pride Leader comes down, boosts Aiden back up to 10. Defiance kills the Whispering Wind. This is not over. What's the draw? Just a Primal Sigil. So Bren Archmagister comes down. Just provides a tremendous amount of power. Whenever Aiden plays a card, any kind at all, they get an additional power this turn. So that's just...
So Aiden's going to get to draw 2 cards here, but they need to find an answer to that Flying Aegis or they're just dead.
That's what it looks like.
They're thinning their deck first here. Ooh, and even getting... all right, a little bit of value off that crest.
It looks like they're digging for something, a way to be able to go second Zoltar Arcanum into Ancient Lore, puts them up to 6, but I think LVI might still have this.
They need to draw something off that Ancient Lore.
Yeah. What a close game. And Sodi's going to stay alive forever, what that's worth.
LVI goes down to 1.
So there are definitely some serious outs here.
Also, keeping that Psychologist actually kind of worked out now. I mean, there's a potential that...
Yeah.
Because Aiden does have Endurance on the Exile there, but there's still a chance that you can end up with a Psychologist turn that involves killing them.
Here we go, Ancient Lore. LVI's at 1.
Okay.
Aurelian Merchant.
What can Aurelian Merchant get? Let's take a look. Edict of Grodov, Shenra Speaks, Karos Grand Champion. They have... they don't have...
Holy cow. Okay, there's the Zhou. Is that enough?
Oh yeah, they just slammed the Zhou. I guess that's the plan.
But both of those units have Berserk. Edict of Grodov. We can remove the Sodi. Oh, I can't. Backlash! Oh.
I think there's a chance.
You had to Edict the Sodi earlier, didn't you?
Well, let's see. So now there's... Well, the thing is, Aiden has 4 blockers. So
Oh, I forgot about the Zolta Exile.
So Berserk. So I actually think it works out. So Show blocks the Genet Merchant. The Bren blocks Psycholis. The Zolta Exile blocks a 3/3. The other 3/3 gets blocked by the O3. Has Berserk. Edict of Growth has to get cast. Backlash then gets cast. But that, and I think that. Oh, but you're at 6. Oh, let's see what happens here.
Well, we can block down the 2 Berserkers, right? With the 5/5 and the 3/3.
But you're at 4 now, and then you block. Oh, you can block Psycholis and go to 2.
Yes, I think Aiden has found.
Or block one of the Berserkers once and then go to 1.
Yes.
Oh, that was so close.
Wait, is Teacher getting in? If this.
Wait, there's re-outs here?
Oh, Spell Shaper's not going to do it. If they had a Nightfall unit, maybe.
Yeah, they'd have to draw Dusk Raider.
Oh my gosh, and the game ends 1-1.
That was insane. That game was so close.
Knife's Edge.
Knife's Edge. Stormhawk Knife's Edge there. Ooh, that was a good game.
Yes.
I mean, man, Elysian just came within, like, just striking distance. So you got their opponent down to 1.
I mean, just everything happened there in terms of, like, Bren giving the Zoltar Arcanum player the amount of power to be able to do, like, Joe, Aurelian Merchant, anything of growth up an all turn. That's like 14 power worth of cards. That's incredible.
Well, and play a second Arcanum that turn.
Yes.
So they just used all their power, and they had 20 power.
Wow.
Ooh.
And they needed every last bit of it as
Yeah.
they ended the game on 1 health.
Yeah, well, the like 1 power left. All right, that was wild. That was a good way to kick things off here. Let's take a look, see if we've got another match here. Looks like we do. And yeah, well, let's head down and take a look at that match.
All right, it's time for a game 2, looks like, only between ZDCH, a.k.a. Zach Hill, up against Kartoffel. And it looks like we've got a Winchest control Mirror of Sorts with Ikaria on the one side for Zach, who's at 57.
All right, well, here comes the Stormhawk Knife take out Ikaria. That's one of the better ways to do so. And let's see, down comes Vara. Plus, Kartoffel gets to start chipping away at Zach's rather generous health total here.
A 10-9 Rizon off the top for Zach. What do they have in the market that they could potentially be getting with that Hidden Road Smuggler? Harsh Rule seems pretty attractive.
They've been doing some shopping already, you can tell.
Yeah, yes. But Zach's going to press their luck, and they're just going to hold on to things for a moment and just, get that Rizon down, because Kartoffel's only at 10.
Well, unfortunately for Zach, he's got Stormhawk Knife in hand, but he's just really far away from being able to play it for free.
The downside of gaining approximately 40 health this game.
So what is the Copper Hall Marshal doing here for Zach?
That's a good question. It's possible Zach's playing with Winchest Cargo and got that was the best holdings off of a Contraband, funny enough. I don't think there's been any equivocating.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, all right, that'll do it. You got to be able to be flexible when you play with things like Cargo or play against Equivocate, because sometimes you're going to get a card in your hand that you didn't think you were going to have at the beginning of the game.
So Kartoffel might be losing the health race, but definitely has more kind of high-impact cards here with an Ikaria and a Show in hand, as well as that 7/7 Vara.
The Pristine Light, a nice pickup for Zach Hill. It'll allow him to kill all of the large units that have 4 strength or more, and if he's made an attack that turn, he'll be able to redraw all of his units that went to the Void that turn.
Yeah, that Rizon just being a 10/9 is actually giving Kartoffel fits here. There's no obvious good play here. You're chumping with Ikaria or chumping with Show, I guess?
Yeah, the VAR is 7/7 Deadly and Lifesteal, so it could safely attack and get Kartoffel out of range of dying to the Rizon itself. But Kartoffel's got to make a play, and oh no.
Did they time out?
It looks like they yeah.
Well, that's not the recommended course of action here. Hopefully everything's all right on their side, but
Yeah.
I guess Zach will take it and take the match. Now
right.
on to a top 8 here.
All right, well, that's kudos to Zach.
He found the line of attack with Rizon.
Yeah, so our producer will be looking for another match, but it sounds like that's it for the round. And then that's a good thing, because I don't think we can top that first match we saw.
No. The second match was almost as good though.
No, it wasn't. That's the sarcastic banter you can expect from Luis Scott Vargas. He'll be joined in the booth after we go to a brief break by Corey Burkhart, and yeah, apparently it'll be a big upgrade. So, but I've been having a good time. I'll be back later on in the rounds, and so we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be back with.
We'll figure out what we're taking. BK's gonna figure out whether it's a bake, a break, a brave. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Eternal Championship Qualifier. Luis Kovargs here with Corey Burkhart, and we're moving on to our top 8. You know, we've got to see some pretty good action so far with more to come. Did want to let you guys know that the first expansion to Eternal Chronicles of the Throne, Golden Steel, is going to be opening for pre-order on Tuesday, and you know, if you're a fan of deck builders, I highly recommend it. It's a really awesome time, and it adds a lot to the base game. You do have to have the base game though, so if you want to order the expansion, well, if you don't have the game, pick the game up too.
Yeah, and we're also shipping that out to Europe and Canada. First time we're actually making that available. And I know it's a game that you and I love to play, so
Yes.
hopefully we'll actually be able to scrounge a copy here together out of the office and get some more battles in.
Definitely. While we get set up, Corey, what has been your impressions of kind of like the field today?
Oh, I've absolutely loved it. I think that the live balance changes that happened to Desecrate, Torch, Early Merchant, Heart of the Vault ended up being pretty huge success for this metagame. I mean, we were seeing tons of different decks. I mean, now we're down here to our top 8, and we have still a variety of different archetypes left. I mean, we have a Spell Crag deck left. We have a couple of Reanimator decks left. We have an Argenport Control deck left. We have a few 3-faction strategies remaining as well. And, I mean, this is all starting from Combre Aggro, a deck that we haven't seen in several months be very popular, being the most popular deck in our top 64.
Yeah, and you know, turns out dialing back maybe some of the removal, I think, has given a wider range of decks the ability to shine.
Yeah, we're seeing sort of a tick up of a bunch of the aggressive strategies and a pull back from some of the 3-faction strategies. Some of the 3-faction decks still doing very well here this weekend. We've got them fighting in our top 8, looking to up their money pricing, trying to get their slot at Worlds sort of checked off here by winning this tournament, and we'll see if they can close the deal.
Right, to reiterate it, the winner of this tournament is going to be qualified for Worlds. So, you know, and now everyone in the top 8, of course, is in the money. So high stakes here, and we're excited to kind of see how that turns out. See if we've got a game yet here. It looks like the games haven't quite started yet. Another thing that I wanted to mention was that we do have the date for the next ECQ. It'll be in January from the 17th to the 19th. So
awesome.
if you want to play in a tournament like this, that's your next opportunity to do so. It's very convenient. You know, you have Friday and Saturday to kind of play your qualification matches at your own pace. It's asynchronous. And then the top 64 plays out on Sunday. You get to do listen to the commentary stylings of you know, ourselves, Andrew Beckstrom, Patrick Chapin. We can grab him. You know, all sorts of awesome folks.
Yeah.
Alrighty, it looks like we do have a game now, so let's head on down. All right, welcome to the top 8. We've got I'm So Bad playing Feld and Reanimator here, facing off against Eric 9099. Spell Crag action here. Ooh, nice Honor of Claws ready to go. You know, anytime we tune in, we see with the curve, as it were, of Wisdom of the Elders into Honor of Claws. I'm a fan.
Yeah, we all know how much you love fighting your Jotun Hurlers and having snowballs lying around in your hand. But this matchup here is going to be a tricky one for Eric 9099. They have a few different ways that they can play it, but the Reanimator deck from I'm So Bad has just immense level of power. The ability for Var to bring back Azendel, to bring back these Fel Rocks and additional threats here is really going to pressure Eric 9099 and their ability to actually clean up the enemy threats. Eric, however, does have some options that many other Spellcraft decks didn't have. Eric does have a copy of Royal Decree in his starting deck. There's also one in their market. So if they do end up finding, like this Genev Merchant, they can potentially go get a Royal Decree and possibly turn all those Grasping of Shadows into Seek Powers. They can stop this sort of combo from happening. Additionally, Eric's actually playing the full set of Prodigious Sorceries. They have 3 in their starting deck and 1 in their market that the Genev Merchant can get with the Static Bolt package, which has ranged in popularity so far, as we're seeing Felrock here come down, taking out a card from Eric 9099 who's missed a power drop. Eric might have the option to basically later on in the game set up a burn package where they can just try to finish off I'm So Bad even if they manage to Grasping of Shadows out of Vara.
And you know, one of the disadvantages that this Spellcraft deck will have is, sure, Torch might take out a Felrock here, but for the most part, burn spells aren't that effective against the things I'm So Bad is doing.
Yeah, and I'm So Bad's actually in a pretty good spot here because Eric ended up missing one of those power drops, and I'm So Bad doesn't actually have a Grasping at Shadows to start, you know, really comboing off yet. They've now got one with their Karen Merchant. They're kind of setting up to have one of those explosive turns. they're actually getting the time here to just make some power drops. We might actually just see a naturally played Vara Fate Touch later on in the game that can build out one of those really powerful boards.
Yeah, I'm so bad's not under any pressure, and Eric is going to have to contend with something reanimated next turn potentially off this, Korean Merchant getting Grasping at Shadows, or just a hardcast Vara, which is going to be pretty difficult to beat as well.
I like this player from I'm So Bad, filling up the void now with an Azendel, picking up a Sabotage, trying to figure out exactly where the game is at. They're going to try to break up what Eric's doing here either this turn or immediately following a potential Geneva Merchant this turn.
Note that I'm So Bad chose not to play Sabotage that turn.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. I think what they're really waiting for is they know that Eric only has 2 copies of Royal Decree, and most of their copies are going to come from these merchants. They've also missed some power drops, so it wasn't super likely that something like a Garden of Omens is going to come down. It's not really that Garden of Omens is so terrifying if you're an I'm So Bad seat. They're not so worried about, oh no, they're going to pick off all my units. I'm So Bad actually likes a lot of their cheap units in the void as they can keep coming back then.
All right, here comes the Sabotage. Not as effective as I'm So Bad might have wanted, because not being able to take that merchant means that the Royal Decree is still kind of hidden from Sabotage.
Right. Thankfully, the Onslaught won't be enabled as they don't have any attackers. But getting that Prodigious Sorcery out of hand, it's going to prevent one of those combo kills that we were discussing potentially with Static Bolts down the line.
And then you see the Karen Merchant Grasping at Shadows here.
Yeah, now we're looking at it from Eric's side. Enabling an Aegis is going to protect them from future sabotages or Fell Rock, causing them to discard cards. And now Eric really has to figure out, okay, what's going to happen when this Grasping of Shadows happens next turn? Do I want to just use the Royal Decree that's in my market to stop this first one? They're not going to get all of the copies. And oddly enough, we're looking at it where I'm So Bad, that would actually be their 8th power. They would just be able to get to Avara in 2 turns.
Yeah, Eric is kind of between a rock and a hard place. A fell rock and a hard place, as it were, with... I can see BK like that joke. He's giving me the double thumbs up. With a good answer to one of the 2 threats I'm So Bad has, the 2 threats being Grasping at Shadows and that pair of Varas, but still a bit short on the other. Let's see what the Royal Decree takes here.
Yeah, so despite no Vara in the Void, Eric trying to play it safe here, preventing something like a back alley Delinquent plus power, setting up where they would have a 7th power, be able to get a Vara into the Void in 1 turn. They just didn't want that first Grasping at Shadows to be as powerful as it could be. They're just going to try to slow the game down little by little here.
Whew, that was a nice draw. Picking up an Echo card here is exactly where you want to be when you're... Because I'm So Bad wanted to keep both their power. They wanted to bin one of their Varas, but picking up Herald Song there was a nice bonus.
Yeah, so that's going to give them additional looks at finding Grasping at Shadows going long, and anytime that they find another Azendel or something that they want to put into the Void, now they have access to that thanks to the Herald Song.
And Eric's still with, a bunch of Hailstorms, Permafrosts, Ice Bolts just...
Ooh. So they won't be able to get the discard, but getting the 5/2 body here is actually pretty relevant from I'm So Bad. Now they actually have something that's meaningful threatening on the board that Eric actually has to interact with. It's going to start moving the game along, and then I'm So Bad is going to be able to start playing this Vara and building out that wide board that this might bait something like a Hailstorm out from Eric 9099.
And being forced to play Hailstorm does, well, I guess not quite forced to play Hailstorm. Could have played Hailstorm, I suppose. The Garden of Omens is a good place to start, giving all your spells, -1 cost.
So we do see the resurface there from Eric. They're going to re-Aegis up here, and then they're going to play this Hailstorm, sweep this board. They're going to start their next play or their next turn with a sight in play, unless I'm So Bad has multiple Black Sky Harbingers coming to the party.
All right, Ice Bolt going to be likely the card played next here. All right, here comes Vara.
So we're likely to see the Vara into Vara, which will get an Azendel, which will get the 2 Halisi Wisps. The 2 Halisi Wisps will then get back 2 more units.
Yeah, we have one Black Sky Harbinger. Is there a second one?
I don't believe there is. And yeah, it's just going to be a Spore Folk, so I'm So Bad's going to set up for additional, and then get a Carandon Merchant here to turn this Herald Song into an additional threat. Felrock comes back additionally, again, because there's double Varas, we're getting back 4 units here from these Halisi Wisps rather than the normal 2.
Carandon Merchant lets you swap in for a Ranger's Choice here.
And the Aegis manages to protect from both the Harbinger and the Felrock, so Eric doesn't have to discard a card here, but now they have a really huge board to contend with.
what can they do here? They can cast a pair of ice bolts. I guess sorcery getting back hailstorm does do a lot of work here.
Great resurface there by Eric, anticipating the double Vara turn based off of the discard last turn from the Herald Song. The prodigious sorcery is going to be able to decimate, getting back that hailstorm, providing double damage to the hailstorm, which after using the ice bolt on Azendel, this sweeps the whole board.
Yeah, that's a good reset here. Having to decimate was unfortunate, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, I think Eric is meaningfully far ahead here, given that I'm So Bad doesn't have another Vara to follow up with here. And the Snow Crushed Animist, this is not the matchup for Snow Crushed Animist.
Black Sky Harbinger does pick off the Garden of Omens here, which does help quite a bit. And there goes Reread.
Yeah, now you have the dream of the reread into prodigious sorcery getting back more damage dealing spells. But Eric's at the point where their hand doesn't really go anywhere. This actually might be a spot where you see them pick up an Honor of Claws.
Well, good call. Certainly do.
So yeah, the Honor of Claws comes down. Eric's going to be able to use this, probably get rid of some of their power. And another Honor of Claws is really going to be a big game here for Eric 9099. They can also permafrost this Black Sky Harbinger, and a reread on top is exactly what they're looking for. Eric now sort of has this churning going of resources. They're no longer constrained on how far they can go into their deck. They can start digging for more of these burn spells and end up setting up the ability to burn out I'm So Bad, who still happens to be at 28 health here and looks pretty well set up in terms of their health total when Eric really has all these resources left over.
All right, another Honor of Claws. Garden of Omens would be some nice double damage static bolts on the horizon here. Garden of Omens would be a nice pickup for Eric here.
Yeah, I mean, if Eric picks up a Garden of Omens here, the resurface ability, enabling getting another prodigious sorcery, or even at this point, maybe just getting another static bolt. I mean, they're pretty close to just turning the corner here and ending this.
All right, that double damage torch hadn't been used yet. Picks off the Snow Crush Animist. There's an Azendel. Oof, not where you want to be.
Yeah, this is one thing that the Reanimator strategies could end up picking up, is trying to put some time sigils or time influence into their deck. But that's just not a strategy they end up going with right now. So Azendel's actually just a dead draw for I'm So Bad in this situation.
Oh, Eric missed on Honor of Claws. They're going to get to scout here, but they are out of gas right now. They've got a bunch of removal in hand, but they're not actually making any forward progress. And I'm So Bad peeling a strategize that this could get them back into the game.
Yeah, we're actually seeing both players just kind of pedaling around here where they actually can't make anything happen. I'm So Bad finding a second Azendel. That's also not something they're looking for. I mean, if I'm So Bad can find a Grasping at Shadows, the game might just end. It's not like Eric actually has the resources to answer that. And from Eric's standpoint, if they just ever find a Garden of Omens, the game might end.
Oh, yeah. All right, well, here's a Crest of Cunning. This is a Fell Rock. Oh, that's so awkward. If you had played the Chairman's Contract, you could have picked up that Fell Rock for free.
Yeah, so we are going to see I'm So Bad. It looked like leave that on top. So they are still just going to say, hey, this is good enough. I'm happy picking this up, trying to limit Eric 9099's resources here. They might also try to hold on to this maybe for a Herald Song, as the experience that I'm So Bad has had for several turns is I play a unit, it gets killed. But no, they're just going to try to get another threat on the table, try to keep pressuring here. But Eric still has a bunch of sigils. They can throw those away. Eric just cannot find something to turn the corner here.
All right, there goes a Static Bolt. I kind of like just playing this Chairman's Contract and hoping to spike another Fell Rock. Oh, Geneva Merchant. There we go.
There we go.
That's got to basically do it. Let's see what it...
Plenty of great options still in the market.
Channel the Tempest. Yep.
So 6 ball upstairs, pick up all these extra cards, and there we go.
Yeah, all those extra cards will basically do the trick, though. Master Cartographer from I'm So Bad gives them a little bit of a chance here. Did not find that Grasping at Shadows that they were looking for, and now Eric is going to get to, at the very least, channel the Tempest again, but we'll see. They might pick up the Prodigious Sorcery.
Yeah, I think I prefer if there's another Prodigious Sorcery that doesn't already have Voidbound, you could pick up that and then use that to pick up the Channel the Tempest and one of the Static Bolts, or pick up a Torch at this point. Eric has units in check with these 2 Ice Bolts and the Permafrost. They're not afraid of that. Eric just needs to make sure that they don't end up in a situation of, oops, I ran out of cards. And I think when we saw that Channel the Tempest, now the reread getting back Prodigious Sorcery, and a Garden of Omens has shown up and joined the party. Now it's just on Eric to figure out exactly how much health is my opponent going to have over the next couple of turns. How do I deal that amount of damage with the resources that I have available to me?
All right, well, they're going to kick things off with a Resurface. If Eric doesn't end the game next turn, I would be shocked.
Yeah, if you're on I'm so bad situation at this point, I mean, you're at 20. The Geneva Merchant's going to hit you again. The sabotage, it helps, but I think with the number of things that you have to answer from Eric's side, it's just not going to be enough here.
Well, taking down that prodigious sorcery does help quite a bit.
Yeah, no, that definitely does a lot. I mean, you're not facing down a Channel of the Tempest that might hit you for 9 and draw 3 more cards. But I think that Eric's going to have stacked another prodigious sorcery on top. I don't think they were going to have gotten greedy and put a static bolt up there, for example.
That would be pretty great if they did, though.
Oh yeah, no, if they did, I mean, I'm so bad's right back in this with that sabotage. I mean, again, Eric's hand without additional card draw, it doesn't really go anywhere. They just have another ice bolt sitting here on the site. And Eric, protecting themselves from potential sabotage, disaster, did put a second prodigious sorcery back on top with the resurface.
Good call, good call. And now we get to see this deck really go off here.
Yeah, so the Geneva Merchant here is going to drop I'm so bad down to 18. And now for Eric, it's counting time. Can you actually deal enough? They're going to start by decimating, grabbing back 2 spells from the void.
I mean, this looks just lethal here.
So, let's see, we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 7. The draw up to 10. That's a 20 damage Channel of the Tempest.
Yeah, that's already enough.
I mean, I've seen some pretty big Channel of the Tempest. I don't think I've ever seen it deal 20 before, but this spell crag deck.
Yeah, giving it an easy way to get double damage has certainly changed the math on that one quite a bit. Draw 3, then deal damage equal to double the number of cards in your hand. That's lethal from a lot of positions.
Yeah, and I thought that was really well played by Eric 9099. I mean, they were treading water for several turns, trying to just use crests and any resources they had available to them. And if you're on I'm so bad seat, every turn that went by, if you just draw Grasping at Shadows, you could just turn that game right around.
Well, what was funny was I'm so bad's deck did their thing.
Yep.
They had sabotage. They had hit some fell rocks. They reanimated everything under the sun. And Eric's deck managed to pull it out with that double damage hailstorm.
Yeah, I mean, really all it took was 1 card. Did they find a hailstorm that could get into the void? And I guess you can call it a second because the prodigious sorcery had to help out, giving double damage.
Alrighty, time for game 2. Let's head back down. I'm so bad here on Felon Reanimator with a hand that's suspiciously short on reanimation. Facing down against Eric 9099, playing Spell Crag with also a hand with no card draw. So neither of these players are doing a whole lot, though. Those Fell Rocks could be dangerous.
Yeah, so we're in a situation here where both players are missing, one of the focal point pieces of their deck. I'm so bad, no way to actually get the big units into the void. Doesn't actually have a Vara to get into the void, and is also then lacking the Grasping at Shadows to get the things back. What they do have, though, are 2 Fell Rocks. So if they draw a Herald Song,
what?
That's going to be quite nice.
Oh, yeah. So now you're getting to pay 4 power to draw 2 cards and put 2 6-power units into play.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're going to see 10 strength in play from these 2 Fell Rocks. Eric 9099 is going to have to discard 2 cards, and while they will be able to Hailstorm and clean these both up, this is actually going to be, a pretty good turning point here for I'm so bad. And if this Chairman's Contract hits another Fell Rock, wow. I'm so bad's actually in a spot now where they might want to play around a Hailstorm and just hold off on the 3rd Fell Rock here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that ended up being the case, but it looks like they're just going to go for the gusto here.
Another Herald Song.
Maybe, since you drew the second Herald Song, yeah, I like just discarding a Zindel there, baiting out a Hailstorm, and then maybe next turn getting another Fell Rock into play with Herald Song.
Yeah, you can wait and set up for the next turn, even if Eric 9099 has the sort of, disaster scenario for you of both of your units getting cleaned up. And now we're seeing even more interaction from I'm so bad. This turn they're going to be able to Herald Song, get out another Fell Rock, or they'll be able to Black Alley Delinquent, get another card out of hand with the Fell Rock, and get a Sabotage. But it looks like I'm so bad's going to play it slow here, wait for their hand to develop more so they can be more calculative with their Sabotage.
All right, in comes Fell Rock here.
This has been a rough go for Eric 9099, locking card draw this game, and now their hand is being ripped apart by all these Fell Rocks. This Garden of Omens and Reread are really going to have to do some serious work. I think that we might see a Garden of Omens have to go get like an Honor of Claws to keep the card flow coming.
Yeah, it's so brutal, though. I suppose spending that much time just to try to re-up your hand when your opponent is spending a far less power because of all the free Fel Rocks. Though I do like the Garden of Omens and the Torch line. That is pretty sweet.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge start for Eric9099 to make a sort of a foothold into this game, drawing the Garden of Omens last turn, able to actually get that into play, Torch finishing off the last Fel Rock. Eric might actually get to their turn with this Garden in play, and that is exactly what they need to be doing.
That is a very good help here. Picking up the, Grasping at Shadows to no surprise here.
Yeah, and the back alley Delinquent's going to come down here, unable to actually play the Sabotage this turn. So
I don't think that's all bad though, because I think you assume that Eric is gonna have put Honor of Claws on top. So I think you'd rather Sabotage after the Honor of Claws happens.
yeah, from Eric's perspective, there was no reason to go get a Royal Decree there. Had your opponent had access to Grasping at Shadows, they could have gotten it so long ago that there was no pressure from Eric's side yet to be like, no, I have to immediately go get a Royal Decree. And also, there's no Vara yet in the Void that we know of from I'm So Bad's perspective. Just a gritful here of, I mean, the Azendel is really, really threatening. And if I'm an I'm So Bad seat, that's probably what I'm looking at for my next turn. As Eric here, using that Honor of Claws, trying to dig further into their deck.
Yeah, getting rid of that Permafrost, I like that plan.
Permafrost could have been useful with a combination of Hailstorm to try to lock out all of things from Azendel, but Permafrosting an Azendel is risky business.
Yeah, you're setting yourself up to be for a position where you can never let them hit you again.
Right.
Or Azendel just completely destroys you. But
yeah, and Eric's not in that situation yet.
No.
They still have a lot of work to do to make sure that they can keep all of I'm So Bad's, units under check.
They can sneak out this reread maybe on Honor of Claws. It does save us some power, but it gives you a little bit less flexibility.
Yeah, Eric wanting to take the more conservative here, reevaluate once they actually know what ends up happening on the next turn. So the Sabotage comes down, and now it's actually a pretty tricky choice for I'm So Bad. They have just taking the reread. They've been filling up Eric's Void a little bit with all those Fel Rocks, discarding all those additional cards. And now we're going to see the Grasping at Shadows, get back the Azendel. And now what do you actually attack here? Do you just try to get the extra card? I assume that you don't need to deal 1 damage to the Garden.
Yeah, I think the extra card is definitely...
Ooh, that's a nice steal.
I mean, sorcery to get back Grasping at Shadow... Oh, no, I guess it can't do that.
Yeah, it doesn't deal damage, but
let's see,
stealing one of those from Eric9099 is really important.
Is there anything in I'm So Bad's deck that can actually do anything?
I don't think they're playing any Vara's favors or anything like that.
Getting some Vara's favors back would be nice.
Yeah, so that'll just be, a resource to put into the market here for the Carrington Merchant, but more importantly from my perspective, making sure that Eric9099 didn't draw one of those this turn.
Yeah, that is one of the most impactful cards in their deck.
Yeah, and Eric here not actually able to find a way to remove Azendel from the table.
They can mitigate the damage a bit by Hailstorming here, and I think there's a good chance Azendel... Ooh, that's not bad. Azendel might actually be forced to go after that Garden of Omens.
Might. We'll see what this Black Sky Harbinger draws. I was rooting for your boy, the Jotun.
Wait. So, Prodigious Sorcery, yes, I'm so bad might not have cards in their deck, but they can hit Eric enough times. They can set up a nice little sorcery play themselves.
So we didn't see the Jotun Hurler, so the Azendel unable to deal 7 damage to Eric, not able to draw another card. Finishes it off so the Geomancer doesn't come down. And now we see the Geneva Merchant, and Eric's just trying to claw their way back in here. What do you think they're going to grab?
Are they going to try to cover their bases, go and get Royal Decree, and then Ice Bolt the Azendel? Or no, I guess not. I guess maybe they're just going to... I have a hard time imagining not Ice Bolting Azendel here. Vara was probably a good draw.
Yeah, I think if you're I'm So Bad, that's among the best ones you could draw here. So we're going to see the Ice Bolt come down, take out the Azendel, but now the Vara Fate Touch is just waiting in the wings, ready to take over for I'm So Bad. So the Black Sky Harbinger are going to connect, and I'm So Bad 1 power away. Next turn, they'll be able to actually make this Vara happen.
At this point, you might want to cash in the Carrington Merchant, play it, get rid of that sorcery, and pick up.
None of these are
actually that good. They've already got, once you get the Grasping at Shadows, it feels like your options are fairly limited.
Yeah, the market not super well set up for this Spell Crag matchup. You would definitely be having some different offerings, maybe a Champion of Cunning or something like that in your market if you wanted something for this matchup, but not this
Another
weekend.
sabotage type effect.
Exactly, but not this weekend for I'm So Bad. So now they have to try to figure out, okay, what did Eric get out of their market? If it is the garden, how do I set up for that?
Yeah, it's funny because you have this sorcery in hand that just doesn't really do anything. So you'd love to cash it in. I mean, no, I don't even know that Ranger's Choice does a whole lot here.
Yeah, not particularly. I mean, the game's going to look totally different if a Tamaris ends up coming down. Like, you would have to have run out of threats. They are going to pick up an Annihilate here. Why did they get rid of the Vara there? Interesting.
Are they scared of like Royal Decree or something? And they don't want all their Varas to be taken? I mean, it's possible. But now I'm So Bad is in a spot where they don't actually have any action.
Wow.
I guess they can Ice Bolt plus annihilate the Genève Merchant and then kill the Garden of Omens. So now we're back to square zero. No,
Yeah.
they didn't do it.
No, they're just going to straight up trade merchants here. And we're going to be in a situation where I'm So Bad has no way to move forward. Eric going to be able to get off a resurface here, and they drew a Wisdom of Elders. They're going to actually be able to set up to take over this game now. If they have another Prodigious Sorcery left in their deck, they can Wisdom of Elders draw. Nope, maybe they don't. Oh, there we go. A reread's also going to end up doing it.
Now we're just chaining off here, but wow, that was a surprising sequence of plays, and I think that Eric is firmly in the driver's seat now.
Yeah, I'm So Bad trying to play around a potential Royal Decree out of the market because there was that Genève Merchant in play. And that now just doesn't have anywhere to go with their hand. Eric finds the Royal Decree thanks to the Honor of Claws, and now is seeing, what kind of cards were stolen from them, and is seeing this Annihilate now.
This is wild. So, I mean, I will say that once Eric's deck gets rolling, it's really hard to stop it because card draw begets more card draw, and so on and so forth. But the way this has played out has turned out much worse for I'm So Bad than had they kind of played things straight up. They got a little clever. I think that they were trying to avoid getting Royal Decreed, which makes sense. I mean, I'd rather, even if someone does something that doesn't work out, I'd rather them have intentionality behind it.
Totally heads up play. Like, they're thinking about what is actually going on from my opponent's side of the board. Like, they're actually focused on, okay, how's my opponent going to get out of this situation? But I think, like you were saying, I think they may have gone one step too far.
Yeah, and it just did not end up working out. Though Royal Cartographer into Strategize, they get to see some more cards here. Maybe get some Spore Folk going.
Still just not able to find a copy of Grasping at Shadows there. I mean, if they could get back an Azindal, I mean...
They would love to see a Felrock here.
Yeah, Felrock would have been great in this situation. I mean, if you look at Eric's hand, Eric doesn't want to discard either of these. I mean, they're so important to their plan.
They didn't even play the Spore Folk. They could have spiked another Felrock, although they've gone through 3 of them already, so that's not
They are running low on
a
Felrocks.
huge percentage plan, I'm not going to lie.
So now, here from Eric's situation, do you just try to maximize your card draw here? Are you going to reread, maybe pick up a Prodigious Sorcery again, or an Honor of Claws? Do you want to hold on to this Channel the Tempest? Ooh. Eric's now banking on... Maybe they ended up drawing another copy of Grasping at Shadows, but were a power short of playing it.
Yeah.
Eric's just trying to cover all of their bases because they don't think that they can actually deal with if everything goes right here for I'm So Bad. This has been a pretty intricate game where both players are trying to play around the worst-case disaster scenario. So we're going to see another onslaughted Royal Decree.
Oh, that back alley Delinquent was not a bad one to pick up, though Tamari's the Geomancer coming down soon here.
This has been a wild ride. So Sabotage is going to come down. It's going to remove the Channel of the Tempest. And we're actually going to see... I mean, does Eric have anything left to go get in his market? He's already grabbed the Omens. He's already grabbed... Okay, he does have Prodigious Sorcery left.
Yeah.
We haven't used 3 Merchants yet. So now Tamaris comes down. Wisdom of Elders now costs 1 because of the double reduction. And those were two huge hits. The reread can go get back the Channel. It could go get back a Prodigious Sorcery. The Prodigious Sorcery could get back the Channel. I mean, those had to be the 2 cards that Eric was looking for and managed to find both of them in one Wisdom of the Elders here.
Oh, yeah. And I'm So Bad at some point could Ice Bolt bet down the Tamaris just to make it so Eric doesn't have quite as many free spells. But I think the damage has kind of already been done. She's already provided a discount on 1 spell and likely to provide provide one on the second here.
Yeah, it's one of the things that if you can ever get the Garden of Omens off the table, you do it. And if the Garden of Omens goes all the way through its agenda and gets the Tamaris out, you can get that thing off the table. You want to get that off the table as quickly as possible as well, because once the spell crag deck gets going and has its spells reduced in cost, it just goes wildly out of control so quickly. All right, so we are going to see that Ice Bolt on Tamaris here.
So that extra power, not bad for Eric.
Interesting. Eric just ended up passing the turn, and that was why we saw the Ice Bolt there. They didn't want to start biting the bullet here and trying to go draw back the Channel the Tempest or make a move here. And oh my gosh, I'm So Bad has actually set up the combo here.
Oh yeah, they found quite a few cards. They're gonna looks like they're gonna potentially grasping at shadows here, though they also have back alley delinquent to potentially go get, though that delays their grasping at shadows by a turn.
I'm actually interested why I'm So Bad didn't end up discarding the Vara there. I thought that they were going to take a line of Vara, get back Vara. Okay, I'm sorry. They don't have a second Vara. I thought it was going to be a...
Well, Vara, get back a Zindel, get back 2 Fel Rocks or something like that.
I thought they were going to be able to set up the double Vara to then get back all 3 of the Fel Rocks to kill all of Eric's hand.
That would be sick. But they can get back... now they're kind of in a position where they can get back a Zindel, but they can't get back any of the Fel Rocks.
Yeah, without the Vara and the Void. So what I'm So Bad is setting up for here is I want to commit one really powerful thing to the board, and that's going to be the Azendel, where then they're going to have the follow-up of Vara into Azendel into the double Fel Rock. So it looks like what they're banking on here to me is I know that I'm going to get my board cleared once. Hopefully I can waste enough resources from Eric that I can make the second coming of all of those units, where all of them come back from the Vara the next turn, even more deadly than the first.
Prodigious Sorcery, getting back Ice Bolt to take out Azendel definitely mitigates the damage that this back alley delinquent does. Eric now has a Hailstorm. Not sure how much they need that. They can channel the Tempest for 12 damage?
No, they didn't. I don't believe they decimated it there.
Oh, they did not decimate.
So this is only going to be for 6. I think the more... Oh, there we go. Cobalt Waystone's actually pretty huge here, as Hailstorm's going to clean up the board, and then granting the Face Ages here is actually going to protect Eric from that deadly play of multiple Fel Rocks coming down.
And you get back Sorcery here. And now Vara can get back a Zindel into a bunch of Fel Rocks, but like you mentioned, they have enough now to back alley delinquent.
The last turn's Ice Bolt off the Prodigious Sorcery gave I'm So Bad that 11th power, where now they're going to be able to get back the Fel Rocks, which will then... get back the Azendel, which will get back a Fel Rock to break the Face Aegis and some other unit, and then they can back alley Delinquent to get rid of their drawn power to then sabotage this sorcery out of hand, and Eric doesn't have the power to play it.
And then next turn, Eric's going to be able to play a Geneve Merchant, I suppose?
So using the Harbinger here to pop the Aegis, also getting point of damage here onto the Garden. The Sabotage comes down, takes the sorcery, and that's got to be a huge sigh of relief for I'm So Bad. They didn't see any more spells with that Sabotage.
And they can even play the back alley Delinquent to get back a Fel Rock.
Exactly, which is now going to get another card out of Eric's hand. Again, this matchup from I'm So Bad's perspective at this point is I just need to push through once.
All right, here's Geneve Merchant. Let's see. What can the Merchant get here?
And again, there's
another sorcery. They're flooded with sorceries here. And that sorcery has enough power to get back a Hailstorm, which I'm sure there's one lurking in the graveyard here.
Right, so this sorcery can end up decimating, getting back likely the Hailstorm to sweep up everything but the Azendel.
And channel the Tempest, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oof. It's really impressive how much disruption Eric has played through this game.
Yeah. No, I mean, this was the game where I'm So Bad had played 3 Fel Rocks. All right.
The Grenadin to block the Azendel, but now there is Kanta here to take out the Grenadin. Let Azendel get in.
And those units are way too big for this Channel the Tempest to deal with. Like, I mean, I guess it does have double damage to actually be able to deal with one.
And get back another sorcery.
I believe that's the last sorcery in Eric's deck. I believe there's now 2 that have been stolen by I'm So Bad.
So you can you kill a Zindel here with your turbocharged Channel the Tempest. Strategize.
They really are looking for an Ice Bolt or a Permafrost here.
Look, Eric goes from 0 to 60 so quickly.
Yep. So The reread here is the last sort of piece that actually moves Eric along. The Honor of Claws there being a big pickup. They are able to deploy that this turn, but they might be running out of sigils in their deck.
Definitely a possibility. Also, you don't have to kill the Akantha this turn. It's going to hit you down to 4, but you're not dead from it. Not quite.
Yeah, it is something they have to be worried about, though, like what cards is I'm So Bad stolen from me. If they did end up stealing a Torch going to 4, now I'm possibly at 1. They could end up getting burned out by another Black Sky Harbinger.
Here's a Kieran Merchant to get back the Vara.
The Vara that they had several turns ago.
They don't have quite enough power to get back Vara and play Back Alley Delinquent, though.
Right, they would not be able to generate
Like, play
enough
the
where they could
Sabotage.
somehow get cards into their hand and also sabotage here.
Especially since there's only one Azindel there. So you get back the second Vara.
Which, is there another Azindel in the Void that doesn't have Voidbound at this point?
No,
Doesn't
they
look
just got
like
a
it.
Fel Rock here. Okay, so you can maybe discard like a Jotun Hurler, or it looks like they discard a Snowball. Maybe they're worried about actually running out of cards. Get hit down to 4. I think at that point, maybe even just hitting the garden might have been good. Does Eric have another Hailstorm that they haven't yet used? We're going to find out momentarily here.
Well, the sorcery can at least get the first one back because
Yeah.
it was never brought back by a
Yeah.
reread. So they'll be able to at least Hailstorm clear up everything but the Akantha. The Akantha will have to get permafrosted, or you could play a Garden and Ice Bolt that as well if you want to start running down that line.
And I'm So Bad. This has been a cycle of I'm So Bad being set back to nothing every turn. Then next turn having 7 things in play and making Eric discard a bunch of cards. Then Eric repeatedly killing everything, and then just repeated over and over again. Eric, a healthy 14 cards left in deck. You're not gonna run out of cards.
We need some more Fel Rocks if Eric just has all expensive things in
Yeah,
hand. That could be
that's
really
true.
deadly.
Torch and get your Granite Waystone going. Oh, there's an Honor of Claws.
All right, this finds a Grasping at Shadows. Might be able to rebuild another board that Eric has to clean up.
All right, there's a Azindel to just a perfect discard.
And then the Strategize. Can they find a Grasping at Shadows? They found
They
it!
found Fel Rock plus Grasping at Shadows?
So they can Grasping at Shadows back the Vara. The other Vara now has Voidbound, so
So
can't
yeah, they
come
can only
back.
get back one bar, right?
So they'll get back an Azindel, and I believe all the Fel Rocks are now Voidbound, so they can't try to deck damage Eric 9099 out here.
Well, they can.
They can probably get
They
back
can
a
get back
Black
a-
Sky Harbinger. Is that have Voidbound? I don't even know what has Voidbound at
There's
this
one
point.
Fel Rock and I think a Back Alley Delinquent to discard the other Fel Rock.
Heads up play here. They
But-
are the power short, like you brought up earlier. They're not going to be able to actually use the Sabotage this
But
turn.
luckily for Eric, they kept that Grenadin in hand smartly, and they're able to discard like the Grenadin and maybe just the Permafrost just to avoid getting milled for too many cards.
Oh, they are going to discard the Jotun Hurler. This is getting dangerous for Eric
Okay,
9099.
what do they have in their market now? Are they done yet? Do they have anything? They have a Static Bolt. Oh, they have a Hailstorm, but it's not a double damage Hailstorm though.
I mean, is there even
Well-
anything left that this Garden of Omens could resurface for, and they don't have a way to draw cards?
There's so many 7/7s left.
This has been an unreasonably awesome game
Oh, yeah,
from I'm
this
So
is-
Bad and
oh.
Eric 9099.
This has been wild. All right, here comes Channel the Tempest for double damage. So
Just going upstairs. Do they actually have the cards to burn out I'm So Bad from this situation?
I don't think so.
12. No, it looks like they're going to come up just a little bit short here.
Yeah, not too short, but definitely a little bit.
Enough of the Static Bolts ended up getting discarded off here by those Fel Rocks, and I mean, without another Prodigious Sorcery to draw back some double damage torches here.
Yeah, and remember, I'm So Bad sniped 2 Prodigious Sorceries off of Azindel, so
I think that's what Eric's going through here. They're
Yeah.
figuring out, like, wait, where's my other Prodigious Sorcery? And little do they know, it's just sitting in I'm So Bad's market,
yeah,
and I'm So Bad, they did it.
they got the game. Wow, so that was just an incredible sequence of plays. That was Eric going through basically their entire deck and market, and I'm So Bad going through almost all their Varas, Azindels, and all their Fel Rocks.
I mean, do we give them the deck damage kill or the actual kill by damage?
That was the actual kill by damage. They were setting it up so Eric would have a hard time winning even without getting killed by damage. Like that, their deck was getting pretty thin, as some people in the broadcast would say.
Yeah, and I mean, that whole sequence ended up being caused by the playing around of Royal Decree.
Yes.
where the Vara went into the market where we thought, oh, the Vara is going to come down and the next turn it's just going to break this game wide open. And Eric9099 had put a Prodigious Sorcery on top, and the Royal Decree wasn't there. And then we kind of played this dance where both players were just trying to draw cards and find the next big thing. And then 12 turns later, another Kherndon Merchant comes down, and there was Vara.
Yep, that was wild. All right, we got a game 3. Let's see if it stacks up to game 2 here. Alrighty, welcome to game 3 here in our top 8. I'm So Bad playing Felon Reanimator against Eric9099 playing Spellcrag, so Skycrag deck, trying to basically just play a bunch of spells, give them double damage, bring them back from the void, and finish off with a giant Channel the Tempest here. Eric setting things up with Strategize, whereas I'm So Bad, not a lot of power there, but a couple good options, and Felon Insignia really pulling its weight just as the second power there. Though I'm So Bad still has to wait an additional turn.
The Insignia is really powerful in these two faction decks,
Azindel
but
just gets them.
Azindel here, being a time unit, actually disables it, so it is a depleted power, unable to actually play a Strategize or a Herald Song that turn, trying to dig to additional power. The rest of I'm So Bad's hand, really, really well set up. They just need to really find a Vara here to get going, but need the power as well. And Eric now, the Genève Merchant, found the Royal Decree, and I'm So Bad's not actually going to be able to hide all of these Grasping at Shadows.
So, and thanks to that Genève Merchant, it's even the full combo here.
Onslaught enabled.
Oh yeah.
And Eric immediately bashing the attack and wants to know what is going on in I'm So Bad's side.
So I can take out all the Grasping at Shadows or all the Azindels. I actually wonder if Azindel's even the right call here.
Yeah, it wasn't something that I considered at first, but when you look at the hand,
Well,
and just how the games ended up playing out last time, if I'm So Bad didn't have access to those Azindels, I mean, Eric would have been able to find another Prodigious Sorcery and really get the job done. And spot on, Luis. The Azindels bite the dust, and they're now all Seek powers.
And, you know, unlike Grasping at Shadows, there's none of those hiding in the market. So
Right.
I'm So Bad does get to utilize that Seek power very nicely since they were going to miss their third power drop here. They have a handful of card manipulation cards. They would love to be able to, like, Spore Folk into some Fel Rocks or something along those lines.
Yeah, a Fel Rock this turn would be pretty huge.
Well, it'd be a 5-2, because it's always a 5-2.
Oh, okay. Unfortunately for I'm So Bad, no Fel Rocks hitting the board. And now Eric, just nothing really powerful to play this turn. They're going to have to spend their turn Genève Merchanting 4, likely a Garden of Omens here, to start getting that sequence going once again.
So it's really funny, the dividing line here between tri-faction and duo-faction decks, where these duo-faction decks gets to play the, you know, Kherndon and Genève Merchants, and all their markets have a bunch of, like, 3+1, 3+1, 3+1 builds, so they have a much more linear focused deck as a result, whereas these tri-faction decks don't really have the luxury of doing that because their multi-faction smugglers don't let you overlap with market and mainboard.
Additionally, it ends up being the reason why we end up seeing these two sort of combo style decks appearing.
Exactly.
Because they get access to those styles of merchants. Whereas, like you were saying with the 3-faction decks, the smugglers, they want the really powerful multi-faction overlap cards that they can get with multiple of their smugglers.
And it ends up having a pretty different texture to how it plays out. Only one of the Genève Merchants getting in, it looks like, just to keep that Garden of Omens well defended.
Yeah, Eric just wants to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Every turn that Eric starts his play, a turn with Garden of Omens in play, is just so different than if it gets removed from the table. But here, you know, I'm So Bad not going to actually be able to deploy a Fel Rock at any fast sort of speed here. The Garden's going to come down. If Eric wants to, they can end up torching the Spore Folk, and they're going to start with here a resurface, likely trying to find, I guess, an Honor of Claws at this point.
Yeah, not quite at Channel the Tempest range here.
Yeah, the Channel of the Tempest hanging out in the market for Eric this weekend. I don't believe they actually have one in their starting deck. They ended up taking one of the builds that wanted to be more focused on the Static Bolt Burn package.
Yeah.
So they played 3+1 Prodigious Sorcery as well.
So I'm So Bad can Grasping at Shadows Avara here. And
What can they produce after that, though?
they can get an Akantha, or they can get Spore Folk if they wanna increase their options here.
Try to set up for the next Grasping at Shadows, make it even that much more juicy, but that looked like all spells there for I'm So Bad. I guess a Back Alley Delinquent, there's some addition there, but yeah, the Seek power coming off, and that means that was probably an Azendel just moments ago.
All right, Ice Bolt takes out Vara. Honor of Claws finds Prodigious Sorcery, another Ice Bolt, and another Honor of Claws here. So Eric, got his engine rolling. Also, it's not to be underestimated this damage from these Genève Merchants. We haven't seen it featured in any of the other 2 games, but when you play Genève Merchant on turn 3 and turn 5 and start getting hits in, it actually does make the game so much easier from Eric's perspective, because I'm So Bad is now going to be at like 13 instead of like 29.
And it actually mattered in that last game when we saw the double damage channel hit I'm So Bad. Eric was looking for this Prodigious Sorceries to try to get back 2 torches. Had they been able to decimate a Prodigious Sorcery and get back 2 torches, they had exactly lethal set up. And that was all off the back of the Black Sky Harbingers, life-stealing enough health back from the AoE ability on the summon. Here, like you were saying, being at 15, this is a world of difference. Eric has to do so much less work to actually close this game out that with a single channel, they can do basically the entire work, because it'll likely find more snowballs and more torches to throw at I'm So Bad's head. Here we're just seeing a Herald Song. Nothing really going for I'm So Bad, given that they're not playing something like a Carvet, which gives them additional ways to summon multiple shadow units with one Grasping at Shadows. Once the Azendels are all turned into the Seek powers, there's just really a lack of ways to get the explosive turns out of the Varas without multiple in the Void.
Ooh, notice that one of those Genève Merchants stayed back this time in anticipation of this exact line of play.
Yeah, heads up play there by Eric9099, protecting that Garden of Omens. The Ruin, obviously not great in this matchup, but imagine if you get to the next turn with a Tamaris at this point.
Oh, yeah. Permafrost there can lock down the Harbinger, which is actually better than putting it into the Void.
Definitely in this spot. And Eric's actually in one of those situations again where they've dead-ended on their card draw. They don't actually have a way to get deeper into their deck. They need to find a Wisdom. They need to find a Strategize. They need to find another Honor of Claws. And again, because the channel's in their market, it's not like they have a damage-dealing spell that's going to draw them cards. They're not playing something like a Greed's Reward that they would be able to draw additional cards with.
See if I'm So Bad blocks those Sportfolk. They don't. And
the little Grenadin going to make its last sacrifice here to protect the garden.
I wonder at some point if Snowball gets brought back with Prodigious Sorcery. That would be pretty funny.
You don't see it happen often, but when it does, it is a great moment. Here we're going to see I'm So Bad try to dig up one more awesome thing to put into the Void. Puts the Encantha in the Void, so they're going to be able to Grasping at Shadows here. Likely back the Vara, which will then get back the Encantha, which will kill the Grenadin and try to finish off this site. Or, looks like they have a Black Sky Harbinger waiting in the wings. They'll actually probably get that back here to guarantee the site falls.
It's even safer. All right, so Eric, in desperate need of a draw spell. Also, that Harbinger getting back 5 health here is pretty big.
Huge. So we're going to see the Ice Bolt come out from Eric for any potential of like power into another back alley delinquent from I'm So Bad side of the table. The garden falls, and now I'm So Bad's up to 18, and I mean, Eric just doesn't really have a lot going on. They really need to draw like a Wisdom of Elders this turn.
Even like a Hailstorm wouldn't be the worst, though I suppose they would lose all their Genève Merchants as well.
Yeah, not the biggest thing at this point. The issue is if Eric just draws something like a Hailstorm, we're at the point of the game where I'm So Bad can just deploy their really powerful units. It's not like the units sitting in their hand anymore as Azendels.
Yeah, it's true.
So we're going to see the decimated Prodigious Sorcerer here getting back a Torch and an Ice Bolt. We'll see another Snowball and a Hurler join the party. So Eric is able to clear out all of this board. They can actually keep pressuring in with these Genève Merchants, and they do have a 6 damage Torch in their hand. They're getting close to getting across the finish line here. I mean, I'm So Bad has to be worried about their health total at this point. And we're actually seeing the Jotun Hurler joining the party as a 3-3. I mean, that Eric is just looking to do some beatdowns here. Oof.
There's a Fell Rock. Also, just the option to just play a Kantha, like you said before. Like, I'm So Bad is at the spot where they can just pay 9 for one of their units, slam it, and just have the effect take place.
This might be a big draw here, actually. If I'm So Bad has a back alley delinquent in their market, they could end up using the merchant to go get the back alley delinquent to get the Fell Rock in the Void, have Eric have to discard a card, and then sabotage the 6 damage Torch out of hand. And then as soon as they see that, hey, there's no card draw available for Eric's hand, they might actually think that they're in a pretty good spot here. And that's a great pickup. The Vara next turn is going to be really huge.
Oh yeah, so Fell Rock comes in, a Fire Sigil or a Snowball, and then can't play a Bara this turn. Another Chairman's Contract.
We're going to see a Fell Rock come off.
No.
No, two more
Spiking
banners.
Fell Rock off that is also feels so good though.
Yeah, so let's see here what I'm So Bad actually has access to left in their market. They do have access to a Grasping at Shadows, but they're not going to have the power to play it this turn. Let's see, that's 6, that's 9 damage now on Eric's hand. But
Well, they get to use Static Bolt to kill Fell Rock, Snowball to kill the Merchant, and then attack with everything.
Yep.
I think that's just where they're at right now. I don't know that they have the luxury of trying to sit back and play a more controlling role.
No, this is the point where Eric actually has to start using their units. At this point, if Eric draws a Prodigious Sorcery, it's going to end the game. But I'm So Bad now getting into the situation where it's going to take one Black Sky Harbinger a really good turn to get through this.
So taking a look at I'm So Bad's Void, do they have they have a Permafrosted Harbinger? They don't have do they have another one that is not Void bound? I don't think they do.
I think the other one's Void bound, so at this point, I think that we're likely just to see an Encantha and likely a Fell Rock here. Is whatever the strongest things that they
just
can
put a
get
bunch
out.
of stuff into play and
Right, so the back alley Delinquent likely to pitch this other Encantha, get back whatever units they can, and it's all going to be on this one draw step for Eric.
all right. So many cards are lethal here. Static Bolt is not.
No, Static Bolt's going to fall short. Torch will fall short.
Actually, and by so many cards, I just mean Prodigious Sorcery.
Prodigious Sorcery.
Or reread.
Reread would
Yeah,
do
reread.
it, yes, because there's the Torch in there. And any card draw, so let's see, the Garden, that will end up killing one of the Encanthas. Can they actually survive? That's what we need to be looking at now. Can they kill one of these flyers?
No, they go. It's exactly lethal, I think. They can kill one of the 7/7s.
The Annihilate out of the market ends up making it 22, because, yeah, there'd be the 2 6 damages from Avara, the Encantha.
Oh man, this is
unbelievable.
So I'm So Bad here. Just has lethal. Eric 99 put up a valiant fight. Oh man, this was a you know a kind of like an attrition match for the ages. We talked about how some of the other matches are not attrition based. This is exactly what we mean by an attrition based matchup, where I'm So Bad hits Eric down to 0, 0 cards left, 1 burn spell away, and I'm So Bad, well, not so bad after all. They are advancing to the top 4 here with their Felon Reanimator deck, and they still got their eyes on the prize.
Yeah, that was an awesome set of games. I mean, I hope that all the rest of them today can be, half as good as that game 2 was for us, but,
No, I hope they're twice as good.
Oh, you hope they're twice as good?
Yeah.
Man, keep dreaming big. I love it. I mean, those were some awesome set of games
Yeah.
from those two players, and that matchup was just an absolute blast to watch. I'm glad we got to watch,
Oh yeah.
the Spell Crag versus Reanimator strategy unfold for us.
I've never seen so many decks do their thing over and over again, get countered by the opponent, continue doing it, and just like the game continuing.
The number of turns that a player started and we were like, well, they really need to draw something here. And then they would find something and all of a sudden the resources would chain and they're like, all right, the next turn they might just win. The opponent needs to stop this. It was unbelievable, the back and forth between those two strategies.
All right, do we have another match here? Looks like not, but we've got something even better.
What's that?
We've got a preview card. So let's take a look here. We've got a kind of an odd one for you today. This is Ixtal's Pendant. It's a relic for 2 cost. It's in time, of course. Plus 3 max power. Cards in your hand cost 3 more. So on the face of things, this doesn't really do anything.
Sure, yeah,
in the sense of your cards that cost 2 now cost 5, but now you have an extra 3 power. In fact, it makes it harder to play multiple cards in the same turn.
Yep.
But 2 cost relic for plus 3 max power. Obviously, that is very powerful in all senses.
Oh,
and,
absolutely.
I think that we have a very clever player base. We have a lot of folks who have good imaginations.
You think they'll find some things to do with this?
I think you'll be able to find a way to do that. Like, the key, of course, being what's a way to use max power that doesn't involve just casting cards from your hand?
Oh, maybe I could warp some cards that aren't in my hand.
Oh, you could do that. Yeah.
Maybe I could use the ability of some of the cards that are in play.
That's also possible. So, we don't want to extol the virtues of the pendant too much here, but Ixtal's pendant has a lot going on here, and I'm excited to see what people brew up with this.
Yeah, this will be an exciting one to see what the community comes up with. I know that we had a blast actually making this card. There were a bunch of just, okay, I'm doing this thing with this pendant. I'm going to go this other direction, and really we're just going to let the community try to explore with this one. We don't want to give up, the whole puzzle here.
Well, you already told them how to use it. So.
Oh, you baited me there.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's tons of
Okay,
different ways to
how
use the
not to
pendant
use
here.
it? Play this card and then try to play a good card from your hand, because that's not really a combo.
Yeah, this into World Bear Behemoth is not a combo. That's not actually
Yeah.
how this works. You have to think a little bit outside the box. Ixtal's Pendant going to be coming to you soon in our next micro campaign, promises by Firelight. So be sure to check that one out, and we're excited to see what you come up with.
Oh, definitely. So take a look at this preview card, think about how you use it, and stick around. We'll be back in just a couple minutes here with our top 4.
Yep.
Welcome back. We're getting into it now at the Eternal Championship Qualifier Promises by Firelight. I'm Andrew Beckstrom, and this is Corey Burkhart, and our names will be appropriate soon enough. But you guys, man, I was just kind of watching from the wings. That was one of the most incredible matches I've seen in a while.
I watched you walk in and out of the door thinking the game was over at least 5 different times, and you would come back, put your hands in your hair like, what is happening? And we just had an unbelievable set of games there, and I mean, we've got 3 more matches here for you today. We're going to air both of the semifinal matches. So you're going to miss none of the action. You're going to see, which players move up here in the prizing, and finally, which player ends up making it to our World Championships for next year.
Yes. So, right. We are now down to the top 4.
Yep.
And as Corey mentioned, sequential from this point out. Before we get on to showing you those games, they'll be ready in just a moment. I wanted to tell you about some of the other digital offerings that Direwolf Digital has. The first of which is Yellow and Yangtze.
Yep.
It's a digital adaptation of an existing board game. It's a worker placement game, and you can play this on a variety of devices. If you go onto our website, you can see the full list, but it's available on all of the major mobile platforms as well as Steam. And it's you sort of take your role in building up a Chinese dynasty, and it's really amazing. It's by Rainer Kinzia. He's one of the all-time great board game designers, and I highly encourage you to check it out if you're looking for something. There's both single and multiplayer options available. So the team that brought you the Eternal digital client now taking their work and building out some digital adaptations. Another game that we've got coming down the pipeline, not quite available yet, is Sagrada. Sagrada is another adaptation. It's a dice drafting game, and so you and your opponents will be drafting these colored dice, and you have to figure out the best way to position them on your your stained glass window. And it's a really good time. You're trying to achieve objectives. We were just playtesting it the other week. We had a company-wide playtest, and really excited how that's coming along, and that'll be coming out soon for phones and tablets.
Yep.
So keep your eyes out for that. So now turning our attention back, when we started today, we said that we were going to be seeing powerful games of Eternal. This is the Throne format. This is the format where all of the years of Eternal cards at this point are now legal, and you are just seeing some amazingly powerful combos come together. That last match, seeing the Reanimator deck go off time after time after time, while the spell damage deck was just chaining off prodigious sorceries. It was pretty incredible.
Oh yeah, my adrenaline's full. I'm still feeling it from the last round. That match was great, and we've got 2 great semifinals here set up for us.
Yes. The first one, we're going to be watching I'm So Bad on their Reanimator deck.
Yep. We
saw them defeat Eric 9099 last round, and they're up against Zach Hill. And what Zach brought this weekend?
So Zach has brought Ambition Control. So we're going to see a lot of the sort of Valkyrie endgame package paired with a lot of the mid-range sort of strategies that Shadow can provide to it. A lot of the potent removal. We're going to see Display of Ambition. We might see some Desecrates out of Zach. And I believe Zach is one of the players that did still bring Torch to the party in their Ambition strategy.
Controversial decision, playing Torch in your fire decks. But, as we saw in those last games, every point of damage, the Reanimator deck's going to play along. If you're the Ambition player, my mindset is I'm not going to be able to fully just lock them out, make them so that they can do nothing. I've just got to find opportunities to get a little damage in, whether it's with my Smugglers, my Vars, my Rizons, what have it. Just find ways to get over the finish line. You're not going to feel good at the end, but it's time for the match, so we're going to head on down now. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us for this top 4 semifinal match of the Eternal Championship Qualifier. I'm Andrew Beckstrom, joined by Corey Burkhart. And Corey, you and I look a little unusual these days, but nonetheless, we're going to keep going with the match. We've got Reanimator up against Ambition Control. At the bottom of the screen, the Reanimator players got things kicked off with a Strategize, helping fill it out. And you know what? They're just short a couple discard outlets from having a perfect draw right now.
Yeah, so I'm So Bad here with the Herald Song, able to get a Vara, Azendel into the Void. They already have the Grasping of Shadows. All I'm So Bad really looking for at this point, additional power, maybe some additional things to bring back. A Spore Folk would be pretty high on my list if I were sitting in I'm So Bad seat. Whereas looking at Zach Hill's perspective here, we're looking for some sort of threat, some sort of interaction.
Yeah. We see a new Flame of Zolta card, Voprex's choice in Zach Hill's hand. The 2 modes on that choice are make the enemy player sacrifice a unit or draw a dragon or weapon from your void. It's going to take a little bit to make either of those work well. The Reanimator deck is actually really impressive against that sort of that sacrifice mode with all of its Master Cartographers, back alley delinquents that can just make sure that your Varas and Azindals aren't getting eaten up by that.
Yeah, often for one of the Voprex choice modes here of making the opponent sacrifice a unit, you're actually better off having the Reanimator deck have its units in play, because if they're able to bring them back repeatedly with Vara, continuing to get their different summon effects, can be a really potent path. Here, however, great pickup for Zach out of the market. The Regent's Tomb coming down next turn. We'll be able to use Sabotage here to get this Grasping at Shadows out of I'm So Bad's hand, whereas I'm So Bad now, having their own Merchant, possibly able to go pick up a second Grasping at Shadows.
Yes. And with the fact that I'm So Bad is likely played against Ambition Control before, they know exactly what's coming. They accurately predicted the Regent's Tomb would sabotage the first Grasping at Shadows. They Karenin Merchant and get what would be a redundant piece, but instead is going to work out quite nicely for them. They interestingly put a second bar into their market, and while that's not doing anything now, but it certainly could get useful later. We've seen multiple times today Reanimator players eventually get to the point of the game where they're so good at grinding that they can just actually hard cast those Vars.
Yeah, and it's something here where I'm So Bad is likely going to want to use their current Merchant to try to attack the Regent's Tomb. Zach is likely to trade off, which the Vara would then be able to get back the Karenin Merchant. But in this case, we're just seeing the Grasping of Shadows straight up, get back the Azindel, and that Karenin Merchant, we might actually see this go just directly upstairs to try to steal some cards.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision. If it hits face, it draws a card off of Azindel. If it hits the site, it kills the site. Zach says, I don't want any of that, and just trades off with their Hidden Road Smuggler.
Yeah, so here we're likely to see Zach end up using the ability to find a Justice Sigil here, the Display of Ambition. They could end up taking out the Azindel, but all in all, they really need to find some way to get the Azindel off the table and prevent I'm So Bad from drawing additional cards.
So Zach's settling in. They've got a bunch of different options for what they can do this turn between quarrying Treasure Trove, using their Smuggler. Display of Ambition sounds pretty potent. You really don't want a Azindel revealed staying in play.
Definitely not. It is definitely one of those things that ever leaving a Azindel in play for the Reanimator strategy, you're just asking for trouble. You need some way to get that off the table such that the Reanimator strategy doesn't just continue to gather more cards. They don't have many ways of gaining card advantage. It's mostly just Vara and then Azindel when they're brought back, that if you can prevent either of those from going off, if you have a deck that can play a long game the way that Zach's deck can this weekend with Ambition Control, you're going to be able to shut them down.
Well, speaking of a way to gain card advantage, Back Alley Delinquent plus Felrock is a great combo. So Felrock, we've seen it do a lot of work today, and really in a lot of ways it's taking the place of what Privilege of Rank used to do in those Reanimator decks, of giving you something which has some purpose, some extra oomph when you pair it with a discard effect. And we see that right now. Back Alley Delinquent both putting Felrock into play and picking up that Sabotage.
Yeah, so we're likely to have to see Zach discard, probably like a Seek Power, maybe the Voprex's Choice here, as there's not a lot going on with that.
Yep,
Getting
great
extra
call.
cards put into their Void thanks to the discard mode. And now this is probably going to be the moment that Zach has to bite the bullet, kill the Azindel with the display, but now I'm So Bad knows, hey, I'm not going to be able to draw cards with that. Their target's now on that Regent's Tomb.
Yeah, it makes the decision a lot easier about whether you wanted to send these Halisi at the tomb or the face.
Yeah, previously the attack was, hey, I would really love to draw 3 cards here. Just send all of your units upstairs, try to kill Zach, draw some cards from Zach's deck. But instead now, no Azindel there. They're not going to draw the extra cards. Finish off the tomb. When we take a look, Zach's got a pretty solid market here. They could start rebuilding with a Zhou, try to redraw extra cards. They're not under a ton of pressure, but it is enough that they're going to probably need to actually act here and start making a move. But not enough that they're going to have to waste their turn here going to get a Herschel out.
So facing down against 8 strength worth of units in play, Zach's considering their options in terms of how they want to use this crest, how they want to use this smuggler, how they want to use this torch. Zach understands, as a avid and longtime card game player, how tight the margins are likely to be if he's going to be victorious in this matchup. Sure, maybe he'll get lucky and run into the sort of the failure mode of the Reanimator deck, but that's something you don't really plan towards. You want to try to figure out what's their best draw that I can beat, and then play towards that.
Right, so we actually saw Zach there leave the crest on top, they're just trying to get the 4 fire influences here the hard way. And oof. Now you really wish you had gotten the harsh roll out of your market, as this is going to be a pretty large board built out by I'm So Bad. But from I'm So Bad side of the table, I guess you know that the Zhou was actually grabbed out of the market because you saw the fate. So Azendel comes down, and that is a lot of attacks. This is going to be a lot of cards stolen from Zach's deck here. There's going to be 3 cards stolen, and now I'm So Bad with, if they can find a power here, they're just moving even that much closer to their Vara. This is a great set of pickups for I'm So Bad.
And I love the way that this is working for I'm So Bad, because all these extra cards, one, we got a power, we got a Vara, we got an extra smuggler, which actually can't get anything for I'm So Bad because they are using a regular market, not a black market.
Yep.
But it's just discard fodder for all of their Herald songs and Honor of Claws. On the other side, Zach is just kind of floundering. They've picked up all the power they need to play Zhou, but you know what? They still even can't play it next turn. That crest was sort of an admission of giving up on Zhou because it meant that they aren't going to have 4 fire influence for next turn. On the other side, it passes back to I'm So Bad, and the floodgates have opened up. Black Sky Harbinger comes down, hits Zach, thanks to his Zindel. It steals a card. Then we're going to see 5 units get in for I'm So Bad, stealing 5 more cards from Zach, and looking tough.
Zach has had their life total cut in half this turn. They've had 6 cards stolen this turn, and there's enough Rizons at this point that I'm So Bad can build their own Valkyrie army. And I mean, I just don't see Zach coming back from this, even if they did manage to draw, running harsh rules, which we know they don't have in their deck as one is sitting in the market. I'm So Bad manages to take game number 1 down.
Man, did Reanimator catch everybody sleeping? It's starting to feel like it.
Yeah, there was not a lot of hate for it this weekend. There are a couple Zenan decks, but it looked like the Zenan decks really ran into a tough spot against these 3-faction mid-range decks. And additionally, the spell crag decks looked like they were really well set up to prey on the Zenan decks. And then you went one step further, and those Feln decks were just ready to bite on the decks that were preying on the aggressive strategies.
Definitely. And it seems like the players who figured out that Felrock was the new thing have been very much rewarded. That has not been a stock inclusion in Reanimator in the past because it's just a new card.
Yeah.
So for players who have been turning to it this weekend, who figured out how much power that card promises in terms of giving you additional disruption, giving you an additional powerful thing to do with your discard outlets, it's been working out great. All right, can Zach Hill turn the tide? We're going to check it out. Let's head on down for game number 2. All right, game 2 for our semifinals. ZDCH, aka Zach Hill, is up against the wall, down a game against I'm So Bad in this semifinal matchup. The winner of this will advance to our finals and be 1 match away from qualifying for the Eternal World Championships. On the one side, we've got Zach's, got a typical FGS draw. It's good in that he doesn't have any sort of cheap unit removal. That's not what he needs early. He's able to develop his power base. He's got a smuggler to go ahead and grab that Regent's Tomb. And on the other side, I'm So Bad, typical Reanimator start. They've got 1 fatty in terms of Akanta. They've got a Merchant Witch King Grasping of Shadows, and a couple of ways to discard cards in Herald's Song, Back Alley Delinquent, and Sporefolk.
Not a great Sporefolk there. They were really just looking to put, an Azendel or a Vara into the Void, and instead, a grip load of power goes to the Void for I'm So Bad, where now ZDCH is actually going to be able to start, reaching the Regent's Tomb here with one of their smugglers, and they actually have a pretty solid curve. They can actually get their influences to sort of tie together here, where they have a Vara, they've got the Regent's Tomb, they also have the Sicaria to build to later in the game. It's just a matter now of, can they get the Ambition influences to come together for the 3-faction strategy?
So we see I'm So Bad discarding the Vara, picking up the Sabotage, which they'll cash in now. Treasure Trove is the only offering, but so be it.
Yeah, I mean, if you can take out any of the card draw, you will, but in this case, it's not what I'm So Bad wanted to see. They would have much rather taken something like a Display of Ambition. And here, the Regent Tomb is going to come down and immediately sabotage back. But from ZDCH's side, they were looking for a Grasping at Shadows. All they're going to find is a Herald Song.
And I'm So Bad is now starting to feel the pain. They don't have a stocked Void yet. They don't have a Grasping at Shadows, and they don't even have power number 4.
Yeah, they might actually have to play a Carrington Merchant here and go get that Feln Banner out of their market, which is just a really rough spot to be in here, as that means one of your merchants, is going to be used on this banner, and then the other is likely to get used on a Grasping at Shadows, All the while, they're just not filling up their void profitably as they're having to put their giant units that are in their hand right now into the market.
For Zach, deciding between Swear Vengeancing and giving that Argenport Smuggler Revenge, or Lingering Influence, drawing a Justice Sigil and scouting. I could imagine either being a viable option. They do have a Crest of Chaos likely coming this turn, so there's some appeal to just saving the scouting for a turn where you know you won't be double scouting. Anytime you go like scout put on top, then play a scout power, and it's like, well, I'm obviously still keeping on top. It doesn't feel like you're getting the most bang for your buck.
Definitely. The Crest of Chaos here was a big pickup, though, as it's going to allow Var to be played this turn. The Lingering Influence is also going to provide the third Justice Influence, and the third Fire Influence actually comes out of the Crest. So that actually kind of brought the whole hand together, where now Zach is going to be able to actually start getting these powerful units into play and start putting I'm So Bad on a clock, where from Zach's perspective, I mean, they don't have another way to disrupt what's going on. Like, they can't actually sabotage again and get rid of a Grasping at Shadows that may have been drawn. And from Zach's perspective now, they have to actually just try to put I'm So Bad under some pressure. They need to actually get some of their powerful Valkyries into play, or get, like a Zhou or something out.
All right, so I'm So Bad picks up power number 5, and they could just go for the blind Herald Song. It's not great to put Black Sky Harbinger into the void. It's pretty nice, and one of the things you'll see really heads up Reanimator players do is try to prioritize playing the Black Sky Harbinger from their hand. It's so eminently playable, it only costing 6, and that way you get 2 bites at the apple. Eventually, you'll probably bring it back with Avara.
Yeah, that is an especially potent play against the decks that have sights too.
Of course, Felon Insignia doesn't come into play undepleted in this Felon Reanimator deck because Felon Insignia only works if you have only Primal and Shadow cards in your deck, and I'm So Bad has a time card in his Zendover Revealed.
Yep, this is the sort of cost of actually playing the off-faction units there, playing the Insignia as one of your power of choice. Now all they're going to be able to do here is play the Carrington Merchant, and we're likely going to see them go grab the Grasping of Shadows. So Grasping of Shadows grabbed out of the market for I'm So Bad. From ZDCH's perspective now, they're going to be able to Swear Vengeance their Vara, and depending upon the market options, we might just see a Contraband happen this turn, but we're very likely to see that Crest and set up for an Ikaria the Liberator the turn following.
Yeah, Winchester Contraband's an exciting cycle. So the 3 faction decks from the set 5 Defiance have this Seek power that can only get their 3 sigils, but once you hit 2 of each of their influence, it can pull any random card from one of those 3 factions. You get presented with an option, a Fire card, a Justice card, and a Shadow card. Unfortunately, we might see a boring answer here, and Zach might actually just turn in the Contraband for something more reliable like a Zhou. You know what? I think Zach kind of messed up there. If you're going to have the Contraband and then just stash into the market and you have an extra 2 power,
why not spin the wheel
yeah,
and see what happens?
Wheel.
You could have hit a Sabotage there. You could have hit a Back Alley Delinquent. You could have, Nazandil's Gifts to turn off in this case. You wouldn't actually be able to, put it onto the enemy player. I think you're also an influence short in this matter, but there are plenty of different options that if you're not going to spend your power there, open the box, find out what's inside.
All right, well, what's inside for I'm So Bad is Vara chaining back into Sporefolk. Sporefolk brings back Felrock, and because Felrock was played off of itself, not Var, that means it procs Var. That brings back Black Sky Harbinger. That kills Red Canyon Smuggler. That puts a point of damage onto the site, onto Zach Hill, onto Vara. What a crazy turn.
And now we're not going to see Elias next turn, as there's 2 units that I'm So Bad can attack with, and there's only 1 blocker and Vara on the other side of the table, meaning that Zach has basically gone from the situation of I'm going to play Ikaria next turn, I'm going to get Elias, to where'd my board go?
So now we could see a potential attack from Vara to set up the onslaught for Pristine Light. If it gets chumped down, Zach would just redraw it anyway. Oh, but I believe actually that Vara has Revenge.
It has Revenge. It did get Swore Vengeanced by the site. So instead, we're likely to just see the Pristine Light happen here. I'm actually surprised that Zach played the Treasure Trove first, as I would figure you'd want to get the Vara out as quickly as possible. Maybe he's actually saying...
There we go. Pristine Light cleans up the board. Vara comes in for a nice little attack for 3. The Sporefolk could chump, but chooses not to.
Yeah, no longer pumped up by the Regent's Tomb. Didn't play a power first.
All right, there's another Vara, so now I'm So Bad is going to be digging for powers 6, 7, and 8. Not the best. They hit in a Zindel, but they have no discard outlets for it.
Yeah, this is a really rough spot here for I'm So Bad. I think that they're actually just going to get rid of this Azendel here, likely play the power and try to set for a Black Sky Harbinger the next turn, but I mean, you know that your opponent is just 1 power away from the Zhou that they just drew last turn.
Yeah, and you don't. And I'm So Bad doesn't even know about Akaria the Liberator.
Yeah, that's going to be a really rough turn on the next one if that happens coming down. So I'm So Bad does put the Azendel on the bottom. They do end up playing their 6 power. And they assume here that we'll end up seeing the Carrington Merchant hang back to try to trade off with the Vara, but the Flying Squadron here from the Ambition deck is really going to show up in forces. Akaria likely to come down this turn without the Aegis, but tends to not be the most important thing when playing against the Feln Reanimator deck.
True, true. The nombo of playing with Vara plus Aegis units in your deck.
Yeah.
Something that some players cannot have said, you know what, Akaria looks still pretty great in this spot, and I'm inclined to agree with Zach.
So Zach is going to play Akaria, trade off the Vara, put it back into deck with the Revenge, and the Akaria now Warcrying up one of the next units, but
Is there a bug? Because I thought that strategized put a Zindel on the bottom, but another Zindel revealed comes off the top.
And here now, Zach has the pleasure of Display of Ambition. They've got to have at this point, you know, multiple smugglers that they could get back. And, I mean, also being able to potentially play a Vara this turn, just getting another powerful threat into play has got to look super appealing.
Vara Vengeance Seeker comes down, presents I'm So Bad with the option, sack a unit, or I get +2/+2, and deadly. Sporefolk is the sacrifice. All right. So now Herald Song pitches a Zindel revealed, brings another Shadow Sigil. Unfortunately, I'm So Bad, even if they play this, Herald Song likely can't guarantee they'll be able to have Vara next turn.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to hold on to that Herald Song for one more turn. Maybe you find a Fel Rock you could discard, but additionally, you're just so much in the market for trying to find the next power that you don't really want to discard anything because you want to play this Vara. This Vara is great at 8 power. You don't have to always cheat it out for 5 with Grasping at Shadows.
So big moment here. Zach confronted with the decision. How do they use this Display of Ambition? Options are kill Black Sky Harbinger or draw 2 units from their void and take 2 damage.
Yeah, there's also the other mode to actually pump up their units. I don't think we'll end up seeing that happen this game. I think that Zach is still in the situation of how do I get I'm So Bad dead as quickly as possible, and I think that's going to happen largely off of either removing this threat or drawing more units in the void. And Zach decides, okay, if I can deal 8 damage this turn, maybe I can find the last points the next turn if I draw an undepleted power, but instead they find a crest. So we're going to see if they can try to dig back to that Vara, suffocate in this spot. Probably not what the doctor ordered.
That's lame. Oh
no. And if I'm So Bad had that Herald Song to be able to get free.
All right, but it's not over.
And this is
Fel Rock comes down, makes Zach discard the Zhou, can block the Vara.
Cards, so the Vara should be gone out of that set.
Wow, great point. Oh my goodness, Rizan, Great Bowmaster off the top. That'll kill the Fel Rock, opening things up for Vara to get in and Rizan and for Akaria to get in. And now I'm So Bad is really up against it. It's got to be undepleted power, and it's got to come right now.
Oh, the Snow Crush Animus, no!
That one does quite a bit of work, but not right now. I'm So Bad loses game 2. Zach Hills, a.k.a. ZDCH, ties it up, and we are going to a game 3.
Yeah, and this is going to be a really, really sweet one. Is we've seen a lot of back and forth between Ambition and Feln so far today, and I think that we're going to be in for another sweet game. As you saw that one there, it was just hanging on a knife's edge. If at any point I'm So Bad found a Grasping at Shadows, the game could have turned instantly. It wasn't like ZDCH was sitting on a bunch of answers of like, here's how I'm going to answer everything that gets brought back. They had that one time where they had a Pristine Light, and after that, I mean, I think if I'm So Bad drew a power, the game could have swung. If they just drew a Sigil that last turn, Vara to Vara, maybe getting back.
They had a Zindel and Harbinger in the void.
Oh, they had an Azindel. Okay, if they have an Azindel, also then you get back 2 more units. The whole, game
let's
could have
see,
just blown
because it's
open.
time for game 3. We're going to head on down right now. All right, welcome to game 3 of our semifinals. Zach Hill on Ambition Control versus I'm So Bad on Reanimator. The bottom of the screen, we see that, there's some holdings for I'm So Bad in the form of Fel Rock plus Honor of Claws. They don't have the influence necessary, and they're pretty far away from turning on that Fel Rock.
Yeah, not enough of the power that's going to create 2 influences here for I'm So Bad. They're going to try to hold on to this chairman's contract. I mean, really, they're just looking for...
Oh my
no.
goodness.
They were really hoping to draw more crests.
They discarded. They gave up on the Fel Rock instead of one of the back alley delinquents. That's interesting. Well, on the other side, Zach Hill's gotten things kicked off. They got the option to play a Treasure Trove this turn and follow it up with a Smuggler. Things are coming out of the gate nice and smooth for Zach.
Yeah, and from Zach's perspective here, if your opponent just discarded that Fel Rock, Zach's not even under the pressure of, I have to play a turn 4 Regent's Tomb. They're going to leave the option available to themselves as they now go grab their 4th power with Seek Power. The Red Canyon Smuggler can go get that Regent's Tomb out of the market. But Zach's, got all the time in the world as we see another Fel Rock hit the void for I'm So Bad.
This is a disaster. Yeah, Fel Rock is free, but it does actually require you to hit your influence requirements. It only comes back if you have 3 Primal and 3 Shadow.
Yeah, Zach now completing the trifecta of their influence. Going to play this Red Canyon Smuggler, cash in the Zhou, get the Regent's Tomb just to, cover all of their bases here.
All right, I'm So Bad is recovered. They've managed to hit their 4th power on time. Honor of Claws comes down, and the great news for I'm So Bad is they have managed to remove all of the spells from their hand, so that Regent's Tomb is not going to be effective.
Another huge thing is they put that Vara into the void. Now this is a threatening thing where ZDCH really needs to sabotage this turn, and as you said, it's going to brick here. It's not actually going to find any spells, and I'm So Bad now is going to be free to use this Carrington Merchant to go get the Grasping of Shadows out of their market.
Oh my goodness, Azindo revealed is fantastic. It was the missing piece. Now we've got back alley delinquent to put Azindo into the void, and Carrington Merchant to get Grasping at Shadows. It's going to take I'm So Bad a turn or 2 to set that all up, but this is potent.
Yeah, if that were an undepleted power here, we could see a really potent turn of Carrington Merchant, go get the Grasping, back alley delinquent to pitch the Azendil. But here, we're going to see building out a big board from I'm So Bad. They're going to try to get this Fel Rock out, then they're going to fire off this Sabotage and really try to dismantle Zach's defenses, as this is kind of the first wave of threats that we talk about when we're looking at the Fel Reanimator strategy. And then the Vara will be the second wave. And can Zach actually pressure through both?
So, faced with the Fel Rock discard, Zach gives up a Treasure Trove. Now Sabotage comes in, takes away the quarry. Okay, so what does that opening do? It looks like we're going to ultimately lose this site. Lingering Influence draws just a sigil. We see a Red Canyon Smuggler. If you're Zach, I think you understand that Pristine Light is probably going to be in your future given the way the last few turns have gone.
Yeah, that is a great pickup for Zach here, able to, with the Lingering Influence, get the 6th power here. They'll be able to set up for a Smuggler plus Pristine Light on the next turn should the Vara come down. Again, there's no guarantee that our Grasping of Shadows has already been found, but trying to set up to prevent something like that. Just now able to deploy their power. Likely next turn they could actually just play a Rizon in this case.
Harbinger goes off the top thanks to Chairman's contract. I'm So Bad sends in their 2 units, kills the site.
Yeah, so the Regent's Tomb falls here, and I'm So Bad likely to trade out one of these, probably the Vara at this point, because you probably want the extra Zindel lying around, picks up a Grasping at Shadows, and now pressure's on Zach. How do you end up sequencing this? What is the path forward? So the first option they have available to them is they can play the Rizon here, take out the Fel Rock, force I'm So Bad to really make that big turn, and then try to use the Red Canyon Smuggler to go get that Pristine Light, potentially even getting back their Rizon. But here we go. This is going to be the explosive turn from I'm So Bad. They're going to be able to... Oh, interesting. They're going to attack first. They might try to slow play this. Yeah, it looks like I'm So Bad might actually slow play this and not...
Well, I'm So Bad doesn't have an Azindel in the void right now, so they weren't going to be adding any extra context or abilities to that attack. So reducing... If for some reason you were worried that Zach had access to a harsh roll, it makes a lot of sense to get the attack in first before Zach might be like, well, I might as well block if I know you're bringing the whole world back.
Definitely, and a Carrington Merchant here is likely what we're going to see as a grab. No, they're just going to get the Black Sky Harbinger out. Interesting. I would have guessed that you would want the Carrington Merchant to try to get another Vara for a second setup the turn after, but...
I think I'm So Bad is pretty happy having access to his Zindel and knowing that at some point in this game they're going to be able to discard it and doesn't want the Azindel hanging out on their market instead. So Rizan, Great Bowmaster, comes in for an attack. We'll see if I'm So Bad sniffs out the potential pristine light. They do, and they just make the block to ensure that their health total stays nice and high at 31.
Yeah, so we're likely to see here the Red Canyon Smuggler go get that pristine light, kill off this Vara, and get back the Rizan, which can end up, this ends up clearing out enough of the units, and maybe this Voprex's Choice can end up doing something later on in the game for Zach as well.
Pristine Light is the Vanquished that kills all of the big things. And with Onslaught, any units of yours that went to the Void this turn, get them right back in your hand.
All right, so we actually see the Suffocate go away from Zach, not planning to try to clear out all the units the hard way, use the Pristine Light, kill off this Vara, get back the Rizan, and then try to deploy this Crest and see if they can find anything like a Jo and a Karia. Another Rizan would be pretty nice, as well as like a Display of Ambition would be pretty high up there on Zach's list. And
oh my goodness.
What a draw for I'm So Bad. So now they're actually in the spot where they could, again, they Grasping at Shadows back Vara, get back a Fell Rock to try to limit Zach's options. The Fell Rock falls victim to the Rizan in that case, so that might not look like the most appealing option. Additionally, I'm So Bad really wants to hold on to this Azindel, set up the combos later, that they might actually just not play the Grasping at Shadows at all and just hold off for a couple of turns here. So I'm So Bad's in a situation, if they can find something like a Back Alley Delinquent or Herald Song, they're ready to go to the races.
It looks like I'm So Bad is strongly considering your line, Corey. They want to get Back Alley Delinquent into the Void. They're going to try to slow play this. They understand that the Rizan that they know about is likely to kill the Back Alley Delinquent.
Really heads-up attack by I'm So Bad. That was a great attack where the Rizan wanted to shoot the blocker for the Red Canyon Smuggler. Now the Grasping at Shadows could get the Vara to get back the Back Alley Delinquent to get the Azindel in there for the future. And then the Spore folks going to bring it right back, as that is the Shadow unit that they can play with the 2 remaining power available.
What a masterfully crafted sequence by I'm So Bad. If they had the option to bring back Vara next turn, it would have brought back a Falrock. It would have been a good turn, a very good turn. But instead, they found a line that's going to set them up for an absolutely back-breaking turn. Azindel comes back. It's bringing back more units. It's bringing back Falrock. And we could just see Zach Hill's tournament slipping away from him.
Yeah, so now Zach's not going to have any resources to trade out of their hand. They won't be able to go get a Herschel out of their market on the next turn. The Halisi coming down, bring back a second unit. I'm So Bad doesn't need to get a second Falrock, as Zach's out of cards in their hand that they can go get a Carrington Merchant, gets back a Vara in the event that Zach manages to find a harsh roll.
And this is brutal. Zach's faced up against this 2-1 deadly attacking in. He doesn't want to give up his 5-4 flying lifesteal, but thanks to his Zindel, it means that it's getting in there. Seek power off the top from Zach's stack means that I'm So Bad now is in this amazing board position, and they have a Vara in hand in case anything goes bad.
Yep, the refuel is enabled. They have 9 units in play. All right, that is something for Zach here. This is actually like...
The only way that Zach's going to win this game is if he manages to just race in the air while I'm So Bad somehow draws a ton of cards off of their deck. And you see the health total advantage is swinging wildly. It's 34-17.
And the A space coming in, the Grasping of Shadows off the top. I mean, there's nothing really, like a Black Sky Harbinger is really what you would want out of the Void in this situation. I think I'm So Bad now is just really hoping to draw 2 spells that they can end up using on this Ikaria to finish it off, as well as stealing whichever unit got Warcry 5
So this
here.
big attack, so we see right now Red Canyon lined up against the Falrock. Ikaria is going to go for an Eat block, and that'll still leave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 units coming back in. Have you ever drawn 7 cards in a turn before? Well, I'm So Bad is about to do it, and they're all going to be from Zach Hill's deck, and they're all going to be reduced cost by 2.
All right, so far, oof. A really, really big Rizan has got to be one of the best that I'm So Bad could find. If they can find a second Rizan here, too.
A Winchester Contraband.
All right, you're only going to be able to use one of those factions really well. So we're going to see another power put on the bottom. I'm So Bad actually in the situation where, again, I don't believe that they have a Black Sky Harbinger, but they do end up having this giant Rizan, which can get them back up to 20 health. So we're going to see this blast upstairs steal another card. A free quarry. We'll probably see them fire that off as well.
Quarry synergizes pretty well in this deck. It could put another great unit into the void to come back.
Yeah.
Instead, it just saw 2 power. Poor I'm so bad.
Yeah, they're really feeling it after they've drawn so many cards from Zach's deck this turn. So I'm so bad, just trying to dig to find any other defenses, cover all their bases of whatever Zach could manage to find this turn.
Yeah, they had the options to deploying sort of more units to the board, but instead they're just content to just make sure their hand is as fully stocked as possible. Crest of Vengeance off the top from Zach Hill. Is there a prayer? We see an alpha attack. They're hoping to bluff something. I'm so bad says call. I'm blocking with my 10-9 Rizan, and I think we're going to see a concession very shortly here from Zach Hill. He knows the writing's on the wall.
Zach loves games too much to let him fall. He's going to make I'm so bad play it up the whole way. Let the final damage hit. And I'm so bad here going to be moving on to our finals with Feln Reanimator. I think that was just a really, really well sequenced turn by I'm so bad, realizing that, hey, if I hold on to this Grasping at Shadows for one more turn, if I can find a way to find another Shadow unit, find a Herald Song to get this Azendil into my Void, I can go from having a good setup to a devastating one, to one that broke Zach's back and pushed them through to the finals.
Congrats, I'm so bad. Condolences to ZDCH. A well-played tournament. They went very deep. This time it wasn't meant to be. I'm so bad is going to move on. So as far as what we're going to do next, we're going to talk a little bit first about an exciting new option in our Direwolf Digital Store, the C-Team pack for Clank and Clank Legacy. So if you go to the Direwolf Digital Store and you go to the Clank section, we've partnered up with Penny Arcade. We produced a legacy version of Clank called Clank Legacy Acquisitions Incorporated that combines the awesome funness of Clank with their great storytelling from their D&D franchise, Acquisitions Incorporated. The C Team is one of their alternate teams that they stream with and that they tell some really fun D&D stories with. And so when you buy the Clank Legacy, the C Team pack, you get 4 new minis, you get starting decks, and you can be using these cards and these figurines to both play the original Clank, the deck building adventure, or Clank Legacy. And I highly, highly recommend Clank Legacy Acquisitions Incorporated. If you've never played Clank, first of all, that's crazy. It's one of, I believe it is legitimately one of the best board games of all time. But Clank Legacy brings something totally new to the mix where you get to tell this ongoing story. And if you're looking for something to do over the holidays with friends or family, I highly recommend picking that up. And if you're a fan of the C Team, you should pick up their pack and add their cards in too. So that's going to end it for our first semifinal. We'll be back in just a few minutes, and we'll be bringing you to find out who I'm so bad is going to face in the finals. Stay tuned. And we're back. ECQ Promises by Firelight. I'm Andrew Beckstrom. This is Corey Burkhart. And we are going on to our second semifinal. If you missed it, we just watched I'm So Bad book their ticket to the finals, playing their Reanimator strategy. And if you are a fan of units being cheated back into play from the void at an efficient rate, guess what? We've got another Reanimator player in our second semifinal. Reanimator, it turned out, I don't think there was more than 2, maybe 3 copies. It is maybe the deck of the tournament because we already have one finalist and now we're about to see another semifinalist.
I believe that this was both of the players that brought Feln Reanimator, and with one more match win, we might see the Feln Reanimator mirror in our ECQ finals. But we're gonna have a Feln mirror actually.
Yes.
But not a Feln Reanimator mirror.
No.
It's gonna be Feln mid-range, so the normal sort of champion of cunning strategy versus the Feln Reanimator strategy, similar to what we've seen I'm So Bad playing with here this weekend.
Yeah, the other play. So we're going to be seeing Virgin Mary.
Yep.
On very appropriate for the Christmas season.
Yes.
Playing their Feln mid-range deck, and they'll be taking it and they'll be trying to use the tools that Feln sort of deck with controlling elements can do, whether we're talking about discard in the form of like Royal Decree, Sabotage, potentially some counter spells of the kind like Backlash and Unseal, and we'll see what they can do to sort of keep down the opposing side. The good news for Virgin Mary is that Champion of Cunning is a really fantastic card at closing out games. We've seen players today try to lean on Vara as a way to close out the game against, lean on Akari as a way to close out games against the Reanimator deck, and Champion of Cunning does a pretty good impression to that. It can be a giant flying Aegis unit that can come down pretty early.
Another thing I'm excited to look for in this matchup is actually feeding time. We don't see feeding time much these days, but the Feln decks end up being light on answers to different kinds of units, where feeding time actually against the Reanimator strategies, turning the Azendel or the Vara into a pig permanently, that ends up mattering a lot, where we've been watching I'm So Bad play throughout this weekend, and we've been talking about the first wave of threats and then the second wave of threats. Although second wave doesn't end up coming if that Vara turns into a pig after the first set of units hits the board.
Yes, definitely. If you are a player who's looking to be better against these Reanimator decks, cards like Feeding Time, Permafrost, Avagraft, any sort of even Polymorph, anything that's doing Transforming, Equivocate, they allow you to potentially win in the longer game. Look, the Reanimator deck is capable of some absolutely nutty draws. If they start off the game and they just go discard, 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 and go Vara into Azendel, into Harbinger, into Felrock, okay, one thing isn't do that. But if you've been watching the games today, you see a lot of the time the Reanimator deck's just kind of like Vara and bring back one thing. And if you can just permanently answer those cards then and stop the chaining from continuing into the future, you still have a really good chance.
Yeah, your silence and transform effects against this deck can, really pay dividends for you in the long run.
So our players are getting set up for this second semifinal. Again, reminder for what's at stake today, $3,000 prize pool. The winner of this tournament will be in the 2020 Eternal World Championships. That'll be later around next summertime, and that should be a good time. Bruised by God qualified last weekend, and we're going to get our second player qualified this weekend. As far as preview cards, we don't have a preview card this round, but we do have a pretty exciting preview card lined up, but you'll have to wait till the end of the tournament for that one.
Yeah, we've got a really exciting one, so hang out. We've got 2 more matches to get through, and then you'll get to see another Promises by Firelight preview card.
Yes, probably the most sinister of the preview of the cards in this set.
Definitely the most sinister, and it'll help illustrate what's going on here in our story as a little sneak peek into what you'll be seeing in the micro campaign.
But let's talk about the story of this tournament. It is time for semifinal number 2 at ECQ Promises by Firelight. Let's go. Time for the second semifinal. I'm So Bad is waiting for the winner. Our Virgin Mary versus Kolakoma. We've got Feln midrange up against a Feln Reanimator strategy. And at the top of the screen, we see that Virgin Mary unfortunately had to redraw down to 6 cards. They understand what they're up against, and they wanted a particular set of tools. They've got a Smuggler. Look at this call. Virgin Mary has said, you know what, this weekend's about combre cards, so I'm going to play starting deck Edict of Makar. And we saw a stonescar player do that also.
Yeah, I think this was a really heads-up metagame call for the decks that did really well. We saw a lot of time-aggressive strategies. However, The time aggressive strategies have fallen by the wayside. That is now an Edict of Makar. There are some Azindals here remaining. That is something that the Edict of Makar can kill.
But it's probably too late once the Zindel comes down.
Right. For the most part, I think those Edict of Makars are going to try to end up in the market.
So speaking of which, oh, interesting. Virgin Mary elected not to deploy Blade Pass Smuggler. They're going to wait.
Yeah, that is signaling to me that they are still wondering, what exactly do I need? Is there any big draw that I can
can we get a
pick
quick
up?
look at what Virgin Mary has to work with in their market? So they have Royal Decree and Honor of Claws. It would have looked to me like setting up Honor of Claws next turn would be pretty appealing, but all right, so they're going to go now. Maybe they wanted to try to set, yeah, it's definitely an interesting decision.
Additionally, something they could have been trying to set up was, well, what if I can wait a turn? What if I draw a unit next turn, and then the turn after I can immediately play my Smuggler, go get the Royal Decree, and potentially get all of the Grasping at Shadows or all of the Azindals and turn them all into Seek Powers? I think Virgin Mary knows that being on 6 cards in what can look like a tough matchup with what was somewhat a weak draw here to start out, that if they could make a Haymaker play like that, they would be willing to spend some points not committing their Smuggler on the 3rd turn to try to get that Haymaker effect out of their Royal Decree on the 5th turn.
There we go with Honor of Claws, digging 3 deeper, and it finds Roast, the Walking Glacier, the mighty Jotun, Overwhelm Warp, and once it dies, it comes back shifted and will be ready to emerge and attack once again in 3 turns.
Yeah, so here actually the big pickup is the Blight Pass Smuggler for the Virgin Mary. They now have the ability to go get that copy of Royal Decree out of their market, and Kolokoma is actually in a situation where, yeah, they didn't actually end up drawing a copy of Grasping at Shadows here, and they're actually probably looking to set up with the Carrington Merchant to go get that Grasping at Shadows for that really explosive turn.
So now we've got Danger Alert. I see a second Smuggler in Virgin Mary's hand. They've got a Smuggler in play. They could go for an onslaughted Royal Decree next turn. If Kolokoma isn't careful, all of the Grasping at Shadows could be gone, because if they go Carrington Merchant for a Grasping right now, they are at risk.
Yeah, Kolokoma is a heads-up player. They're trying to figure out, okay, if I end up going to get the Grasping of Shadows and it somehow does end up getting, killed by the Royal Decree and they all get turned into Seek Powers, what's my path forward in this game? So they are going to play the Merchant. They do get the Grasping of Shadows. They determine, hey, this is my best way to actually just nail a huge blow to my opponent, get a huge board out, and I think that we're likely to just see the attack here by Virgin Mary and then that Royal Decree play.
At some point, that Edict of Makar has to get discarded to something, right?
You would think so, especially if the play does end up happening that we keep calling for, of getting the Royal Decree and turning all these Grasping of Shadows, into Seek Powers. There's not going to be a way that Kolokoma actually gets these Azindals into play otherwise. At that point, you can get this Edict of Makar out of there.
We see the attack. There is a trade.
So Virgin Mary is now wondering, okay, am I really going to make this Royal Decree play? And the Smuggler does tell us for sure that this is happening. They're not just going to play the roast onto this board.
They got rid of the power. The Edict of Makar remains. I can't wait to see if that Edict does something. But Royal Decree nonetheless comes down exactly how Virgin Mary drew it up. All of the Grasping at Shadows in the deck and in hand have been transformed into Seek Power. And then that Grasping copy again was from the market, so anything that Kolokoma wants to do this game is going to have to be played from their hand. Well, assuming we don't get a VAR into play.
Right, so now we're basically just playing a mid-range mirror where Virgin Mary ends up having, like, Roast and Champion of Cunning versus Kolokoma having the better late game if they can get Sankantha and Vara. So the pressure still is on Virgin Mary here. They don't just, the game isn't just over. This is still a tough fight that they're going to have to actually push through. And Kolokoma now, 8th power in their hand, a Seek Power additionally, like, Sankantha's actually just going to come out in 2 turns, and this could just totally be a game that Kolokoma ends up winning a long, drawn-out battle.
A pair of strategizes for Kolokoma, trying to sculpt their draw. They've got the power now to be able to play a VAR, but they haven't been able to find one to put into their hand yet.
Kolokoma here just trying to dig for additional resources, try to find a Vara potential. We'll likely see the back alley Delinquent form up a Sabotage here to try to help protect the Sankantha on the turn after, as they want to, again, if they can just find a Vara, that would be a huge, huge draw for them.
Roast gets in for 7, dropping Kolokoma down to 17.
Yeah, there's not a lot doing here in this hand here for the Virgin Mary. I mean, they can end up hailstorming away these 2 small units. But really, where is that? There's the Vara.
Vara Fey touched. The Shadow Sign, the OG, comes down. She is going to play a Shadow unit from her Void. That brings back a Vara. She's going to play a Shadow unit from the Void. And
Do
we
we
are
have
off
an
to the
Azindel?
races. I believe we did discard one a long time ago. Yep. Azindel comes down. Azindel plays 2 Shadow units. Both Varas see that. 2 times 2 is 4. So another Azindel comes down after that. Black Sky Harbinger is going to do. And Kolokoma has completely recovered from an onslaughted Royal Decree taking Grasping at Shadows. For everyone who's ever said that Royal Decree just KOs some of the combo decks, Kolokoma says, watch me go.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is the scary thing of fighting these Reanimator strategies of you get off what looks like this Haymaker effect that, oh, my opponent can't come back. It's just totally backbreaking. They can just play out a bunch of power and then play their powerful cards. With the addition of Felrock, you end up having enough units that have really solid strength that they can actually push through some damage. And at any point you draw a Vara like this, I mean, look at what Kolokoma had. They had 2 very weak units in play, and now they filled up their entire board. They're going to steal a bunch of cards here over the next couple of turns with Azindel that the Virgin Mary basically has to spend their entire hand playing catch-up on trying to kill off half of this stuff, and then there's still an Incantha sitting around ready to come back for more.
So Blade Pass Smuggler eats the attacking Master Cartographer. Since the Spore Folk got in, 2 Azindels will proc, giving Kolokoma 2 cards off of the top of Virgin Mary's deck. You know what? I really appreciate the, I just want to point this out, the card back game we've got going on. Virgin Mary's got one of our very nice premium card backs, and Kolokoma's got the Wolf card back. So some of our most high-profile Direwolf Digital employees have the Wolf card back, and once you defeat them, either Patrick Chapin, Luis Scott Vargas, or community manager Scarlatch, you earn that Wolf back.
Yep.
The Wolfsbane card back. It's very nice. Nonetheless, in the game, Virgin Mary gets to clean up the board quite a bit. Edict of Makar, the one we were sort of laughing at, finally kills an Azindel, and Hailstorm cleans up all of the small units. Unfortunately for Virgin Mary, that still leaves 2 Varas, an Azindel, and a Black Sky Harbinger. And with a Roast on top of the deck, they knew they really had no help coming. So Kolokoma takes down the first one, and we are one step closer to having an all Reanimator finals.
Yeah, so, I mean, we talked about it. The Royal Decree, absolutely stunning against the Feln Reanimator strategy. It doesn't end the game. You still have to apply pressure. There was still just too much dirtling around there from our Feln mid-range player that they didn't actually provide a clock. They didn't actually say, hey, you need to answer these threats, or you need to actually make something happen quickly. Kolokoma, however, did on turn 8 just naturally play a Vara out, which was, you know, this devastating thing that we saw.
And what turn did they draw that?
Oh, turn 8.
Yeah, not a bad turn to draw your 8 drop.
Right where you want to put your Varas. So, I mean, they have the strategy. I like the starting point of, okay, I need to Royal Decree, get rid of the Grasping at Shadows, because I just can't interact with that. I don't have any sort of backlash negate effects in my deck. I lack a bunch of the Transform to be able to handle if several units come out. However, you need the initial pressure, or you need to bridge it into sort of mid-game threats, and that was what we were lacking there from the Virgin Mary.
Yeah, that Roast coming down a little bit earlier would have been nice. So
yeah.
We'll see what they can do in terms of using their strategizes and their Honor of Claws to find the sort of the pressure that they need. Like you said, our players are getting ready and set up for Game 2. It's, again, a best of 3, so Virgin Mary is now going to get to win one on the play, but they're going to need to win the next 2 if they want to advance to our finals.
Right. Not only do they need to take this game where they get to go first, again, I think they have a really rock-solid strategy. If they can execute it well, I think they'll make it through to Game 3. But then you have to execute perfectly to steal the third game here from this Feln Reanimator strategy.
All right, we'll see. Is Virgin Mary up to the task? We're going to head down for Game 2 of our semifinals. Time for the second semifinal here. It's Game 2. Kolokoma on Reanimators, up a game on Virgin Mary. And for Virgin Mary, I like what I see. I see a couple of 5 drops that can apply some pressure. What do we see on the Reanimator side?
I mean, we see the influences to actually get this Felrock going, and basically nothing else. I mean, Kolokoma has the grasping at shadows. They have some solid mid-range options, but this is a hand that if it develops, if they end up finding a Herald Song, if they end up finding, a back alley delinquent, this hand can really become something powerful. But as it stands for Kolokoma, they really need things to go well for them here in the next couple of turns. And drawing a Chairman's Contract, that one's useful, but drawing these Shadow Sigils have not been helpful to their hand.
It's a 5-drop party for Virgin Mary. 2 Champion of Cunnings, 2 Roasts. And they're starting to get there on terms of powering up Champion of Cunning's 5 Shadow ability. This turn is going to be spent just getting a Cobalt Waystone in play, protecting them from any sort of discard effects from the Reanimator player. On the other side, still nothing going. That Chairman's Contract flipped over, nothing of interest, and the first 5-drop begins. Interestingly, it's a Champion of Cunning. I kind of thought we might see a Roast to start.
Yeah, granted that the Virgin Mary doesn't have the 5 Shadow influence here to start pumping up all of their units. That I agree, I would have expected the Roast to come down, but this is just a wild departure from our last couple of games where just look at the first cards that we saw played. It was a Wisdom of Elders, and now Kolokoma is going to actually play their first card as a Black Sky Harbinger on the 6th turn of the game.
Yeah, running into an unfortunate draw where they had a lot of the pieces but really lacked that discard outlet. On the other side, Virgin Mary has just continuing to curve out beautifully with multiple Champion of Cunnings followed up by probably multiple Roasts. They can go into the market at some point here. That'll be a very interesting moment here is, do they want to go into the market with this Felon Smuggler, or do they just deploy another Roast plus strategize?
Yeah, it's also interesting where you might be tempted to go get the Royal Decree because this has been such a bizarre game that you're just like, what in the world is going on? Like, what does Kolokoma have in their hand? Instead, we're going to see a Mirror Image, which likely to make another champion here, as this is actually going to put Kolokoma down to 10, facing down 3 flyers on the following turn.
And if that strategize can find the 5th Shadow influence, we're going to see some bananas turns with Champion of Cunning, giving everything on the board +6/+0.
Vara is going to be scouted away here to the bottom, given that Kolokoma has not found any of their discard outlets this game.
It's not going to be close to good enough.
Yeah, and the Virgin Mary here picking up another Smuggler. Strategize here. Can they end up finding some sort of piece for removal? No, they end up finding 2 Insignias, but that is the Shadow influence that you were talking about, Andrew. This is going to allow these champions to pump up all of the units at the end of each turn. Getting an Ice Bolt now out of the market. This is going to force a Chump Block here from one of these Black Sky Harbingers. And Kolokoma is going to fall all the way down. We're going to get in the Smuggler? No. Okay. So they're going to fall all the way down here to 8 after the Lifesteal.
And watch this end of turn from Champion of Cunnings. Every one of those Champion of Cunnings gave all of all of Virgin Mary's units +2/+0. I mean, those... Did you see those Blight Path Smugglers? Those were 7/4 Berserks at the end there.
Yeah, they're more threatening than the champions at that point. That's 14 damage off of your Smuggler.
That's some good synergy. All right, so that was game 2. Virgin Mary tied it up in convincing fashion, and really just the polar opposite of the first game. Corey, you were pretty psychic there. You said after game 1 that Virgin Mary needed to make sure that they had a hand with threats, and really that's all they did that game.
Yeah, there was actually just no disruption. It was just a matter of waiting for Kolokoma to say, okay, here's what I've got. I'm ready and I'm set up. I'm going to do a Grasping at Shadows next turn. And the Virgin Mary was just like, well, I've got these Champion of Cunnings and you haven't done that yet, so I'm just going to kill you. And Kolokoma just sat around. I mean, their hand was totally reasonable. If they can find one way to discard cards, they could just go absolutely wild. Like, imagine what their hand looks like if they draw a Herald Song there. We have a totally different game.
For sure. All right. Our players will be ready with us for game 3. Again, stakes. Winner goes on to the finals, where a seat at the World Championships is on the line, and loser just goes home with a nice healthy share of the $3,000 prize pool. So you can't be too sad about that. So for Kolokoma, they'll be getting on the play this time and hopefully looking for, drawing all of the pieces. And that's the tough thing with these sort of decks is, you can have a beautiful draw. Like they had a Zindals and Black Sky Harbingers and Grasping at Shadows, but just by missing that one piece, their combo didn't quite come through.
Yeah.
On the other side, Virgin Mary, they're going to be playing on the draw this time. And you know what? What happened last game worked, but it's not the most reliable.
No, I don't want my first play to be a Wisdom of Elders into a turn 5 Champion of Cunning. I really want it to be getting a unit into play, preferably a Blight Path Smuggler, so I can go get that Royal Decree. I think that is the key point here for the Virgin Mary are those smugglers.
All right, the players have their opening hands. Let's check it out. Game 3 of the semifinals begins now. Welcome to this elimination game in our semifinals. At the top of the screen, Virgin Mary is deciding on what to do with their scout decision on turn 1. On the bottom of the screen, Kolokoma, with their Reanimator strategy, has a bunch of depleted power, but at least they're hitting their first 3 power drops. They're hitting all of their influence.
So this is the exact opposite hand that we saw from Kolokoma in game number 2.
It
We're
really
seeing here in
is.
game 3. This is the all discard, all setup. Now we just need to find the awesome units to put into the void, and we already have the way to go get a Grasping at Shadows. You look at the Virgin Mary side.
Yeah, they drew a Grasping at Shadows.
they're all set up.
As long as they can find some big units. So we'll see how their next couple turns go. At the top of the screen, Virgin Mary getting things kicked off. They're hitting their power drops. There's a Blight Pass Smuggler. What does that do for Kolokoma?
So that's a huge hit. That's going to set up this Royal Decree play. Again, they might actually hold off on it here shortly, given Kolokoma has not put anything into the void that is super threatening. So there's no setup on the Virgin Mary side. They're not seeing Kolokoma saying, hey, I have a Grasping at Shadows. I'm going to bring back a big unit next turn. And as a result, we're going to see them hold up for Wisdom of the Elders to set up an explosive turn later down the line to make sure they can continue making threats come into play.
So now a big turn for Kolokoma. They've got Grasping at Shadows set up for turn 5. Can they, on this turn, find a big fatty boom boom, as I like to call them, to put into the void?
Yeah, a big draw here would be an Azindel that they could discard. It would be a Vara. Okay, these chairman contracts are at least interesting. They already have the 3 influences of each, so if a Felrock gets flipped here, that can go into play.
A
Azindel, that's a nice hit. So now Kolokoma is actually set up into a situation where on the next turn, they just want to get an Azindel back and make that their big threat that they're starting with. They can do that. And I mean, Kolokoma doesn't know this, but looking at Virgin Mary's hand, that actually looks like it would be fairly potent here.
So now for Virgin Mary, they've got a Smuggler, they've got Strategize, they've got Wisdom of Elders. They have to come up with a game plan. They know that Azindel Revealed is in the void, and they know it could come back any turn now.
Yeah, and just looking through the hand here, the Virgin Mary was really hoping to draw some power on that last turn. And here they're going to pick up a 5th power. However, it's going to be depleted, so they're actually going to get that out of their hand this turn. See another Crest of Cunning. You know, with no champions in their hand and not in their future.
Well, they're going to keep it on top. They want to make sure they hit their power drops past turn 5.
Build to the Dizo's office potentially here.
All right, so Chairman's contract comes down. Akantha and Strategize. Kolokoma says it's time to grasp at Shadows, and I am grasping at Azindel Revealed. Master Cartographer connects. The face ages from the islands favored means that they do not draw a card. They do not get to steal one from Virgin Mary. On the other side, does Virgin Mary have something they can grab to get this Azindel off the board? They do. They can Blight Pass Smuggler for Ice Bolt. Does that put them in the best position, or are they going to elect to try to find a way to get themselves farther ahead by maybe getting a roast down? Nope.
Okay, so they are going to play the Smuggler. It is interesting because of the Cobalt Waystone, they did get another face agents that would be able to block all of the stealing effects from the Azindel. However, if there were a Blight Pass Smuggler or a Black Sky Harbinger in their future that would be able to break that face aegis,
or even a Back Alley Delinquent,
it would be just devastating to have so many cards stolen from their deck at this point that it looks like they're going to make the safe play here of likely grabbing the Ice Bolt. However, they could still grab that Royal Decree even though it's not onslaughted here.
And man, look, watching Kolokoma's deck in action today, Ice Bolt has felt, oh, there we go. There's the Back Alley Delinquent, but they got the Virgin Mary has the Ice Bolt at the ready.
Yeah. Played safely around it here. No Felrock coming off of the deck thanks to the Chairman's contract. We're going to see Kolokoma send in the Khaleesi and the Azindel. We'll see the Ice Bolt take out the Azindel. That'll get a 7th power, though. So now we're just 1 away with the banner in hand. If Kolokoma just manages to find a Vara, they can actually just go back to the naturally playing all of their really powerful hero units here and drawing out these powerful turns.
Valrock the Outcast comes off the top of the Herald Song, gets put back into play by virtue of being discarded, pops the face aegis for Virgin Mary, and now Virgin Mary is close again. If they get a Azindel back into play, there is no more face aegis for protecting Virgin Mary.
Interesting there. I I was somewhat expecting a sabotage, but you had already seen the Ice Bolt played from the market, so there's no sort of worry there that I think Kolokoma is like, hey, I just want to set up to bring back my Zindel again the next turn, and that's exactly what we see with a Carrington Merchant, getting the Grasping of Shadows out of the market.
And the other great thing that this line will do for Kolokoma is that if Virgin Mary had another Island's Favor or another Cobalt Waystone granting Face Aegis, that back alley delinquent will be able to pop the Face Aegis before the Azindel comes down, allowing it so that all the Azindel triggers can happen.
Yeah, Kolokoma basically has the perfect setup here of making sure they're able to pierce that Face Aegis, that it's really on the Virgin Mary here to manage to get rid of this board. They lack a Hailstorm right now, so an attack looks imminent in their future. Oh no, the feeding time. If they had a way to clear the board where the Azindel would come back and there wouldn't be extra units in play, that'd be a great thing to hit here. They need a Hailstorm. Favor looks great here, but as you called out, Andrew, they're going to be able to break this Face Aegis thanks to the sabotage and the back alley delinquent.
Yeah, really well crafted by Kolokoma. You know, Reanimator decks can sometimes get a rap for being just very A plus B. You just do it. It's all kind of obvious. But we've seen so many edges gained by our Reanimator players in this top 64 by being very mindful of the counterplay, trying to set up for maximum big turns. Because Azindel can do so much the turn it comes down, you are very well rewarded if you can set it up.
Yeah, and the Virgin Mary, they're using a snowball, taking on one of the Helisi that they won't actually be able to block, trying to just mitigate the number of cards that get stolen here.
So how does Kolokoma like it? Do they like the line of back alley delinquent into sabotage into grasping at shadows?
I think that you have to at this point. Getting the Grasping of Shadows last turn, that just looks like your best option. And we are going to see Kolokoma play out their entire hand, burn this sabotage here to break the Aegis, and then we're going to see the 4 attackers come in. 3 are going to get through. That means 3 cards are going to be stolen from the Virgin Mary's deck, giving Kolokoma another wave of threats potentially coming. It's not... The Virgin Mary's not out of this. They do have that feeding time. They can use the feeding time to deal with the Azindel.
Oh my goodness, what a couple of Azindel draws. Desecrate, Wisdom of Elders, and Roast, and all cost reduced too. Yeah, feeding time permanently removes the Azindel now that it is transformed into a little piggy. But what value was accrued, and is there any chance Kolokoma can find their way out now?
Now we're at the point again where Vara here just breaks the game open. There's no Azindel to bring back right now, but
now there is, and
now
there's the
there is, and there's the Vara.
Man, Corey, you are calling this. If there was any hope for the Virgin Mary, it's looking grim now. Here we come in, a mighty attack with Felrock, 3 Helisi, a Carrington Merchant, and the only piece of interaction is annihilating the Roast. We're not even doing anything to slow this attack down.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just leaving a 7/7 unblockable here coming in a few turns. I mean, the Virgin Mary's under 7. I mean, this is just such a devastating position to be in. You basically have to find a Hailstorm, but even then, how are you going to defeat the follow-up?
How does Face Aegis do?
Not great when you're being attacked.
All right. Well, unfortunately, Face Aegis doesn't block damage. For Kolokoma, we might get to see one more giant Vara turn before the game is over.
The Annihilate back
to kill the Cartographer.
The multi-factioned units here managing to peck on through and moving Kolokoma to an all-Felon Reanimator final at our ECQ.
I mean, I don't know if these players work together. Their lists look very similar.
Yep.
But whoever came up with this version of Reanimator, they broke it. Like, the format was okay. There was a lot of different things going on. We had 20 different decks, and then there was like only 2 copies of Reanimator in our top 64, and guess where they are now? They're in the finals. Felrock has completely changed the game for how these Reanimator decks can play, how well they can grind against the mid-range decks. They're just much more powerful than they were before.
Yeah, and like we discussed when we were watching these Felon Reanimator strategies play against Ambition, and when they were playing against Rakano, we kept looking for Adjudicator's Gavel or some really powerful thing that was going to stop this, and player after player just said, nope, I don't need that in my market. And looks like you may have needed it. There are 2 Felon Reanimator strategies here in the ECQ Promises by Firelight finals.
All right, you heard it. We've got the finals coming up next and our last preview card of the show. We're going to take a couple minutes, let Kolokoma prepare themselves because they've got a seat at the World Championships on the line in their next match. We'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back to the finals of the ECQ. It is Andrew Beckstrom, and I'm joined by Corey Burkhart. Yeah, I knew your name.
Are you sure?
Corey and I work about 5 feet apart, for anyone wondering. Anyway, so what do we got going on? We have an all-Felon Reanimator finals, and these lists that we're going to see right now are only a couple of cards apart, so this finals will be a true matchup of skill.
Yeah, this is going to be a wild one. I'm going to guess that these two players work together. I believe that there's like 2 or 3 cards different between their lists.
I believe Kolokoma has 4 copies of Honor of Claws. I'm So Bad, for instance, only has 3 copies and is playing a Snow Crush Animist. And that one could actually be pretty big because these boards can get pretty clogged up.
Yeah, there can be a lot of really weird things going on where there's stuff left over after a huge Vara turn. Then the next player Varas, I bring back a Harbinger and kill the Black Sky Harbinger, kill all the opponent's little units. And that Snow Crush Animist might be huge in killing all those little units and then stunning the big ones so they don't actually go back to the void for a second recovery.
So before we show you the finals, we wanted to make sure everyone knew, if you've seen on our slides, that we've got another ECQ next month. It'll be fun. It'll be Expedition, and it'll be on January 17th to the 19th. We'll once again have a nice $3,000 prize pool. Once again, be brought to you by the highest class of commentators that Direwolf Digital, or really any card game, has to offer.
Easily.
And we will have lots of sweet cosmetics for you to win, an exclusive card back. There will be an alt art Scorpion Wasp. So if you enjoy ambushing your opponents and want to do it with a touch of grace and style, that alt art Scorpion Wasp, it's a real nice one. I'm looking forward for everyone to get their hands on that.
Yeah, no, same. Scorpion Wasp is one of my all-time favorite cards. I just really love the depth that it adds to a bunch of the time strategies. And, I mean, we saw plenty of Scorpion Wasp this weekend. I'd love to see more players get their hands on some really shiny, flashy ones.
Any unit that can take down an Akari is A-OK in my book.
Definitely.
All right, so looking to our finals, we have I'm So Bad versus Kolokoma. Both of these players have had some hard matchups that we've gotten a chance to see. They both acquitted themselves quite nicely. I've been overall really impressed with the level of play we've seen from these Reanimator players. They have a real strong understanding of, one, the goal of the game is not to just get a big unit into play as fast as possible.
Yes.
It's to maximize their cards and to try to make sure that the moment that they actually grasping at shadows is the moment when it is going to be the hardest for their opponent to deal with. So in the mirror, what does that mean? Well, there's going to be a bunch of leveling going on. The biggest one to watch out for is how are players positioning themselves in the Harbinger versus Azindel race.
Yep.
Because Azindel brings along these 1/1 deadlies that can just be absolutely fantastic at allowing you to draw cards from your opponent's deck. And if you think Azindel's good just normally when you're playing against a normal deck, well, isn't it just going to be even fantastic in the mirror? Because in the mirror, you're drawing exactly the kind of cards you want because your opponent's got them in their deck too.
Yeah, when your opponent has the same cards as you do and you're playing a synergy combo deck like these Reanimator strategies, you get to steal cards. It's basically the equivalent of drawing cards. However, in this matchup, it means even more. We could have a game come down to decking. We were discussing this before we came back on the air, and the combination of adding Fellrock, there's more deck damage that actually goes on.
Oh my god. They've never seen a Fellrock mirror before.
Oh god, this is going to be really fun.
Yeah, if you've never seen a Fellrock deck play against another Fellrock deck, some weird things could happen, because if I play a Fellrock and Corey's got a Fellrock in hand, then he discards a Fellrock. That makes it so his Fellrock comes into play, but it also discarded 6 cards from his deck, which might not hit another Fellrock, which will hit my hand, and
It's also dangerous in this deck when you're trying to put cards into your void. You're going to pitch your giant units, which will then discard additional cards. Again, you can fill up your void really quickly in this mirror,
yeah,
but at what
Fellrock
cost?
a liability?
It can be.
If you put a Fellrock into play and your opponent has a VAR in their hand, they get to put the VAR in their void and put 8 more cards in their void.
I'm interested to see how that ends up playing out. It's going to play out totally differently if it's the first few turns of the game versus the mid game versus once we get to the late game where players are Snow Crushed Animisting and Vara's coming in and we're just sweeping boards back and forth. At that point, I think Fellrock's actually at its best, where the opponent discarding 6 cards, their decks are going to run really low.
So basically, we have no idea what's going to happen, but it's going to probably be something crazy. So we're just going to buckle in. Our players are getting set up for the finals. Our producers setting up the match for us to watch, and it's going to be quite a show. What's at stake? A bigger share of the $3,000 prize pool we're playing for today, and the winner of this will be advancing to the Eternal World Championships. So if you want to be like them and you want to get to play in this tournament series that has $100,000 up for grabs, make sure you play in ECQ next month. Make sure you accumulate your quarterly championship points. We'll be bringing you the Expedition and Throne Winner Championships in the next month or so. So, lots of really fun high-tier Eternals going to be played and broadcast here on Direwolf Digital. And I just feel blessed to be here with Corey and bring it to you.
Oh, it's been a blast hanging out with you too, buddy. I wouldn't have anybody else by my side casting some Felon Reanimator mirrors, because we're going to end up with some nonsense. And let's be honest, with you and I up here, there's going to be some nonsense happening in our commentary.
Yes, yes. I mean, but professional nonsense. Very, very serious nonsense.
Yeah, we'll try on that one.
Yeah, so this has been a great show so far. I mean, I think we've had some all-time highlight matches. The Eric 9099 versus I'm So Bad matchup is one that I'm sure you could spend a lot of time poring over. Both players just had a tremendous amount of options and capable of just doing extremely powerful things.
Yeah, I mean, getting to work on Eternal, I get to see a lot of really awesome games unfold, especially when we're testing new cards. That one's still, that's up there with the best games I've seen of all time. Like, that was really, really awesome set. And to be able to be casting that. Wow. Yeah, it just takes me away. Just really awesome set of games there between, Spell Crag basically running out of cards in game 2 and the sheer amount of things that I'm So Bad was able to do and just come back from their board getting swept turn after turn. And then you would look at Eric 9099, just no cards left in their hand.
You want to see I'm So Bad play in the finals?
Oh, I would love it.
It's time. Let's head down. Finals of the ECQ start right now. Welcome to the finals of this weekend's Eternal Championship Qualifier. I'm So Bad on Feln Reanimator up against Kolakoma on Feln Reanimator. And both players have what look to be some fine draws to start off with. A healthy amount of selection. Kolakoma is almost a little bit ahead just by virtue of they've already found a Vara.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see what happens with this chairman's contract. There's the ability for the Firelight to get discarded, like we were discussing in the intro here. I'm really interested to see how players end up navigating with that in their deck this weekend.
So both players kick things off identically with a strategize. Well, almost identically. I'm So Bad strategize is a little prettier. It's a nice premium copy.
We all know how much Andrew here loves his premium cards, every deck that he can. I respect your style. It's really fancy.
Premium cards for a premium player. So I'm So Bad picks up an Akantha.
Both players here spore foking, trying to fill up their void here. I'm So Bad finding the Azendel.
All right. Azendel, the absolute key card to get into play in this mirror. If you're stealing cards from your opponent, you're doing great.
Okay, and here we go. This is gonna be the first moment where putting the Vara into the void.
That makes sense. I like
wanting to put the Felrock out just yet.
Is I'm So Bad going to fall for the bait? Are they going to back alley delinquent their Felrock? I think it's probably, we'll see. Let's look.
I mean, they do just have the power here to play an Honor Clause of their own. They're really digging to try to find Vara. They need a 5th power still, and they don't have a Grasping at Shadows. I expect I'm So Bad here is actually going to, I mean, your opponent is actually set up.
You got to consider the fact that for Kolakoma, they put a Vara into their void last turn.
But do they have anything to get back?
That's a great question.
So there's a
and
Vara.
It appears like no, so you don't actually have to be that threatened. All right, Black Alley Delinquent discards Felrock.
Okay, here we go.
So now Felrock is going to force Kolakoma to discard a card.
Now, are they going to just say, hey, I'm going to put my Felrock into play? Here we go. So that's going to discard 6. The first Felrock comes out. I'm hitting the void off of the discard.
Please discard the Akantha.
Now
they discard 9
cards come back.
No Felrock, so it stops. The fun stops there.
But they got their Vara into the void, and that's pretty big here. So,
and there's an Azendel. Holy moly.
And now the Sabotage here takes out the Strategize, and Kolakoma is on all power.
All right, that's a pretty strong draw. What does Back Alley Delinquent do here?
So this is actually going to set up to get a Sabotage of their own, make sure that they're not going to get hit by a Grasping of Shadows on the next turn. And actually is going to take out the only spell from I'm So Bad's hand, which is this Honor of Claws that they really needed to find additional power and the Grasping of Shadows.
So now both players have just completely destroyed each other's hands.
Yeah, both players are basically running on empty.
They have identical boards.
Yeah. And Kolakoma actually wants to keep it all the same.
And Kolakoma's a little up on power, but I'm So Bad has a Harbinger in hand.
Right. So the Crest here, pretty reasonable draws. This is going to help I'm So Bad dig further. They really just need to find like a Merchant. They need to find a Grasping at Shadows. Second Black Sky Harbinger, not going to do it. The Azendel, that's actually not a horrible pickup. You would prefer to
These
your
players
void.
can't stop mirroring each other. They both just drew Azendels.
Okay, Honor Clause there was a huge draw. It's like get the Azendel into the void, and additionally they can find a Grasping at Shadows or a Merchant. Wow, they found it all.
They really did. There goes Azendel. Now what do? Do you play Karenin Merchant? Because you could turn Felrock into a second Grasping.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds really appealing to me. They both neither player has a Royal Decree in their market, and this is going to protect you from a potential back alley delinquent getting a sabotage here.
So Kolakoma on the precipice of going off first, unless I'm so bad can hit double Foul Rock.
We saw one.
Just one! Oh, could you imagine if they had hit them both?
God, that would have been a huge swing. So getting the Grasping of Shadows there, no Foul Rock on the way back, so there's no risk of the Foul Rock mirror running afoul here. And now Kolakoma is going to be the first one to actually build this huge board and really explosive turn here with Vara Fate touched. So we're going to see Vara come down for ability, bring back Azendel. Azendel will get the 2 Halisi. This will bring back 2 more units thanks to Vara, which another Azendel, so we have 3 more units coming out. The Harbinger are going to clean up the X1. If there's a second Harbinger, no, just a back alley delinquent, which will then put another Azendel on the Void for later. And the sabotage here can be played.
Oof. There's a Kanta. She kills Felrock.
Steal some cards.
Ooh, there's a Felrock.
1 card off of an additional discard
Yes!
that could have gotten both
The
of
top
the
card of their
Grasping
deck
Shadows.
was Felrock. You are right. Sabotage is a whiff.
So it's going to whiff totally fine. Kolakoma was more worried about a potential, Grasping of Shadows into the Vara and Azendel into like a Snow-Crushed Animist here that now they just need to fade a Grasping of Shadows off the top. They're stealing a bunch of extra cards here. Looks like all the units are able to be blocked because they ended up having 3 blockers left. So there's no additional cards stolen outside the ones from the Black Sky Harbinger. Karen and Merchant, and they lack the power to actually play the Grasping of Shadows in their market this turn. So I'm So Bad is going to lose a ton of cards, these Azendels, this turn. And now we have to actually wonder, can they actually survive the turn here? Like, do they have to go get Rindra's Choice out of their market to survive?
Yeah. They really needed this Karen and Merchant 1 turn earlier because... Well, we'll see. Harbinger is a really big game. Being able to bring back a bunch of Harbingers, which I believe they'll be able to do, will, and I think... Who has the... Does I'm So Bad have the Snow Crushed Animist in their Void?
Yes, I'm So Bad did discard the Snow Crushed Animist, I believe, on like the 2nd or 3rd turn of the game.
There it is.
But I don't think we saw an Azendel in that Void. So we
Oh,
don't...
there's 30 cards. There's got to be one in there.
I don't think we saw... Oh, there is
it
one.
is.
There is one, okay.
Yeah.
So they do have the ability to bring back... Oh, there's a second one even. So there can actually be an even more explosive turn from I'm So Bad side. They might actually be able to totally stabilize this board.
The question is how bad is it going to be? Like, how much are they taking, first of all? It looks like it's in the range of about... It still looks... about 16 or so.
I'm more worried about the cards that get stolen. And
Oh, yeah, of course.
Can Kolakoma find a back alley delinquent or potentially enough Fel Rocks to
Great
discard
call.
all of I'm So Bad's cards?
Second Farah. None of these are exactly doing it. It is going to really matter that that half of I'm So Bad's bars are now in the hands of Kolakoma.
Okay, that Fel Rock is part of it, so they're one
We're
more
getting
discard
pretty
away.
close to Kolakoma being hand-capped, and they are now hand-capped. All these extra cards are going to go just to the Void instead. They're at 12 cards. Once you're at 12 cards, you cannot draw any more. They automatically go to the Void. And so those back alley delinquents we were talking about. But I think Kolakoma is going to be okay because they should be able to, discard a Fel Rock and bring back a back alley delinquent with the Fel Rock.
Gets back the other Fel Rock
yeah.
here, which now eliminates all of the cards from I'm So Bad's hand. And now I'm So Bad is back to I have to draw Grasping at Shadows.
Holy cow, I'm So
this
Bad is
turn.
at 8 cards left in deck. These Fel Rocks have been doing huge work.
Oh yeah. Oh, and it also helps when you steal, 14 odd some cards here. And no Grasping at Shadows off the top means Kolakoma is going to take game number 1 off of I'm So Bad.
Woo. Yeah, that's intense.
Oh yeah, the Fel Rock really changes how this ends up playing, where we sort of just saw this explosive timeline of back and forth of setup, the dance of, okay, I'm going to go off, no, you're going to go off, who's going to go off first, to, oh, I'm going to go off and discard all of your resources. But at any point, if on the opposite side I'm So Bad and end up hitting a Grasping of Shadows, I think they could have done something even more devastating, where they could have stunned all of the units that weren't just automatically killed from the Black Sky Harbingers, built out double Azendel of their own, stolen a bunch of cards from Kolakoma's deck. I mean, I think it could have totally flipped the script, that one choice to play a Snow Crushed Animus.
It really could. So that's the edge that I'm So Bad has in the matchup. Snow Crush Animus, definitely a really potent tool. We're used to Black Sea Harbinger being able to kill all of the X1s, but that's just not a thing in terms of Snow Crushed Animus being able to stun all of the large units that we're used to seeing in these sort of mirrors. So Falrock the Outcast making his presence felt big time in this ECQ finals. We're going to be getting ready and heading down to game 2 in just a moment as soon as our players have entered the game.
Gotta take a moment after something like that,
Yeah.
right? You just had 14 cards stolen by a Zindel. You had your entire hand discarded by Falrock. Almost your entire deck was discarded by the Falrock. Some of them stolen from you. You know, take a moment, center yourself, focus on, okay, what is my plan? What do I need to do to actually win this matchup?
I like where your head's at because this matchup is about to continue. It's time for game 2. Time for game 2 of this finals for the Eternal Championship Qualifier. I'm So Bad and Kolakoma are facing off in the Reanimator mirror. These players are playing almost identical decks today, and they have managed to take them all the way to the finals. This was not a popular deck in the field, but it is popular in the finals. For I'm So Bad, they're kicking things off with a Strategize, starting to sculpt their way towards getting big, awesome shadow units in the void and a Grasping at Shadows in hand. At the top of the screen, we see Kolakoma struggling with a lot of depleted power, but beginning to find the tools they need. Vara, lots of discard outlets. Sporefolk, really just missing the extra power and the Grasping at Shadows at this point.
Yeah, if I'm in Kolakoma's seat, I'm not really concerned about whether or not I am going to get to set up the explosive turn. It's whether or not I can do it in an amount of time that is reasonable. I'm So Bad is starting to set up here. They've already Sporefolk. They're filling up their void a little bit here. An Honor of Claws is in their hand for the next turn.
Oh no, this Sabotage is going to do major work. That Honor of Claws, I'm So Bad was really had big hopes on it, and it's gone.
Yeah, and we've already seen what Falrock can do here in these mirrors, that actually discarding it here would actually be somewhat risky. But I'm So Bad has nothing going on that I think that they need to just try to get some action going here. They might actually, yep, they're going to do it. They're going to get this Falrock into play.
So we'll probably see a Herald Song Bite the Dust. 2 cards go off the top of the deck. No Falrocks look like just 2 power to my eyes. So as things stand, the Void situation, Kolakoma has a Vara, and I'm So Bad, I believe, is on nothing of interest in their Void. So they got work to do.
Yeah, I'm So Bad really needs to find, you know, a Strategize, a Herald Song. Herald Song right at the top, right on time. Another Honor of Claws would have been quite nice also, but really I'm So Bad needs to kind of chain multiple things together here.
Herald Song finds a Chairman's Contract. The discard will be...
Assume that we'll see the Shadow Sigil here pitched. I'm So Bad was already willing to take the risk to get a Falrock out earlier that I think they'll be willing to spin the wheel with their Chairman's Contract. They're just so far behind on their Void development. They don't actually have the powerful tools yet in their Void. We will see, however, if they'll discard it. They do, to Sabotage here to prevent a potential Grasping of Shadows from Kolakoma.
Sabotage likely hitting a Strategize.
Yeah, and they're sort of getting the news here of, you might be in danger, but it's not this turn, at least not yet.
Falrock the Outcast thinking about making an attack and sitting back. What a pickup for Kolakoma. Honor of Claws off the top. Draw 3, discard 1. Felon Banner, Seat of Cunning, and another Herald Song. Still missing the exciting payoffs for Vara to bring back, but with a Vara already in the void, Kolakoma is getting closer.
Kolakoma is happy enough with this. They picked up the 6 power. They can actually just kind of play a normal mid-range game by playing out this Black Sky Harbinger potentially on the next turn. And then they'll have 6 power available additionally with all the Herald Songs that once they have enough extra cards, they're like, yeah, I don't really need this. They can spend a turn digging to try to find a Grasping of Shadows and fill up their void with enough potent threats.
Black Sky Harbinger, the mighty Felon Dragon, comes down, gains 5 health, kills a unit. Now we've got a 4/5 lifesteal threatening I'm So Bad, but an Honor of Claws. What a pickup off the top. Back Alley Delinquent, Primal Sigil, Azindo revealed.
Okay, we're getting there for I'm So Bad. They're now basically just one piece away, the Azindel. While not usually enough on its own here, not like Kolakoma's got a lot going on either. There's not a Black Sky Harbinger waiting in the wings anymore. That just getting back those Halisi and having an Azindel in play might be good enough here.
A Herald Song pops off the top. giving a pretty easy discard for another Herald Song. Oh, there's a Felrock.
Back into the dicey situation of, are you willing to discard your
Yeah.
Felrock?
Yeah, the Felrock, like, this is going to cause I'm So Bad to lose a card, but they're going to discard 2 more, and they need to continue to fill up their void. How is it going to come through?
They do just discard the power here, though. So they're
I think that might be a mistake. Getting to discard 2 is so nice.
They're trying to leverage the flexibility of having both of the potential options available for them on their next turn. The downside to this, of course, is something like this where they're just losing all of their resources. I'm So Bad is never actually getting to a turn with a real plan enabled. It's just kind of, okay, what does my deck deliver to me each time? They're just trying to draw extra cards and not actually figuring out a plan ahead of time.
So neither player's been able to, and we're seeing, we're feeling the pain of losing that power. The VAR just goes to the void, and now for I'm So Bad, they're really hoping for a Grasping at Shadows. It's going to be amazing if they hit it, but they are going to need to hit it soon as the second Black Sky Harbinger comes down, and Kolokoma says, bring back units from the void? No need. I'll just continue to attack with the units I'm playing.
This is a really aggressive signal from Kolokoma. They're looking to pressure and try to kill here in the next 2 turns. Rather than holding on to the Harbinger in case a Zindel ends up hitting play off of a Grasping at Shadows, this is, no, I'm going to get into the sky with my 2 powerful flying dragons, and I'm going to pressure you this way, that if they can do enough damage with their other units here, 8 damage in the sky in the next 2 turns might actually get them across the finish line.
This is a big turn for I'm So Bad. Felrock Outcast, it allowed them to continue to develop the board, but it's not doing anything about these Black Sky Harbingers.
So here we go. We're going to see Felrock come back. Kolokoma's going to have to discard a card, causing them to discard 2 more cards from their deck. We're going to see what the chain reaction ends up being here.
Another Black Sky Harbinger drops into Kolokoma's void. Fortunate for I'm So Bad, they're having a tough enough time dealing with these 2.
So I'm So Bad is going to cash in their Sabotage here to take out the potential draw options, taking out the Herald Song. And now it's just going to be these 2 dragons. Can Kolokoma get across the finish line with the 2 Black Sky Harbingers? Is I'm So Bad going to find a Black Sky Harbinger of their own? Are they going to potentially find a Grasping at Shadows? That's one of the options they need here. It's a Crest of Cunning.
Crest of Cunning.
I think that's going to do it. I don't see a way out.
What an amazing run for I'm So Bad. We saw them up against the brink against Eric 9099, but their run is going to leave them a little bit short. Kolokoma has won the Eternal Championship Qualifier and qualified for the Eternal World Championships. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to both of our finalists. They can rest easy tonight knowing that they gave themselves the best chance of winning the tournament. The only thing that could beat Feln Reanimator today was Feln Reanimator. They had the deck of the tournament. They played outstanding from start to finish, but unfortunately, only one Feln Reanimator deck can reign supreme. So that's it for the tournament. If you enjoyed the tournament and you would like to participate, again, we've got another ECQ coming next month, as well as there's lots more opportunities each weekend to try to qualify for our winter championships. There's an Expedition Melee going on this weekend. A Throne Duels will be going on next weekend. And so rack up those quarterly championship points. You need 25 if you want to enter either of those tournaments. But for now, before we sign off, we have one last card to show you from Promises by Firelight, the new campaign that we'll be releasing very soon. It is time to unveil Eramat's designs.
So we got a 2-cost Shadow spell, and it's kill each unit with cost 2 or less.
We have never seen anything like this in the game before. This is a Shadow sort of mass removal effect that is really potent. If you have ever been down facing off against a tokens, like a Praxis token strategy with Zenan Obelisk and lots of small units, it doesn't matter how big they are. As long as they cost 2 or less, Eramat's design kills them all. This opens up a ton of possibility for the way that you can build a Shadow-based deck where you have bigger units that can survive Eramat's designs. Eramat has plans for what he's going to do to Zulta, and they're just starting to be revealed. So Eramat's designs will be part of the campaign that'll be coming out very soon, like we mentioned. So stay tuned, and you'll be able to get your copies of this very soon.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is one of my sort of highlights of the Promises by Firelight campaign. I'm really excited for this one. I'm really excited for the campaign to come out, and I really can't wait to get my hands on this and play this in both Throne and Expedition. I think this is a real game changer for a lot of the Shadow mid-range to control strategies, and There are even some sweet little combos you can set up with it that I'm excited to see come to fruition.
Yeah, I remember one time in testing I was playing and I had hit with Ramba a bunch of times, and so I made all of these giant units in my hand cost 1 or 2. And then you played Aramat's designs against me and just killed like my World Bearer Behemoth. It was pretty unreal.
Sandstorm Titan, another Ramba, and a World Bearer Behemoth.
Yeah.
And I remember just looking over to see what your reaction was. You're like, oh yeah, all right. So there's some sweet stuff going on here. There was also some Exalted synergies going on from my side of trying to kill Exalted units. So I'm excited to see what people put together with this card. I think it's going to be, like I said, a real game changer for both of our formats.
So, all right. So that's Aramat's designs. What you do with them, that's up to you. We'll leave it in your hands as the campaign releases again very soon. So thanks so much for joining us today. We had a really great show, a lot of fun games. We got to see Kolokoma advance to the World Championships. It was a great time. So on behalf of myself, Corey Burkhart, Luis Scott Vargas, our producers, Michael Jacob and Samantha Stelter, thanks so much for joining us for this Eternal Championship Qualifier. We hope you'll join us for our next broadcast, and we'll see you in the queues. Take care.